Liberty and Property. A Social History of Western Political Thought. From Renaissance to Enlightenment. Ellen Meiskins Wood. 1. Transitions. The decline of feudalism and the rise of capitalism, from its agrarian origins to the early phases of industrialization, the religious ruptures of the Reformation, the evolution of the nation-state, the growth of modern colonialism, cultural landmarks from the Renaissance to the Age of Enlightenment, modern philosophy and a scientific revolution, rooted in the empiricism of Francis Bacon or the rationalism of René Descartes, all these momentous historical developments, punctuated not only by wars among states but by popular uprisings, rebellions, and revolts of various kinds, up to and including civil war, have been ascribed to the so-called early modern period. It may not be surprising, then, that the canon of Western political thought is disproportionately populated by early modern thinkers. While historians may differ about the inclusion of this or that name, the period has more than its share of towering figures, from Machiavelli or Hobbes to Locke and Rousseau, whose canonical status is as unassailable as that of Plato or Aristotle. Yet all the historical landmarks that mark out the era and even their conventional names, Renaissance, Reformation, Enlightenment, to say nothing of feudalism or the rise of capitalism, regularly provoke controversy among historians. So, for that matter, does the designation early modern itself. It seems, on the face of it, a fairly innocent, if imprecise, descriptive label indicating rough chronological boundaries, somewhere between the Middle Ages and full-blown modernity. We shall use the label here in that more or less neutral sense, just for the sake of simplicity and for lack of anything better. But there is more at issue than chronology. Whatever dates we settle on, let us say approximately 1500, or 1492, to 1800, or maybe 1789 or even 1776, the early modern presupposes an idea of the modern, as distinct from the ancient, the medieval, or at least the pre-modern, an idea of modernity that raises questions of its own. Much intellectual effort has been expended on clarifying the idea of modernity, and we shall, in what follows, have occasion to confront some of the questions it poses. For the moment, it is enough to say that, although there has been disagreement about what exactly constitutes the modern and whether it is good, bad, or morally neutral, there is, in Western culture, a deeply rooted and tenacious conception that cuts across divergent schools of thought which may agree on very little else. Even when sharp distinctions are made among various national histories, there remains a single, overarching narrative of European history and the advent of modernity, a narrative defined by discontinuities and at the same time transitional processes, passages from one age to another marked by fundamental transformations. In that narrative, the modern era, whatever else it may be, is a composite of economic, political, and cultural characteristics, uniting capitalism, what classical political economists like to call commercial society, legal rational political authority, perhaps, but not necessarily, with a preference for its liberal democratic form, and technological progress, or rationalization in its various aspects as manifest in markets, states, secularism, and scientific knowledge. Emphases or causal primacies may vary, and different balances may be struck among the factors of modernity, economic, cultural or social. There may be fierce dispute about the processes of transformation that produced the modern age. The critical transition may be defined as a passage from feudalism to capitalism, the rise of the bourgeoisie, the forward march of liberty, a destructive rupture from tradition, and much else besides. But it is difficult to find a notion of the modern in which the culture of rational inquiry, advances in technology, the market economy and a rational state are not, in one way or another, for better or worse, inextricably connected. 1. In recent years the lines between the early modern and the modern have been more sharply drawn in some historical accounts, as the early modern has tended to merge with the late medieval. Among historians of political thought in particular, there are those who question the idea of an early modern period, on the grounds that there was no significant rupture between medieval thinkers and those described as early modern. Political ideas, in this account, remain strikingly consistent throughout the historic transformations that brought the Middle Ages to an end. But even here, the concept of modernity, and the conventional narrative associated with it, have been remarkably persistent. There are, to be sure, those who reject the very idea of modernity. It makes some people uneasy because of its association with conceptions of progress, which smack of teleology or, after the horrors of the 20th century, appear in questionable taste. Others are opposed to grand narratives of any kind and prefer to discard the longue durée in favor of a focus on the local, the particular, and the contingent. Since modernity implies a very long historical sweep from ancient to modern, with at least implicit explanations of how one led to the other, this refusal of a longer view makes it hard to sustain an idea of the modern. Yet, these controversies notwithstanding, the notion of modernity is rarely challenged from a vantage point that, while systematically questioning the conventional paradigm, still takes a longer view of history. The most influential grand narratives, from Enlightenment conceptions of progress to Marxist or Whig interpretations of history or Weberian historical sociology, and all their varied legacies, have tended to leave the conventional composite portrait of the modern era fundamentally intact, however divergent their judgments of modernity have been. The challenge to the standard story of modernity has more often come from various kinds of disconnected or fragmented history, postmodernist or revisionist accounts with no long view and little explanation of historical causality or, indeed, historical process, though even then the stubborn concept of the modern has tended to return through the back door. Early modern Europe? What, then, does it mean to speak of early modern political thought? The growth of the modern state, with its entrenchment of national boundaries, political, economic and cultural, is certainly a central feature of the early modern period, and, in one way or another, it affected all forms of political organization that came within its field of force. But the canon of Western political thought, which is the subject of this book, was in that period also shaped by political forms as diverse as the city-states of Italy, the bewildering variety of German jurisdictions, and the commercial republics of the Netherlands, to say nothing of the Holy Roman Empire, simultaneously a self-conscious throwback to imperial antiquity and an aspiring if ultimately unsuccessful nation-state, in constant tension with all other claimants to sovereignty, secular and ecclesiastical. The concept of the early modern encompasses not just the early manifestations of the modern state or the modern economy but cultural and intellectual developments rooted in very different, and not conspicuously modern, social and political forms, such as the Italian city-states in which the Renaissance came to fruition or the electorate of Saxony where Martin Luther, at least according to historical convention, launched the Reformation. These cases differed not only in their political form but in the particular interactions among public power, private property and the producing classes, and these differences would give rise to distinctive traditions of political discourse. This was true even among the city-states and principalities joined at one time or another under the rule, however tenuous, of the Holy Roman Empire, the Germans and the Spanish, the Italians and the Dutch. To be sure, Italians and Germans, Spanish and Dutch, or, for that matter, English and French, all shared a common cultural legacy, and our period begins at a moment of particular cultural unity, manifested in the Latin that united Western European scholars, the whole apparatus of Christian theology, the revived Greek classics of political philosophy, the republic of letters constituted by European humanism. Yet this common intellectual vocabulary simply makes the variety of national traditions that much more striking. The inherited languages of Western political theory have been remarkably flexible in their adaptation to varying contextual circumstances, and, as each specific historical form has posed its own distinctive problems, the same traditions of discourse have been mobilized not only to give different answers but in response to different questions. Point 2. Is there, nonetheless, and despite all these divergences, a sense in which it is meaningful to speak of early modern Europe, or, more particularly, does it make sense to think of Western Europe as an entity distinct from other regions, which is, in the period covered by this book, experiencing a pattern of historical development that distinguishes it from others? In what follows, there will be much emphasis on the specificities of national development, but let us for the moment consider the common foundations. In the first volume of this social history of political thought, it was argued that Western political theory, in all its variations, has been shaped by a distinctive tension between two sources of power, the state and private property. All high civilizations have, of course, had states, and some have had elaborate systems of private property, but developments in what would be Western Europe, with roots in Greco-Roman antiquity and especially the Western Roman Empire, gave property, as a distinct locus of power, an unusual degree of autonomy from the state. Consider, for instance, the contrasts between the Roman Empire and the early Chinese imperial state. A strong state in China established its power by defeating great aristocratic families and preventing their appropriation of newly conquered territories, which were to be administered by officials of the central state. 3 At the same time, peasants came under the direct control of the state, which preserved peasant property as a source of revenue and military service, while ensuring the fragmentation of land holdings. Rome, by contrast, achieved imperial expansion without a strong state, governed instead by amateurs, an oligarchy of landed aristocrats, in a small city-state with a minimal government. While peasants were part of the civic community, they remained subordinate to the propertied classes, and as the empire expanded, with the help of conscript peasant soldiers on military service far from home, many peasants were dispossessed. Land was increasingly concentrated in the hands of the aristocracy, much of it, at least in Roman Italy, worked by slaves. When the Republic was replaced by an imperial state with its own structure of office, the landed aristocracy continued to amass huge properties, and, while in China great riches were typically derived from office in the central state, in the Roman Empire land remained the only steady and secure source of wealth. Even at its height, the imperial state was, by comparison with China, undergoverned, administered through a vast network of local aristocracies. The Roman Empire represents the first known example of a strong imperial state combined with strong private property. This powerful, if sometimes uneasy, partnership is expressed in the Roman concepts of imperium and dominium. The Roman concept of dominium, when applied to private property, articulates with exceptional clarity the idea of private, exclusive, and individual ownership, with all the powers this entails, while the imperium defines a right of command attached to certain civil magistrates and eventually the emperor himself. While, in the history of Western legal and political thought, the distinction between private property and public jurisdiction would not always be so clear, the Romans certainly did break new ground in distinguishing between the public power of the state and the private power of property, in both theory and practice. In contrast to China, where there was a direct relationship between the state and the peasants whose labor it appropriated, in Rome the primary relation between appropriators and producers was not between rulers and subjects but between landlords and subject labor of one kind or another, whether slaves or peasants exploited as tenants and sharecroppers. When the empire disintegrated, what remained was this primary relationship, which would survive as the foundation of the social order for centuries to come. The existence of two poles of power, the state and strong private property, together with a mode of imperial rule dependent on propertied classes with a substantial degree of local self-government, had created a tendency to fragmentation of sovereign power even in the Roman Empire. In the end, the tendencies towards fragmentation prevailed, leaving behind a network of personal dependence binding peasants to landlords. When the empire disintegrated, and after several attempts at re-centralization by the Merovingian monarchy, the Carolingian Empire and the successor states, the autonomy of landed aristocracies asserted itself in what might be called the privatization of public authority, the feudal parcelization of sovereignty for with the devolution of public functions to local lords and various other independent powers. This devolved public power was at the same time a power of appropriation, the power to command the labor of producing classes, appropriating its fruits in rent or in kind, in particular from peasants who remained in possession of land but worked in political and legal subjection to lords. We can, for lack of a better term, apply the much disputed concept of feudalism, or feudal society, to this specifically Western parcelization of sovereignty, which invested private property with public power in historically distinctive ways. The medieval period for our purposes is roughly marked out by the dominance of that distinctive configuration and its decline. 5. This feudal parcelization existed in various forms and to varying degrees. Feudal monarchies were stronger in some places than in others, and parts of Europe were in varying degrees under the sway of higher authorities, the Holy Roman Empire or the papacy. But political parcelization affected even European political entities that did not conform to the model feudal system. Italy, for instance, has been called the weak link of European feudalism because, especially in the north, urban patriciates were dominant, in contrast to seigneurial landed classes elsewhere. Yet, not only did the city-states of northern Italy have their own fragmented governance, what might be called a kind of urban feudalism, but the great commercial centers like Florence and Venice were what they were in large part because they served a vital function as trading links in the fragmented feudal order. Wherever we choose to place the dividing line between the medieval and the early modern, we can, by the late 15th century, identify a new configuration of political power, with new relations between property and state different from feudal parcellized sovereignty. Lords and autonomous corporate bodies did, to be sure, continue to play a prominent role, but centralizing monarchies, especially in England, France, and the Iberian Peninsula, were now taking center stage, imposing a new political dynamic even on different political forms, such as the Italian city-states or German principalities. While northern Italy, for instance, had been a battleground for rivalries between the Holy Roman Empire and the papacy, the challenge to the autonomy of city-states was increasingly coming from the territorial ambitions of monarchical states such as France and Spain. Many explanations have been offered for the decline of feudalism. Some historians have argued that, just as the emergence of feudalism was marked, or even caused, by a contraction of trade, commercial expansion, and the growth of the money economy inevitably brought feudalism to an end, while others have persuasively argued that trade and money were very much part of, and not intrinsically inimical to, the feudal order. Much is often made of the demographic collapse that occurred in the time of the Black Death, the pandemic that affected Western Europe in the 1340s, and it has been argued that the relationship between lords and peasants was fundamentally transformed as the drastic decline in population gave peasants an advantage in bargaining with lords in need of labor. Peasants, according to some historians, may have had yet another bargaining advantage, an escape route provided by the growth of urban centers as commerce expanded. Popular rebellions of various kinds were then provoked by the efforts of lords to reimpose and intensify peasant dependence, and, though rebellions in the West were successfully suppressed, the feudal order was effectively dead. The development of the modern nation-state may be attributed to the needs of landed aristocracies for a stronger central power to maintain order against the threat of rebellion, or, and perhaps at the same time, feudal monarchies may have been under greater pressure to consolidate their positions, as revenues derived from peasants became more precarious and the competition with landlords for access to peasant labor became more intense. The pressures became that much greater when aristocratic rivalries spilled over into wars between aspiring territorial states, as happened most dramatically in the 100 Years' War, which began as a dynastic struggle over the monarchy in France and continued as a battle over the territorial boundaries of the French and English states. The incentive to consolidate centrally governed territorial states was further intensified by the commercial and geopolitical challenge of the growing Ottoman Empire, which made deep incursions into Europe and commanded east-west trade routes. Yet, however important any or all of these factors may be, this cannot be the whole story. Commercial expansion, plague and demographic changes, peasant revolts and dynastic conflicts occurred in various parts of Europe, and we may even accept, as a very general principle, that all of them played a part in the decline of feudalism. But, quite apart from the variety of feudalisms, there was a wide variety of outcomes, and the feudal order gave way to more than one transition. Serfdom, for instance, ended in Western Europe, while Eastern Europe saw what has been called the second serfdom. Even in Western Europe, which is our main concern here, relations between landlords and peasants turned out to be very different in, say, England than in France, and these differences were associated with divergent paths of state formation. In England, where the monarchy had developed in cooperation with an unusually united aristocracy, lords had gained control of the best land, including properties left vacant by the demographic collapse. In France, the monarchical state, which consolidated the dominance of one aristocratic family against its rivals, helped to ensure that peasants remained in possession of by far the most land, as a vital source of tax revenues for the centralizing state. In these different contexts, commercial expansion, too, had divergent effects. All the major Western European states, to say nothing of the highly developed economies of Asia and the Arab Muslim Empire, were very much engaged in trade, both domestic and international, but a distinctively capitalist commercial society arose spontaneously only in England and produced a historical dynamic unlike any other, even in the most commercialized societies. 6 Capitalism, as it emerged in England, was not simply more of the same, more trade and more expansive commercial networks. The rise of capitalism cannot be explained as just a quantitative process, commercialization approaching some kind of critical mass. England, indeed, was very far from being the dominant commercial power in Europe when its economic development began to take a distinctive turn, giving rise to something different from traditional modes of commerce, the old forms of profit on alienation or buying cheap and selling dear. English capitalism, which was born in the countryside, produced a new kind of society, with an economy uniquely driven by compulsions of competitive production, increasing labor productivity, profit maximization and constant capital accumulation. When other European economies later developed in a capitalist direction, they were in large part responding to military and commercial pressures imposed by English capitalism. Which modern state? In the following chapters, we shall look at various distinctive patterns of development in Western Europe as they affected national traditions of discourse, but for the moment, and to illustrate the contextual history proposed in this book, we can concentrate on the one overarching development that had effects on all of them, the evolution of the modern state, especially in England and in France. Quintin Skinner, in his Foundations of Modern Political Thought, tells us that in the period from the late 13th century to the end of the 16th, the main elements of a recognizably modern concept of the state were gradually acquired. He goes on to elaborate his definition of the modern state in terms derived, as he acknowledges, from Max Weber. The decisive shift was made from the idea of the ruler maintaining his state, where this simply meant upholding his own position, to the idea that there is a separate legal and constitutional order, that of the state, which the ruler has a duty to maintain. One effect of this transformation was that the power of the state, not that of the ruler, came to be envisaged as the basis of government. And this in turn enabled the state to be conceptualized in distinctively modern terms, as the sole source of law and legitimate force within its own territory, and as the sole appropriate object of its citizens' allegiances. 7. The elements of this modern state, Skinner explains, were by the 16th century visible at least in England and in France. The transition to a modern discourse of the state, he suggests, first appears to have been accomplished in France. This was so not only because the intellectual preconditions were present, inherited from Italian humanism, but because the material preconditions were more fully developed in France, a relatively united central authority, an increasing apparatus of bureaucratic control, and a clearly defined set of national boundaries. 8. The next country in which the same fundamental conceptual shift took place, Skinner continues, appears to have been England, where, by the 1530s, a similar set of material as well as intellectual preconditions for this development had been achieved, an increasingly bureaucratic style of central government, together with a growing interest amongst English humanists in the problems of politics and public law. 9. This formulation obscures a wealth of differences between the two cases, both in the nature of their states and the forms of discourse they engendered. Those differences also cast doubt on some other standard conventions about modernity and especially about the connections between the capitalist economy, or commercial society, and the rational state. In subsequent chapters, we shall look more closely at the varying traditions of political discourse that emerged out of divergent patterns of historical development, but a broad preliminary sketch of the differences between England and France will serve to illustrate the social history on offer here. The story begins at least as early as the Middle Ages, at a time when the Frankish Empire was disintegrating while the Anglo-Saxon state was the most effective centralized administration in the Western world. 10 Medieval Europe was generally characterized by what we have called a parcelization of sovereignty, the fragmentation of state power, as feudal lordship and other autonomous powers took over many of the functions performed in other times and places by the state, combining the private exploitation of labor, typically the labor of peasants, with the public role of administration, jurisdiction, and enforcement. Yet England, for all the power of the barons, and, in some ways, precisely because of it, never really succumbed to parcellized sovereignty, while France never completely overcame it, even under the absolutist monarchy, and the centralizing project of the state remained on the agenda to be completed by the Revolution and Napoleon. This meant, too, that there were major differences between England and France in the relations between state and dominant classes. In England, even at a time when English law was at its most ostensibly feudal and the monarchical system was at its height, the process of state centralization continued. The Norman conquest, when it brought feudal institutions with it from the continent, also, and above all, brought a military organization, which vested power in a central authority and built upon the foundations of a centralized state that already existed in England. The Normans established themselves in England as a more or less unified ruling class, a conquering army that imposed itself as both a dominant class of great landholders and a governing power, and the central state was always its instrument. Thereafter, the centralization of the post-feudal state would remain a cooperative project between monarchy and landed aristocracy. This certainly did not rule out fierce dynastic rivalries, and, though some historians have questioned the very existence of, for example, the Wars of the Roses, there certainly were powerful incentives for battles over control of an already well-established central state. When, in the 16th century, the Tudor monarchy embarked on a program of state centralization, which has, controversially, been described as the Tudor Revolution, it was not inventing but building on a long-standing unified state apparatus, which, when the Reformation came to England under Henry VIII, would have the added strength of a state church. This centralizing project was cooperative not only in the sense that the central state would develop as a unity of monarchy and the landed class in Parliament, nicely summed up in the old formula "the Crown in Parliament." The cooperative project also took the form of a division of labor between the central state and private property. As legislation and jurisdiction were increasingly centralized, the aristocracy would increasingly depend for its wealth on modes of purely economic exploitation. Recent scholarship has shown that smallholders may not have disappeared from the English countryside as completely as historians have sometimes suggested, but the fact remains that lords in England, while lacking some of the jurisdictional powers enjoyed by their counterparts elsewhere in Europe, had control of the best land, which was concentrated in the hands of large landholders to a greater degree than in France, where peasant property prevailed. When feudalism experienced its crisis throughout Europe, and serfdom declined in the West, English landlords were in a uniquely favorable position to exploit the purely economic powers that they still enjoyed, even as the state became increasingly centralized. The English landed class was, in this respect, markedly different from those continental aristocracies whose wealth derived from extra economic power, or what has been called politically constituted property, of one kind or another, various forms of privilege, seigneurial rights, and the fruits of jurisdiction. 11 The concentration of landed property in England meant that land was worked to an unusual extent by tenants, increasingly on economic rents subject to market conditions, while Landlords without access to politically constituted property came to depend on the productive and competitive success of their tenants. The result of this distinctive development was agrarian capitalism, which was capitalist in the sense that appropriators and producers were dependent on the market for their own survival and the maintenance of their positions, hence subject to the imperatives of competition, profit maximization and the need constantly to improve labor productivity. Because of uniquely English relations between large landowners and tenants whom we might call capitalist farmers, English agriculture began to respond to new requirements of market competition with no historical precedent. The particular relations between landlords and tenants, in the context of a distinctive kind of domestic market, meant that already in the 17th century both parties were compelled to enhance the land's productivity for profit, to promote what they called improvement. Improvement and profitable production became the preferred strategy for the ruling landed class. What this meant was not, at least in the first instance, mainly technological innovation. It had more to do with methods and techniques of land use, but it also meant, and more fundamentally, new forms and conceptions of property. Agricultural improvement and the enhancement of profit for capitalist agriculture ideally called for a concentration of property, but above all, they required the elimination of various customary rights and practices that interfered with capital accumulation. Improving landlords and capitalist tenants needed to be free of obstructions to the productive and profitable use of property. Between the 16th and 18th centuries, there was growing pressure to extinguish customary rights, for instance, disputing communal rights to common land by claiming exclusive private ownership, challenging customary tenures which granted smallholders rights of possession without outright legal title, eliminating various use rights on private land, and so on. This meant the establishment of property that was literally exclusive, excluding other individuals and the community, eliminating various kinds of restrictions on land use imposed by custom or communal regulation. The detachment of economic from extra-economic powers meant that the processes of state centralization and capitalist development, although sometimes in tension, were closely intertwined. There were obviously conflicts between the landed class and the monarchy, which would come to a head in the Civil War. But those conflicts had a particular character and intensity precisely because of the underlying partnership between dominant class and monarchical state. The interests of the English ruling classes were, from very early on, deeply invested in a unitary parliament, with legislative powers, which was very much a part of the centralized state. The aristocracy was also committed to a national system of law, and jurisdictional conflicts between king and the nobility ended quite early. Even in the early 13th century, at a time of violent tension between monarchy and barons, when Magna Carta claimed the rights of the barons to be tried by their peers, it did not assert their rights of jurisdiction over other free men. The common law, which was, in the first instance, the king's law, became the favored legal system for the aristocracy as well as for free peasants who could seek protection from the crown, while the rule of law was understood to mean that the monarchy itself was subject to the law. This uniquely unified system of law, in an unusually centralized state, produced a distinctive type of free man, subject only to the king and to no other, lesser lord. Landlords enjoyed great local powers, but outside the manor they acted as delegates of the crown in relation to free men. There remained lands subject to manorial lordship, but the free Englishman, with an individual interest in freehold property recognized in common law and free of lordly claims or obligations, was a unique formation. In France, for example, even charters of freedom did not dissolve seigneurial obligation, and even free peasants with access to royal protection could still be subject to seigneurial jurisdiction. 12. The English common law did eventually come to represent parliamentary power against the crown, with Parliament asserting its supremacy as the interpreter of common law. In the Civil War in the 17th century, the conflict between monarch and Parliament, common lawyers tended to side with Parliament, against the prerogative courts allied with the king. But this was not a case of parcellized jurisdictions asserting themselves against the central state. On the contrary, it was an assertion of the aristocracy's essential role in the partnership that constituted the central state, at a time when that partnership was being challenged by the monarchy. At the same time, while the ruling class was claiming its share in the public sphere of the central state, it was also asserting its power in the private sphere of property, as landowners rather than as officers of state. From this point of view, the issue was less an assertion of public jurisdiction than of private rights, intended to protect the ruling class against the Crown's violation of its partnership and the division of labor between property and state. The English Revolution, the whole period from the Civil War in the 1640s to the so-called Glorious Revolution of 1688-9, saw major upheavals, and, as we shall see in a subsequent chapter, it produced uniquely radical ideas. But it did not fundamentally transform social property relations in England, which were hardly less capitalist before the Revolution than after. Nor, for that matter, did it fundamentally transform, bar the interregnum, the relation between Parliament and monarchy. Even if we attach great importance to the settlement of 1688 in establishing parliamentary supremacy, it did little more than consolidate what was already on the table before the Revolution, before the Stuart monarchy attempted, unsuccessfully, to establish a continental-style absolutism in a society where there was little political support and even less social foundation for any such project. If the old cooperative enterprise between monarchy and parliament was increasingly giving way to parliamentary supremacy, and we should not exaggerate the extent to which this was true even in the 18th century, what remained was the characteristic division of labor between state and property, the separation of economic and extra-economic powers, which had marked out Britain from its neighbors. The long history of partnership between aristocracy and central state, and the role of Parliament as the public face of private property, has meant that the ruling class in Britain has, on the whole, been consistently committed to parliamentarism. But the other side of the coin is that the dominant historical narrative and mainstream political culture have marginalized the truly revolutionary and democratic traditions that emerged during the English Revolution, the tradition of the Levellers, Diggers, and other radical movements. Democratic popular forces were defeated by the parliamentary oligarchy, and, though their legacy has never completely disappeared from the British Labour movement, the dominant parliamentary tradition owes more to the victorious propertied classes. The process of state formation in France was quite different. If in England there was a transition from feudalism to capitalism, in France it was rather a transition from feudalism to absolutism, absolutism not simply as a political form but the absolutist state as a form of politically constituted property, a means of enriching office holders by exploiting the peasantry. The monarchy emerged out of feudal rivalry, as one aristocratic dynasty established itself over others in a context of parcellized sovereignty. The monarchical state continued to confront the challenge of feudal parcellization, not only opposition from dynastic rivals but claims to independent powers and privileges by the aristocracy and various corporate entities, guilds, estates, provinces, and towns. The monarchy certainly did pursue a centralizing strategy with some success, and royal courts did emerge, which, among other things, could be used to protect peasants from lords, not least, in order to preserve the peasantry as a source of state taxes. But the dominant class continued to depend to a great extent on politically constituted property, that is, on means of appropriation deriving from political, military, and judicial powers, or extra economic status and privilege, in contrast to the English landed classes and their dependence on competitive production. In France, in contrast to England, even in the 18th century peasants still dominated agricultural production, and relations between landlords and tenants had very different effects. There was, for instance, nothing like the culture of improvement nor the improvement literature that had been so important in 17th century England. Village regulation of production and restrictions on land use continued to be important in agriculture even beyond the Revolution. For French landlords, extra economic strategies, political and legal, for enhancing their power to squeeze more surplus out of peasants were still more important than agricultural improvement. This meant, among other things, that peasants were more plagued by taxes than by attacks on their property rights. The state developed as a competing form of politically constituted property, a primary resource, a mode of direct appropriation for state office holders by means of taxation, which some historians have called a kind of centralized rent. If the absolutist state was able to undermine the independent powers of the aristocracy, it did so in large part by replacing those powers with the lucrative resource of state office for a segment of the aristocracy. An elaborate bureaucracy developed not just for political and administrative purposes but as an economic resource for office holders, proliferating state offices as a form of private property. Nor was there anything in France like England's long parliamentary tradition. No such tradition existed before the Revolution. There was, to begin with, a stark historical contrast between the unitary national parliament in England, with its early legislative role, and the fragmented estates in France. The estates had no legislative function and were divided by locality, even on the rare occasions when they met on the national plane of the Estates General. They were also divided by corporate hierarchy, above all the division between, on the one hand, the two privileged estates, the nobility and the church, and, on the other hand, the third estate, which encompassed both bourgeoisie, the more prosperous non-privileged classes, often urban notables, and peasantry. The emergence of a representative legislative body in France had to await the Revolution, and one of the most striking differences between England and France is that, in France, even when estates were replaced by a national assembly, important sectors of the dominant classes remained opposed to the Republic. The revolutionary transformation created both a new parliamentary tradition, even a radical republicanism, and at the same time a dangerously anti-parliamentary, anti-republican formation, which persisted well into the 20th century and explains much that would happen in France in the Second World War. The French legal system also developed in ways sharply different from the English. Not only was there a long-standing division between the Roman law which survived in the south and the Germanic customary law of the north, but in addition, on the eve of the Revolution there were still approximately 360 different law codes in France, with various seigneurial, local and corporate powers contesting jurisdiction with the monarchy, and customary law challenging the supremacy of state legislation. Although the absolutist state succeeded to a considerable degree in limiting seigneurial and local jurisdiction, jurisdictional conflicts remained a constant feature of the Ancien regime and a major preoccupation of French courts. The aristocracy and corporate bodies clung to their autonomy and independence from the national state, while the monarchy continued its efforts to co-opt and integrate them. When monarchical absolutism gave way to revolution, the centralizing project of the state continued. The French état legal evolved not as a defense of private rights against public incursions but as a means of asserting the power of the central state against fragmented jurisdictions and independent local powers. This limited the independence of the judiciary, effectively absorbing it into the civil service. It remained for Napoleon to complete the project begun by the Revolution. While the judiciary would regain some of its autonomy in the Fifth Republic of 1958, the historic function of the law in asserting state sovereignty against autonomous jurisdictions remains a powerful legacy. Relations between central state and landed aristocracy, then, were quite different from the English case. In contrast to the close English partnership between the aristocracy and monarchy, in France the tensions between aristocratic privilege and monarchical power, between different modes of extra-economic exploitation, persisted until the Revolution. At the same time, the aristocracy itself was divided between those with power in the central state and the many who remained dependent on their privileges and local powers, and this division continued to be fluid. The centralizing project of the state can be understood as in large part an attempt to overcome that division by replacing autonomous aristocratic powers with perquisites and privileges deriving from the state, for instance, by granting privileged exemption from royal taxation in place of seigneurial jurisdiction. As for the bourgeoisie, throughout the Ancien regime and beyond, state office would be a favored career. Notwithstanding the conventional conflation of bourgeois with capitalist, the French bourgeoisie was not in essence capitalist. While France was certainly a major trading nation, the majority of bourgeois were urban notables or functionaries of various kinds, office holders, professionals, intellectuals, and even those engaged in commerce, who might also be inclined to use their wealth to buy ennobling office, were operating on familiar principles of non-capitalist commercial profit-taking. Point 13. When the revolution came, the revolutionary bourgeoisie, typically consisting precisely of those office holders, professionals, and intellectuals, was less concerned with breaking the shackles impeding the development of capitalism, as is often suggested by the notion of the bourgeois revolution, than with preserving and enhancing their access to the highest state office, careers open to talent. It was, indeed, a threat to the access they already enjoyed under the absolutist monarchy that probably more than anything else provoked the bourgeoisie into revolution and a confrontation between bourgeoisie and aristocracy. Although private property in office was abolished by the revolution, state office remained a lucrative career, in which office holders appropriated the surplus labor of peasants through taxation. Even after the revolution, even after Napoleon, the state continued to serve this economic function for the bourgeoisie. The peasantry, which remained in possession of most land in France, continued to be exploited by extra economic means, through the medium of state taxation. The revolution did not radically transform the social property relations between the state and small agricultural producers which had prevailed in absolutist France. While the revolution may have been bourgeois, then, there was little that was capitalist about it. If, in its political principles and in its legacies it went far beyond the bourgeois impulses that first set it in motion, there remained strong continuities between the ancien regime and the post-revolutionary state. What is so striking about the post-revolutionary period, throughout much of the 19th century in France, is the persistence of the tax/office structure, in which appropriation took the form of direct exploitation of peasant producers by the state through taxation. Not only did the economy continue to be based on small-scale agricultural production, but the state continued to relate to that production as a primary exploiter of direct producers through the medium of taxation, for the benefit of office holders. One has only to read Marx's account of 19th-century France in the 18th Brumaire to see how persistent this formation was. He speaks of the immense bureaucratic and military organization, a frightful parasitic body, in which the material interest of the French bourgeoisie is most intimately imbricated. It is that machine which provides the surplus population with jobs, and makes up through state salaries for what it cannot pocket in the form of profits, interest, rents and fees. This bourgeois tradition would continue well into the 20th century, if not until today, in a culture where state office would remain the highest career, with a tradition of Mandarinism, dominated by a hereditary elite of office holders and their exclusive academies. Economic development in a capitalist direction was, in France, largely driven from without, in particular by military pressures. After the revolution, the defeat of Napoleon not only made clear the military advantage that a victorious Britain had gained from the economic growth and wealth created by capitalism, but also opened the former Napoleonic Empire to the purely economic pressures of British capitalism in unprecedented ways. The state responded to those external imperatives by bringing about a state-led development of the economy. In a sense, the development of capitalism preceded social transformation, and, in contrast to England, capitalist class relations were more a result than a cause of industrialization. Modern political thought. It is certainly true that the emergence of national states with clear territorial boundaries and a more or less unified sovereign power created conditions for new developments in Western political thought, but perhaps not quite in the ways that Skinner has suggested. It does make sense to identify the rise of territorial states in Europe as a major historical development, a departure from the parcellized sovereignty of previous centuries, but it helps very little to describe these states as modern if that label disguises important historical differences, such as those we have already observed between England and France. Is absolutist France more modern because of its elaborate bureaucracy, the sign of a rational state? Or should we give the prize to England, because its centralized state, however irrational in Weberian terms, has more completely asserted its sovereignty against autonomous powers of various kinds and has largely ceased to be a form of property. It also makes sense to single out the rise of the market economy as a critical development, but what precisely makes a market modern as distinct from ancient? There were vast commercial networks in various parts of the world long before the advent of modernity, and it is not at all clear that the trade we see in early modern Europe is operating on significantly different principles, the age-old practices of buying cheap and selling dear. It cannot be simply a matter of scale, or else why should Europe in the 16th century be more modern than India or China even centuries before? If there is a fundamental rupture in the age-old pattern of commercial exchange, it occurs in England, a point to which we shall return in later chapters, with the rise of agrarian capitalism, but England is at first a fairly minor player in the global trading network compared to, say, Venice or Portugal, so which of them is more modern? If we try to identify a uniquely modern complex of a rational state, a rational economy, and a culture of reason, where, if anywhere, did it exist? If the notion of the modern state conceals as much as it reveals, what does it mean to speak of modern political thought? There seems to be an irresistible temptation among historians of political thought to identify the first modern political thinker in the Western canon. Pride of place is commonly awarded to Hobbes or Machiavelli. The reasons for selecting Hobbes may have to do with his theory of government, grounded in a systematically secular, materialistic account of epistemology, human psychology, and morality. Or the reason may be that, however ambiguously, he bases his theory of politics on a conception of individual freedom and rights. Or it may simply be that, by elaborating a definitive conception of sovereignty, he best represents the triumph of territorial monarchies, or even nation-states, over medieval forms of governance. Hobbes has even been called a bourgeois thinker, an exponent of a possessive individualism associated with a modern market society. If Machiavelli is chosen, with or without denouncing his Machiavellian amorality, it is likely to be on the grounds that he, before Hobbes, gave an account of politics divorced from moral or religious principles, or even that he is the first political scientist, on the side of the empirical instead of the normative study of politics, facts rather than values. Or it may be on the grounds that his republicanism, albeit more visible in the discourses than in his most famous work, The Prince, mobilizes ancient ideas of civic autonomy against feudal hierarchies and in support of more modern conceptions of liberty and citizenship, a pivotal moment, as in John Pocock's Machiavellian moment, in the development of modern republican ideas. Or at least, it might be said, if he has one foot in the ancient world, he is a transitional figure, and, even if the city-state of Florence that produced him fails to fit the model of a modern nation-state, it was, after all, a center of commerce, which is supposed to be a prelude to a modern capitalist economy. The Cambridge School, which dominates the field of early modern political theory in the Anglo-American Academy, may have muddied the waters, making it harder to award the Modernity Prize to any one thinker, by eschewing the very idea of a canon and replacing it with discursive contexts that include a host of not-so-canonical writers who have in their various ways contributed to language situations. This approach certainly has its advantages, but it may, as we have seen in the case of Quentin Skinner, simply shift the question to which political language or discourse represents a modern break from ancient or medieval precedents. The conventional language of ancient and modern persists even when traditions of discourse span centuries of historical change, indeed even when ancient and modern languages of politics are allowed to coexist in historical time, in conflict, or in paradoxical unity, as in the notion of civic humanism or, for that matter, republicanism. But whether applied to a single major thinker or to a collective discourse, the concept of modernity, in all its conflicting forms, is loaded with assumptions that shed little light on historical processes. Might it not be better to look for historic transformations, even ruptures, without being obliged to define them as breakthroughs to modernity? And what kinds of transformations might we find if we set aside the elusive search for modernity? In particular, what significant changes would we find in the discourse of politics in the era we are exploring here? During the medieval period, at the height of parcellized sovereignty, there scarcely existed a distinct political sphere. 14 The elaborate feudal network of competing jurisdictions, bound together, when not in open conflict, by a complex apparatus of legal and contractual relations, meant that the boundaries of the political were ill-defined and fluid. The main political agent was not the individual citizen but the possessor of some kind of secular or ecclesiastical jurisdiction, or a corporate entity with its own legal rights, a degree of autonomy and often a charter defining its relation to other corporations and superior powers. Legal and political thinking was preoccupied not, as ancient political philosophy had been, with portraying the political transactions among citizens within a civic community, but with mapping out the spheres of authority among overlapping and competing jurisdictions or negotiating interactions among them. The emergence of territorial states in the early modern period would change these conditions, though, as we shall see, we should not exaggerate the speed or degree of these transformations, creating a new political domain, new political identities, and new political ideas to suit them. Among the most significant developments were new conceptions of individual rights in relation to political authority. Although there has been much debate about when and how the concept of subjective rights originated, the idea of rights inherent in the person, prior to and independent of civic authority or positive law, certainly had roots in the Middle Ages, in the writings of canon lawyers and philosophers. The very idea of a Christian conscience, for instance, presupposed a human capacity for understanding principles of right, in the objective sense, as what is right, and a responsibility to follow them. 15 That responsibility implied both a moral obligation and a certain individual autonomy, the capacity to disregard the principles of right no less than to respect them. From that individual autonomy it was possible to deduce a notion of individual freedom from which followed certain entitlements, which might include a right to be free of enslavement, or a right of self-preservation and self-defense, and it also entailed respect for the same entitlements in others, if only on the basis of the Golden Rule. These principles of right did have some implications for political thought. An insistence on individual autonomy or natural freedom seemed, for instance, to require an acknowledgement that civil authority is constituted by consenting individuals, which was consistent with the prominent role of contractual relations in the feudal order. But none of this had any necessary implications for the rights of individuals in relation to the state, once established. As long as the central category of political thought remained not citizenship but jurisdiction, and as long as the principal political agent was not the individual citizen but the bearer of some jurisdictional authority, a feudal lord, perhaps, or some corporate entity endowed with legal rights and liberties, there was no obvious connection between individual rights and limitations on the state, nor, indeed, any need to demonstrate by systematic argument that individual rights do not preclude almost unlimited civil power. A monarch might, for instance, invoke a doctrine of consent, based on rights, to buttress his own authority against the claims of popes or emperors. What may look to us like a paradox seemed to medieval thinkers not so paradoxical. The creation of the body politic was quite distinct from the conditions of rule. The idea that civil authority is constituted by the people, typically conceived as a corporate body, was perfectly consistent with the view that such authority was almost unconditional, not least because the right of resistance to illegitimate authority, if it existed at all, was typically vested not in individual citizens but in jurisdictional authorities. Even in the early modern period, there would continue to be doctrines of resistance in which the right to resist civil authority was not a right of private individuals or citizens but an attribute of office, the authority of one jurisdiction pitted against another. A right of private property might be emphatically acknowledged, but even that right was conceived in the context of competing jurisdictions, typically to assert lordly autonomy or to mark out a domain of private power, the power of the head of the household over his family and possessions, or perhaps the remnant of jurisdictional authority construed as a right of dominium, against some higher imperium. If the universal possession of natural rights and natural liberty did not guarantee universal entitlements to full political rights, much the same can be said about notions of natural equality. It is, As we shall see in subsequent chapters, a striking characteristic of Western political thought throughout much of its history that ideas of natural equality among men did not rule out the unequal distribution of political rights, and elaborate arguments have been constructed to legitimate relationships of rule and domination among naturally equal men. Men might all be equal under God or natural law, but some might be entitled to rule others nonetheless. The determinants of property and class could trump all natural equalities. It has even been possible for political thinkers to go some distance in conceding the equality of women, while taking for granted their complete exclusion from the political domain, for example, on the grounds of their childbearing functions or men's monopoly of coercive force. Few thinkers exceed Thomas Hobbes in acknowledging the natural equality of men and women, just as few go beyond him in insisting on natural equality among all men, yet none of these concessions to equality pose any obstacles to his convictions on the legitimacy of absolutist rule. Nor is John Locke inhibited in his views on the unequal distribution of political rights among men by his belief in their natural equality, or the total exclusion of women from politics by his denial that God decreed the subjection of Eve to Adam or women to men. The compatibility of natural equality with political inequality would remain a persistent theme in Western political thought. But the emergence of a sovereign state in which the contest among jurisdictions ceased to play a central role undoubtedly created, as we shall see, conditions for new conceptions of natural right, and, in that respect, the rise of sovereign territorial states clearly had a bearing on the development of Western political theory. Yet the differences among the European states were no less decisive in shaping traditions of discourse. If we look beyond the most formal characteristics of a centralized state, the material conditions in the two cases identified by Skinner as the sources of modern ideas of the state look very different. It is not unreasonable to identify those cases as, in one way or another, emblematic of the modern state, in theory and in practice, and, largely for that reason, the chapters devoted here to England and France will be longer than the others. But, even if we ignore the fact that it was England more than France that first experienced a centralization of the state unencumbered by parcellized sovereignty, while French absolutism even at its height remained in constant tension with various competing jurisdictions, their patterns of political and economic development are strikingly divergent. This is not to deny that France and England shared a common intellectual legacy and, indeed, important material roots traceable at least to imperial Rome, its mode of imperial rule and its system of property. Nor is it to deny that their national histories were always inextricably intertwined, by virtue of proximity, shifting territorial boundaries, war, trade, commercial rivalries, and even recurrent alliances. But the historical moment we are exploring here, the moment of rising territorial states and national economies, is precisely the period of diverging national histories, with their distinctive patterns of development. As we shall see in what follows, the national differences we have already observed had fundamental implications for the development of political thought. When, for instance, French political theory, especially in the person of Jean Bodin, clearly and systematically articulated a modern conception of state sovereignty, it was not because the French had already established one clear and undisputed center of political authority but, on the contrary, because the centralizing power was still contending with competing jurisdictions. Bodin's political theory, in other words, reflected not the reality of undivided sovereignty in France but its absence. He was proposing his idea of a single, indivisible, and absolute power in order to support the king's claims to authority over the nobility and other autonomous powers, at a time, during the wars of religion in the 16th century, when the monarchy was being challenged by rebellion and radical ideas about the right of resistance. Those ideas of resistance were themselves deeply rooted in the persistent tension between the central state and the remnants of parcellized sovereignty. When the French monarchomics insisted on the people's rights of resistance to the monarchy, the people they had in mind were not private citizens. They were corporate bodies, provincial aristocrats, and local magistrates, who claimed a right of resistance in their capacity as office holders. The main resistance tracts, which will be discussed in a subsequent chapter, were expressing the interests of local aristocracies and various corporate entities. When they invoked some kind of popular sovereignty, they did so as officers asserting their jurisdictional rights against the central state, and, when the absolutist monarchy invoked the concept of state sovereignty against them, it was professing to represent a more general interest, as opposed to the particularities of these fragmented jurisdictions. It claimed to be acting on behalf of a more universal corporation than the particularistic corporate bodies that were challenging its sovereignty. Even as late as the 18th century, when revolutionaries challenged the existing hierarchy of corporate power and privilege, they purported to act on behalf of the corporate nation. The concept of equality that has figured so prominently in French political discourse and the revolutionary tradition owes much to the Third Estate's struggles over corporate privilege and its battle for access to office, careers open to talent. In England, where there was no such fundamental conflict of jurisdiction between the monarchy and ruling classes, there was no strategic need to assert the power of one against the other with a clear idea of indivisible sovereignty. In fact, the English tended to avoid the issue of sovereignty altogether. A thinker like Thomas Hobbes was one striking exception, and even he formulated an idea of sovereignty significantly different from the French. The idea of a mixed constitution, anathema to Jean Bodin, conformed very nicely to English conditions and the interests of the ruling class. The partnership between Crown and Parliament had created a delicate balance which neither side was anxious to upset by claiming ultimate authority. Even when the conflicts between them came to a head, as the king threatened the partnership with Parliament, parliamentarians were very slow to invoke their own sovereignty as representatives of the people. To assert the sovereignty of Parliament against the king and on behalf of the people threatened to unleash more dangerous claims to popular sovereignty from the truly radical forces mobilized by the revolution, without the protection of intermediate powers between Parliament and people. A degree of vagueness seemed prudent even among Republican elements in Parliament. The particular formation of the state, the distinctive relation between aristocracy and monarchy, the unity of Parliament and Crown, the evolution of a unified system of law on which the ruling class depended to sustain its property and power, meant that political conflict did not in general take the form of jurisdictional disputes among fragments of sovereignty. It also meant that corporate principles were weak. From early on, the relation between state and individual was not mediated by corporate entities, and political rights were vested in the individual rather than in corporate bodies. In England, where the primary political relation was not among competing jurisdictions but between individual and state, the idea of individual rights was bound to have different implications than it did elsewhere in Europe. It is significant, as we shall see, that the first systematic discussion of the relation between individual rights, the rights of private individuals, and sovereign power was produced by an English theorist, Hobbes, though not in defense of individual rights against the state but in favor of absolute sovereignty. At the same time, any theory of resistance or popular sovereignty would, in that context, represent a greater challenge to the power of propertied classes than did the French resistance tracts. When such theories did emerge in England, they effected a revolution in political thought, as, for instance, when the levellers in the English Civil War insisted that consent to government, on which freedom depends, must be given not only once in a single transfer of power but continuously, and by a multitude of individuals, the people outside Parliament, not by some corporate entity which claims to represent them. The differences between England and France are visible, too, in conceptions of the relation between state and economy. We are accustomed to associating political economy, in the tradition of Adam Smith, with the development of commercial society in its Anglo-Scottish mode. Yet the very first writer to use the term political economy in the title of his work was a Frenchman, Antoine de Montresson. Already in the early 17th century, as we shall see in chapter 6, he elaborated an idea of commerce as a means of harnessing private interests and passions to the public benefit, so that civic virtue was no longer necessary. In his Traité de l'économie politique, published in 1615, he insists that selfish passions and the appetite for gain, far from threatening the common good, can be its very foundation, without any reliance on virtue or benevolence. But his argument was critically different from what followed in Britain, and French arguments would continue to be different for a long time thereafter. French thinkers who, like Montresquieu, extolled the benefits of libre commerce took for granted that the necessary condition for the positive effects of trade was a forceful monarchy to integrate and harmonize particular interests and transform private vices into public benefits. This assumption is rooted in the realities of absolutist France, a society in which there is still no integrated market or competitive capitalism, and where the polity is still fragmented by a welter of corporate entities and privileges. French thinkers were bound to look, as the English were not, for ways of dealing with this structural divisiveness when they reflected on the replacement of virtue by commerce. 16. In the 18th century, the same assumptions are present in Montesquieu's views on monarchy. Unlike republican government, he tells us, monarchy has the advantage of making it possible to promote the common good with minimal virtue or self-sacrifice. Private interests can be the source of public benefits. But, while Montesquieu is less convinced than some of his contemporaries that commerce among nations need be a zero-sum game, this is not because he imagines that the common good will emerge naturally out of the interplay of private interests through an autonomous market mechanism. On the contrary, the monarchy must play that harmonizing role. Even the physiocrats, who most admired English agrarian capitalism and held it up as a model for France, shared classic French assumptions about the primary role of the state in harmonizing particular and corporate interests, and heavy traces of that view are still visible even in post-revolutionary France, in Napoleonic conceptions of the state. The English, or, more precisely, the Anglo-Scottish, argument proceeds on the basis of different social and economic conditions. In the Anglo-Scottish version of libre commerce in the 18th century, the burden of harmonizing private interests falls much more heavily on the market, on the discipline of competition in organizing production. The state, to be sure, plays a critical role in producing and maintaining the conditions for commercial development, but the purpose of the state is not to impose harmony on competing private interests. On the contrary, its role is to facilitate the operations of the market, which has that integration as its primary object. What is critical, then, is not that commerce is presented as a substitute for civic virtue, more on this in a later chapter, but rather that commerce itself is conceived in new ways, in practice no less than in theory. We are now dealing with a competitive national market far more integrated than any other in Europe, and this market has a dynamic completely different from old forms of trade. The old forms of profit on alienation in transactions between separate markets really do look like a zero-sum game which inevitably leads to conflict. But the new dynamic of England's economy allows Adam Smith, for instance, to regard competition as itself an integrative force. It is precisely the discipline required to keep self-interested commercial classes in check. The state undoubtedly plays a vital part in Smith's economy, above all to ensure that the market mechanism operates as it should, which seems to include, among other things, protection against employers combining to drive down wages. He also believes firmly in the importance of education for the lower classes. He does, to be sure, make debatable assumptions about the role of market mechanisms not only in advancing general prosperity but also in enhancing a more equitable distribution of wealth, which is, for him, a major reason for advocating free markets, in sharp contrast to our contemporary neoliberals, who may acknowledge that markets are more likely to increase inequality but regard that as a fruitful outcome. The freedom of the market that Smith has in mind requires intervention by the state to sustain it, and he does indeed believe that merchants lack the moral fiber or traditions of the landed classes, though concentrations of landed property represent a danger too. But the solution is not to find some kind of counterweight to commerce. On the contrary, the solution must be sought in commerce itself. The market imperatives that come with a mature commercial society impose their own discipline on all the participants, and it is not the function of the state to counteract them. Intervention by the state is necessary to sustain the mechanisms of the market, but its purpose is not to suppress or to lessen but to intensify the imperatives of competition, against, for example, the monopolistic inclinations of merchants. Smith's analysis of market mechanisms certainly owed much to the French and particularly to the physiocrat Quesnay, more in Chapter 6. But this debt makes even more striking the differences between the French and the Anglo-Scottish views on what is required to ensure the proper functioning of the invisible hand. Both regard a stable social order as a necessary precondition of a prosperous economy, and for both this requires interventions by the state. But Smith not only takes for granted a new form of commerce, such as already exists in England, but a unitary state with a unitary representative, while Quesnay assumes the need for a politically constituted integrating force, a kind of legal despotism, to deal with the fragmented system of estates and corporate bodies, and this kind of state, according to physiocratic doctrine, is needed not only to sustain but to create a new form of economy, which exists in English agrarian capitalism but not in France. 17. The different patterns of political economy in English capitalism and French absolutism would continue to have implications in the realm of ideas, in what many historical narratives depict as the Age of Enlightenment. But, even while it has become fashionable to acknowledge national differences by speaking of enlightenments in an ever-proliferating plural, the very idea of enlightenment, has tended to obscure some critical divergences, which will be explored in the concluding chapter of this book. A Social History of Political Thought. The purpose of this book is not to enlarge the canon or to argue for a more inclusive canonical literature that does justice to popular or democratic forces. It will confine itself largely to political thinkers who are most typically regarded as canonical, or who have had substantial influence on thinkers more generally included in the canon, particularly for their ideas on legitimate rule and domination. Like any other survey of this kind, this one will, if only for reasons of space, leave out or briefly summarize the ideas of thinkers who may, in their various ways, be no less important than are the major figures treated here at greater length. Even major philosophers like David Hume, whose work belongs to the philosophical canon but for whom political theory was a more marginal concern, will get short shrift. We shall not, in general, deal with theorists best known for their theories of relations among states, with the notable exception of Grotius, whose views on private property and public jurisdiction are especially germane to our main themes. The primary aim of this study is to illustrate our social, contextual approach, and how it differs from others, by applying it to major thinkers whose status in the canon of political thought has been accepted by convention. It should already be clear that the social history of political thought on offer in this book departs from other accounts of Western political theory in the early modern period, not least because it is based on a historical narrative that questions the conventional story of modernity. It aims, among other things, to disentangle the disparate threads of the modern. For example, it distinguishes bourgeois from capitalist, it seeks to detach the culture of reason, or what postmodernists call the Enlightenment project, from the development of capitalism. It suggests that there was not just one overarching historical trajectory but several transitions in the Western European passage to modernity, which have shaped divergent traditions of political thought, and it puts in question some fairly conventional wisdom, but also recent scholarship, on what it means to speak of modern states and modern ways of thinking about politics. To those interested in the arcana of the discipline, it will also be clear that this social history departs from other contextual approaches not only in substance but in form and method. Like other modes of contextualism, it requires us not only to decipher texts but also to situate them in their specific historical contexts. Yet it entails an idea of context that differs from others, in particular the school of contextualism that, in the Anglo-American Academy, has dominated the history of political thought and especially the study of the early modern period, the so-called Cambridge School. Both the Cambridge approach and our social history start from the premise that, to understand the ideas of political thinkers, we must know something about the questions they are seeking to answer. Both approaches treat those questions as constituted by specific historical conditions. Yet, while both accept that thinkers are likely to respond not only with a cool intelligence but with a sense of urgency and often passion, Neither form of contextualism assumes that ideas can be simply read off from a thinker's situation within a given context. Great thinkers, indeed, are likely to be those who shed light on their historical setting by thinking at an unpredictable angle from it, often as ungenial to their friends as to their enemies, such as Hobbes, an absolutist whose works were burnt by the monarchy. The Cambridge School would on the whole agree with our social history that even when thinkers offer idiosyncratic answers or seek to transcend the specificities of time and place, the questions confronting them are posed in specific historical forms. Where the two contextual approaches differ is in their conceptions of what form these questions take and how they are configured by the specificities of history. For the Cambridge School, contexts are discourses, utterances, or language situations. Social relations and processes are visible only as either literary and theoretical conversations, or the discursive transactions of high politics. A Cambridge School historian like Skinner is, to be sure, concerned with what theorists were doing and why, given the range of political vocabularies available to them, they chose specific languages and strategies of argumentation, in the specific political circumstances of their own time and place and often for very specific political purposes. But the social conditions in which words were deployed are deliberately excluded. The period covered by Skinner's history of political thought was marked by major social and economic developments that loomed very large in political theory and practice, yet he tells us virtually nothing about them. We learn little, if anything, about, for instance, relations between aristocracy and peasantry, about agriculture, land distribution, and tenure or disputes over property rights, about urbanization, trade, commerce and the burgher class, or about social protest and conflict. John Pocock is generally more interested than is Skinner in the languages of civil society and political economy, not simply in the discourses of formal political theory, but his subject remains discourse and language. Social relations, if they are visible at all, appear in the form of conversations among literate elites. The social history of political thought raises questions about how the political sphere itself is constituted by social processes, relations, conflicts and struggles outside the political space, producing, for instance, different patterns of state formation in England and France and different traditions of political discourse, even while sharing common languages of politics. It raises questions about how social conflicts set the terms of political controversy, as, for example, in England, conflicts over property rights and even the very definition of property were playing themselves out between landlords and commoners before they reached debates in Parliament, philosophy, or classical political economy. It is not here simply a matter of attending to popular voices as distinct from, or in addition to, elite conversations. No one can deny that subordinate classes have tended to be voiceless in the historical record. To be sure, even when there remains no record of their discourse, if we are attentive we can detect their interactions with dominant classes in the great theoretical efforts devoted by their masters to justifying social and political hierarchies, and, of course, in theories of property. But the principal question is where we should look to discover the meanings and motivations of discourses, whether popular or dominant. For the social history of political thought, it is not enough to track relations among thinkers, their utterances and texts, but nor is it enough to situate them in the historical context of very specific political episodes, such as the engagement controversy in which Hobbes may have sought to intervene, see below, p. 242, or the exclusion crisis, in which Locke was almost certainly engaged, see below, p. 256. There is no doubt that such historical moments may have far-reaching consequences in shaping political languages, as the revolutionary crisis of the exclusion controversy shaped Locke's political ideas. But for the social history of political theory, the questions confronting political thinkers are framed not only at the level of philosophy, political economy, or high politics but also by the social interactions outside the political arena and beyond the world of texts. To identify these questions is likely to require greater attention to long-term historical processes of a kind the Cambridge approach eschews altogether. We might, for example, situate Locke not only in the context of the exclusion crisis but also in the context of a long-term process like the rise of capitalism. This is not to enlist him as an advocate of the system we now know as capitalism, nor to attribute to him a kind of supernatural prescience about the eventual development of a mature industrial capitalism, nor even to credit him with anything like an idea of a capitalist economy. The point is rather that a process of transformation in the property regime, the development of agrarian capitalism discussed here in this chapter and in Chapter 7, was being contested in Locke's own time and place, and was generating conflicts over the definition of property. We are much more likely to discern the issues at stake if we observe them, as it were, in the process of becoming, as existing social forms are being challenged or displaced. Whether we choose to call the new property regime agrarian capitalism or something else altogether, we may wish to point out that it had some bearing on what came after, not least on the emergence of commercial society, which figures very prominently in Cambridge school accounts of 18th century England. But even if we choose to abstract Locke's brief historical moment from any longer processes of social transformation, the least that can be said is that these social transformations generated conflicts over property in Locke's own time and place, and the issues at stake were very much the stuff of his ideas. There are certainly moments when history intrudes with special urgency into the dialogue among texts or traditions of discourse, when long-term developments in social relations, property forms and state formation episodically erupt into specific political, ideological controversies that meet the requirements of the Cambridge School, and it is certainly true that political theory tends to flourish at times like this. But it is not enough to identify those moments, and we cannot get the measure of a thinker like John Locke if we fail to acknowledge the questions that were posed to him not just by this or that political episode but by larger social transformations and structural tensions, which made themselves felt beneath the surface of high politics. Without in any way dismissing the importance of specific political moments in shaping ideas, which are often admirably covered by exponents of the Cambridge School, this book, and the social history of political theory it offers, will place more emphasis on the kinds of social contexts and historical processes commonly overlooked, if not explicitly discounted, by other modes of contextualization. Consideration of what might be called deep structural contexts and long-term social transformations does not in the least imply a neglect of historical specificities, including national differences. On the contrary, we shall in the following chapters be keenly attentive to such differences, and the chapters will be organized along these lines, exploring certain historical landmarks in the development of Western political thought in their varied political and social contexts. If anything, the social history of political theory is more attuned to historical specificities than is a mode of contextualization devoted to language situations in which common vocabularies may disguise important historical differences. Despite the Cambridge School's insistence on the specificity of every historical moment, its conception of linguistic contexts and their detachment from social conditions includes all kinds of historical specificities, the differences of meaning that even common languages may have in different social contexts, not only giving different answers but posing different questions. As we track the various Western traditions of discourse in the early modern period, it is nonetheless important to keep in mind that, for all the variations, the tension between two sources of power, the state and private property, and the complex three-way relations between state, property, and the producing classes, had clear implications for the development of political thought throughout Western Europe and its colonial dependencies. If there is in this book a single overarching theme, it has to do with certain distinctive transformations in the relation between private property and public power that took place in our period. Earlier in this chapter, and at greater length in Citizens to Lords, the first volume of this social history, we trace the development of the relation between property and state from classical antiquity to feudal society and took note of the very particular effects of Roman property, the privatization of public authority with the devolution of public functions to local lords and other autonomous powers. This volume deals with a period when fragmented sovereignty was giving way to more centralized states, and new tensions emerged between property and state. It is also a period in which, With the advent of capitalism, property and political power, dominium and imperium, became structurally disentangled in historically unprecedented ways. In what follows we shall be especially attentive to the distinctive tensions between private property and public power in Western Europe. We shall also emphasize their national divergences. But for now, and as a general rule, we can say that appropriating classes, even when they were competing with the state for access to surpluses produced in the main by peasants, also relied on the state to maintain order, conditions for appropriation and control over the producing classes whose labor sustained and enriched them, yet they also found the state a burdensome nuisance, as a threat to their property or as a competitor for the wealth derived from subject labor. Propertied classes, in other words, were always fighting on two fronts, and the Western canon of political thought has always reflected this three-way relation. Challenges to authority have come from two directions. Subordinate classes have resisted oppression by their overlords. But overlords themselves, while always looking over their shoulders for threats from their subordinates, have sought to protect their autonomy, their liberties, privileges, jurisdictions, and properties, against intrusions from the state. This has meant that, even while the canon has generally been the work of ruling classes or their clients, and even when social and political hierarchies have been at their most rigid, there has been a continuous and vigorous tradition of interrogating the most basic principles of authority, legitimacy, and the obligation to obey. The canon of Western political thought has owed much of its vigor to the fact that the discourse of liberty has belonged to ruling classes asserting their mastery, no less than to those resisting oppression by their masters. One objective of examining the canon in its social context is to suggest that even, or especially, now that capitalism has decisively transformed relations between property and power, our conceptions of freedom, equality, rights, and legitimate government are constrained by their roots in the defense of ruling class power and privilege, and even ideas of democracy have been distorted by this complicated legacy. 2. The Renaissance city-state. It has been said that one of the most essential factors separating Renaissance from later philosophy is its fully international character, based on the use of Latin as an almost universal language of scholarship, not divided by modern linguistic or national boundaries. 1 Yet this period is precisely the age in which territorial states, defined by national boundaries, were becoming the dominant political force in Western Europe. It is certainly true that these states were not the homeland of the cultural phenomenon called by convention the Renaissance, a convention often questioned by historians these days, but this international culture was born in an even more particularistic setting, the Italian city-states most fiercely attached to their local autonomy. The poet and scholar Petrarch, who, for his recovery of ancient classics and his Latin writings, is often called the father of humanism, or even of the Renaissance itself, is also, by virtue of his Italian poetry, considered one of the principal founders of a national language and literature. His revival of antiquity appealed not only to philosophers but to princes, emperors, and popes who were keen to invoke Italy's glorious past for their own political purposes. Humanism would become the discourse of thinkers who have come to be called civic humanists, in defense of civic liberty and of their city-states' autonomy. Yet the Renaissance would flourish as the city-states were in decline, and civic humanism would reach its pinnacle when the political independence and economic prosperity of the major city-states were most severely threatened by a new world order of national states. Whether we call this period the Renaissance or something else, the dichotomy of ancient and modern cannot help us very much to understand these paradoxes. It is far more trouble than it is worth to determine whether civic humanism, if it exists at all as a distinct and coherent body of thought, about which more in a moment, partakes of the ancient because it resists the trend towards large territorial or national states and because it adopts an ancient Greco-Roman discourse, or whether it is more modern than ancient because it supports the principles of civic liberty against monarchical or feudal rule. Nor, for that matter, is it particularly useful to describe this cultural form as transitional, or even as a synthesis of contradictions. We can, and clearly should, take note of the discourses available to thinkers, but we can better understand the particular ways in which political theorists chose to exploit them, not by locating them along some abstract continuum from ancient to modern, but by situating them in very specific historical processes. Renaissance city-states. The medieval city-states of northern Italy, which were discussed in the first volume of this history, represented an exception to the Western feudal model of seigneurial domination. Landed aristocracies certainly existed and in some city-states continued to play a prominent role, but urban concentrations which had survived the collapse of the Roman Empire, together with land-holding patterns that preserved a free peasantry in contrast to the serfdom that had emerged elsewhere, produced a distinctive configuration, more or less autonomous city-states, governed by urban elites, often, as in the case of Florence, exercising what has been described as a collective lordship over the surrounding countryside, the contado. Some developed into prosperous commercial centers, serving a fragmented feudal Europe as trading links, providing goods to landed aristocracies and offering financial services to kings and popes. But, if these city-states departed from seigneurial patterns of lordship, they had their own forms of parcellized sovereignty. The civic communes were always fairly loose associations of patrician families, factions, parties, and corporate entities with their own liberties, organizations, jurisdictions and powers. In the Middle Ages, they were also battlegrounds for larger temporal authorities. In particular, they were caught up in struggles between the papacy and the Holy Roman Empire, which conducted their rivalries through the medium of factions within the civic commune, most notably, the infamous battles between Guelph, Papal, and Ghibelline, Imperial, factions, which typically, though not always, coincided with divisions between merchant classes and landed signori. These self-governing cities were, on the whole, oligarchies, and even when more effective republican governments came to power, they never succeeded in overcoming their internal fragmentation. Still later, even the most centralized Renaissance kingdoms continued to be divided by party, privilege, and competing jurisdictions. For all the talk of civic humanism, the civic order never marked out a clearly defined public sphere detached from private corporate powers of various kinds. Nor did the commercial activities of the civic communes mark a significant departure from feudal economic patterns. Their commercial success depended not, in the capitalist manner, on cost-effective production and enhanced labor productivity, in a market driven by price competition, but rather on extra economic factors, that is to say, factors external to the economic transactions of production and exchange, not just the quality of goods but political power, monopoly privileges, sophisticated financial techniques, and military force. In external trade, which was the most lucrative economic activity for a major commercial center like Venice, success clearly depended on military power and a symbiotic connection between commerce and war. Venice's command of East-West trade required control of eastern Mediterranean sea routes, no less than rivers and mountain passes on the Italian mainland. To maintain that control, the Venetians developed a powerful military force, which itself became a marketable commodity, as Venice offered military aid to other powers, notably the Byzantine Empire, in exchange for commercial privileges and rights to trading posts. Point 2. In general, economic rivalries took the form of power struggles among merchants, cities, or states over direct control of markets, and city-states were constantly at war with one another. The major centers such as Florence and Venice consolidated their commercial dominance by forcibly incorporating their less powerful neighbors into larger city-states. It is certainly true that Venice, and even more Florence, traded in commodities produced in their own cities, such as Florentine textiles, and great merchant dynasties did invest in production. But substantial wealth and power depended on command of trading networks, which in turn depended not simply on the quality or price of goods produced at home but on superiority in controlling and negotiating markets, to say nothing of dynastic connections, patronage, personal networks among patrician families, and leading positions in ruling oligarchies. Even where, as in Florence, wealth was heavily invested in production, it was no less dependent on extra economic factors, not least on office in the city-state's administration. The career of the Medici speaks volumes. They began in the wool trade, then moved on to achieve their greatest wealth, with the help of family connections and personal networks among the Florentine patriciate, not as producers but as bankers to European princes and popes. 3 Medici themselves became popes. The dynasty finally reached the summit of its ambition as effectively rulers of the Florentine Republic, leaving the wool trade far behind. In Renaissance Florence, in other words, political and economic power were inextricably connected in the feudal manner, and this was true not only for city elites. The guilds that organized the wool trade and other occupations were principal players not only in the economic sphere, protecting the interests of their members and sheltering them from competition, but also in the political domain. The guilds themselves had autonomous corporate powers, governed by charters and systems of rules that had the force of law. It may even be misleading to speak of citizenship in the Republic, since active membership in the civic community did not reside in individuals but in these corporate entities. Internal conflicts in the city-states were shaped by this unity of political and economic power. Economic rivalries among merchant families could never simply take the form of competition in the marketplace but were always political rivalries at the same time. The pursuit of high office and the dominance of any family depended on its standing in a complex network of patrons and clients, inevitably embroiled in factional struggles, often with support from foreign powers. It has even been suggested that this helps to explain the remarkable cultural richness of these city-states and their patronage of the arts, creating not only great wealth but a climate of competitive achievement and conspicuous consumption, especially in times and places where, as in the Florentine Republic, artisanal guilds played a major political role. In Venice, which remained an oligarchy even when ostensibly ruled by one man, the Doge, it was largely a matter of rivalry among noble families. In Florence, other strains and conflicts were also at work. Patrician family connections or membership in major guilds afforded the only consistent access to the political sphere, and political battles throughout the history of Florence often revolved around the political standing of lesser guilds. There were constant struggles over access to the political domain among signori, rich merchants, and guildsmen, as well as between major and lesser guilds. Outside the guilds, the popolo matuto, the little people or laboring classes, including large numbers of skilled and unskilled workers in the wool trade, were completely excluded from the political sphere, except for one brief democratic moment, the revolt of the Ciompi in 1378, one of the most famous incidents in Florentine history. The Ciompi rebels briefly seized control of the government and then, with support from some members of the minor guilds, obtained guild privileges, which meant access to the political domain, only to lose it soon thereafter when the popolo grasso, their wealthy fat compatriots, now with the help of the minor guilds, deprived them of guild and political privileges. This episode would long remain, for better or worse, a vivid memory in the consciousness of the Republic, not least for Machiavelli, and it illustrates most dramatically the distinctiveness of the civic domain in the Italian city-states. When, just 3 years later, the English peasant revolt erupted, its leader, Wat Tyler, is reported to have said, "No lord should have lordship save civilly, and all men should be equal but the king." He was advocating not the peasants' access to the civic domain but rather certain rights of property against the claims of lords and, perhaps, access to common law courts to protect those property rights. The contrasts between this English case and the revolt of the Ciompi are striking. For English peasants the issue is lordship, not citizenship, but, while the Italian case may seem in this respect less feudal, it is distinctive not because it presages some modern principle of individual autonomy and citizenship. The issue for the Ciompi, no less than for the English peasantry, is the exclusive extra economic powers and privileges, or politically constituted property, of their superiors. We might even be tempted to say that the English assertion of property rights against the claims of lordship have more in common with modern conceptions of citizenship than do the demands of Florentine laboring classes for a share in corporate privileges. What singles out the Italian case, and what helps to explain the particularities of Renaissance Italian political thought, is that politically constituted property is indeed political, that is to say, the extra economic rights and privileges upon which economic power rests derive from the civic community, depending not on individual powers of lordship but on membership in the civic corporation. Social conflicts play themselves out on the civic terrain, not only in open struggle or organized rebellion but in the daily transactions of civic life, in an urban setting where all contenders, as individuals and as collective entities, are always face to face as citizens or aspirants to civic status. The inextricable connection between economic power and extra economic force means that economic rivalries, or social conflicts over property and inequalities of wealth, are inseparably struggles over civic power, always on the brink of open war. Civic humanism and Machiavelli. This very particular configuration of the civic domain produced distinctive traditions of political ideas. The designation civic humanism to describe the main currents has become conventional among many historians of political thought. For the German historian Hans Baron, who coined the phrase, civic humanism was a specifically Florentine conjunction of cultural humanism, with its educational ambitions, and the city republic's defense of civic liberty against imperial domination. This, in his view, marked a decisive break from medieval religion and feudal hierarchy, towards modern ideals of political liberty, economic progress, secularism, and intellectual creativity. Although he would, over several decades, develop and modify his views on civic humanism, and would later be more inclined than he was at first to include Machiavelli in that tradition, his original intention in identifying this historic rupture was not only historiographical but also political. He was seeking to promote a conception of modernity as the advance of human autonomy, at a time when, in Weimar Germany, such ideas were under threat from anti-democratic strains of German nationalism. Baron's idea would later find its way into the Anglophone Academy, adapted to various Anglo-American Republican traditions, the most notable example being John Pocock's Machiavellian moment. Recent scholarship has, nonetheless, tended to correct Baron's exaggeration of the rupture between medieval and Renaissance political thought. More attention has been given to the continuities between scholasticism and humanism, indeed their coexistence and revival in the later Renaissance. Yet these corrections have failed to dispel the notion that Republican political theory, especially in its humanist mode, somehow points us towards the modern world. We shall in subsequent chapters raise questions about the very idea of republicanism, especially in its application to 17th-century English thinkers, but, for the moment, it is enough to say that, even if we acknowledge the existence of something like a civic humanist tradition, it is profoundly misleading to characterize the political ideas of the Italian Renaissance, and of Machiavelli in particular, as a breakthrough to modernity. The very characteristics that give a modern appearance to ideas like Machiavelli's are rooted in a dying political form that would soon give way to modern states. These states would generate their own political predicaments, together with modes of discourse designed to confront them in ways that civic humanist or republican ideas were unable to do. There are, to be sure, significant differences between Machiavelli and, say, Marsilius of Padua 2 centuries before. 3 These differences can even be characterized, without too much exaggeration, as having something to do with the contrasts between scholasticism and humanism. But much depends on whether we define those differences as products of transformations in language and discourse or place our emphasis on social relations and historical processes. It may be true that civic humanism had introduced a new language of politics, quite different from that of medieval scholasticism. It may even be true that Machiavelli belongs to the humanist tradition in a way that Marsilius did not. Yet both political thinkers were deeply rooted in the Italian city-state, and the differences between them have as much to do with changes in the circumstances of the city-states as they do with transformations in discourse. The differences between Marsilius and Machiavelli also have to do with their differing relations to the social conflicts of their day. Marsilius was preoccupied not with the survival or autonomy of city-states but the factional struggles between papal and imperial parties. It can even be argued, as was done in the first volume of this study, that his defense of imperial power was driven less by fear of the papacy and its threats to civil peace than by his support for great aristocratic families like the Visconti of Milan and the Della Scalas of Verona, who had strong imperial, Ghibelline, loyalties, as was typical among the landed nobility, and in whose service Marsilius worked. This allegiance to seigneurial power is masked by interpretations of Marsilius's doctrine that treat him as a forerunner of modern republicanism, which also obscure the immediate issues confronting this late medieval thinker. For Marsilius the problem, in the medieval manner, was a complex network of competing jurisdictions. When he outlined his idea of a single unitary jurisdiction, the civic corporation, he was certainly departing from the medieval norm of parcellized sovereignty, but he was by that means quite consciously supporting one claim to temporal authority against another, not so much the civic commune against all other jurisdictions but the empire against the papacy, and Ghibelline signory against their civic rivals. He showed no concern for the threat to civic unity and jurisdiction posed by the feudal powers of the landed nobility, while his notion of a single unitary civic corporation represented a clear challenge to autonomous guilds and their anti-seigneurial powers. His notion of one undivided civic corporation simply trumped the claims of lesser corporate bodies. Machiavelli's Florence presented different problems, and his responses to them were shaped by different allegiances, perhaps more truly republican and certainly less inclined to the interests of the signory. The very survival of the city-state as anything like an autonomous entity was indeed at stake, and the immediate challenge was coming not from various fragmented jurisdictions, or from struggles between papal and imperial authorities, or between the civic factions they sustained, but from increasingly centralized and expanding states. The most powerful external forces were now rising territorial monarchies like France and Spain, and internal disorders in Florence were shaped by this new political reality. The Italian city-states had already suffered from the general European crises, famine, and plague of the 14th century. But even in good times their prosperity and success had depended on the fragmented governance of European feudalism and could not long survive the rise of strong territorial states. In constant rivalry and often open war with one another, the Italians were especially vulnerable to the territorial ambitions of the European monarchies. The role of commercial centers such as Venice and Florence as indispensable trading links in feudal Europe declined as feudal fragmentation gave way to centralized state powers, sustained by military superiority and the commercial advantages of imperial expansion. By the 15th century, Venice and Florence stood almost alone as independent city-states. The Ottoman Empire deprived Venice of its dominance in east-west trade, capturing Constantinople in 1453, while European monarchies challenged both the political independence and the economic prosperity of the remaining city-states. Portugal extended its commercial reach to India, Spain gained access to the wealth of the New World, and France invaded Italy in 1494. Economic stagnation, social unrest, and political upheaval in the city republics were immensely aggravated by years of war following the French invasion, as France, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire battled for control of Italian territory, even while culture flourished in the city-states at the very moment of decline, when wealthy patrons of the arts, now more rentiers than entrepreneurs, engaged in ever more passionate conspicuous consumption. It was the military disasters facing Italy, in 1494, and the political instability associated with them, that more than anything else concentrated the minds of Italian political thinkers, particularly in Florence. They were forced to reflect not only on the conditions of civic success and decline but also on the fundamental human traits that encouraged or impeded them. Niccolò Machiavelli's generation was formed in this context, and its shadow looms over everything he wrote. He was born in 1469, the son of a distinguished lawyer, at a time when republican government had given way to Medici rule. Although of moderate means, his family seems to have belonged to a long line of Florentine notables. Machiavelli, who received a classic humanist education, began his career of public service as a clerk in 1494, the very year of the French invasion and the expulsion of the Medici from Florence, and would go on to serve the restored Florentine Republic in various civil, diplomatic, and military functions from 1498 to 1512. When the Medici returned, Machiavelli was thrown out of office. In 1513, accused of conspiracy against the Medici, he was imprisoned and tortured. On his release, expelled from the center of power, he retreated to the countryside outside Florence, where, as he would famously write in a wistful letter to his friend Vettori, he whiled away the time in idle rural pursuits all day, and when evening comes I return home and go into my study, and at the door I take off my daytime dress covered in mud and dirt, and put on royal and curial robes, and then decently attired I enter the courts of the ancients, where affectionately greeted by them, I partake of that food which is mine alone and for which I was born, where I am not ashamed to talk with them and inquire the reasons of their actions, and they out of their human kindness answer me, and for 4 hours at a stretch I feel no worry of any kind, I forget all my troubles, I am not afraid of poverty or of death. I give myself up entirely to them. And because Dante says that understanding does not constitute knowledge unless it is retained in the memory, I have written down what I have learned from their conversation and composed a short work De Principatibus 4. And so he produced his most famous work, The Prince, though it was published only later, in 1532. His advice to princes has been variously described, for instance, as an effort to ingratiate himself with the Medici, in an attempt to revive his career, or even as a coded message to opponents of the Medici, and others like them, exposing their methods of obtaining and retaining power. Whatever his intentions, Machiavelli remained confined to his rural retreat, where he also wrote the discourses, which more clearly expressed his republican convictions. The Medici would eventually call again on his services, but his later career was less notable for his official duties than for his work in other fields, such as his great history of Florence and his play La Mandragola. He died in 1527. The rising monarchical states, and the French monarchy in particular, would figure prominently in the formation of Machiavelli's political thought. He was sent several times on diplomatic missions to the court of Louis XII to enlist the aid of France in various battles on Italian territory, not least the rivalry between Florence and Pisa, or to ensure that Florence would not be implicated in territorial wars among the European monarchies. His early missions inspired a growing conviction that Florence should free itself of dependence on foreign powers by mobilizing its own citizen army, in sharp contrast to the Italian tradition of mercenary soldiers. Machiavelli supervised the formation of the Florentine army in the restored Republic, which won a famous victory against Pisa in 1509, and a strong commitment to citizen militias would lie at the heart of his political thought. When Spain supported the Medici in their efforts to recover their power in Florence, the Republic turned for help again to France, to no avail, with dramatic consequences for Machiavelli's career. Whatever else he may have intended when he wrote The Prince, one bitter inspiration may have been Louis XII's betrayal of the Florentine Republic. Machiavelli would invoke the example of the French king as a primary lesson to princes, not for his successes so much as for his failures, which, in Machiavelli's eyes, had brought such tragedy to Italy. European territorial monarchies, then, would always be in Machiavelli's line of sight as he elaborated his political ideas. In the conclusion to The Prince, with its passionate call for the liberation of Italy from the barbarians, his main target is patently obvious. Yet it would be a mistake to interpret this call for a strong and united Italian defense against expanding territorial states as a demand for the unification of Italy, or even its north-central regions, into a modern nation-state like France. These developing territorial states were already becoming the dominant force in Europe, but for Machiavelli they represented not so much models to be emulated as external threats to be resisted. He does, to be sure, cite France as the best monarchy, for its lawfulness and apparently for its suppression of the nobility. But it cannot be said that he sheds much light on the nature of the rising monarchies. He can speak of the French king in terms hardly different from those he uses to describe the infamous Cesare Borgia. Machiavelli remained rooted in the city-state of Florence. Although he certainly shared his city's expansionist ambitions and would have welcomed an extension of Florentine rule over its neighbors, of the kind the Republic had enjoyed in its more prosperous days, he retained a firm commitment to the city republic. Visible even in the prince, this is the very essence of the discourses. Machiavelli was deeply rooted in the civic corporation, and the very particular force of his modern approach to political science derives from his attachment to the independent city-state at a very specific historical moment. Conditions were very different from what they had been in Italian city-states when his great predecessor, Marsilius of Padua, devised his theory of the civic corporation. It is the threat to the very survival of the city-state that gives Machiavelli's political thought its particular edge. Renaissance conceptions of human autonomy and civic liberty may seem to presage modernity even while reviving ancient ideas, but the modern sensibility attributed to Machiavelli derives from a particularly archaic feature of the Italian city-state, the characteristic blend of civic and military values that sustained it. In Machiavelli's political works, as distinct from his history of Florence, there is no evidence that the context in which he was writing was one of the great commercial centers of Europe. Commercial values are nowhere visible, and commercial activity barely figures at all. Yet the spirit of his work is very much the spirit of the Italian commercial city, the city republic in which a commercial economy existed under a highly militarized urban rule, armed to withstand external threats, to dominate the contado, to defeat commercial rivals and extend the city-state's commercial supremacy, in what might be called an urban and commercial feudalism. Political and economic power, as we have already observed, were inextricably conjoined in the commercial republics, which in this respect had more in common with medieval social forms than with modern capitalism. Governed by collectives of urban elites, whose political and economic rivalries were never far from violent struggle, these cities relied on armed force not only to dominate their neighboring territories but to defeat commercial rivals and expand their own supremacy in trade. Even conflicts between rich and poor, or between the popolo matuto and popolo grasso, had the character of power struggles always on the verge of violence. In the late 15th century, the immediate threats from foreign powers, which also exacerbated internal conflicts, added a particular urgency to military questions. In these circumstances, Machiavelli was not alone to see the civic domain in military terms. It was not unusual to ascribe the success of commercial republics to the warrior mentality of urban elites, nor to blame commercial decline on a loss of martial spirit. Republicans who decried the corruptions of Medici rule were likely to share the view of Machiavelli's friend and critic Francesco Guicciardini, that the Medici family, like all narrow regimes, always tried to prevent arms being possessed by the citizens and to extinguish all their virility. For this reason we have become very effeminate, and we also lack the courageousness of our forefathers. 5. This assessment might be shared by all kinds of republicans, whether they subscribe to a less restrictive republican citizenry, a governo largo, as Machiavelli did, or, like Guicciardini, to a governo stretto, a republic in which the aristocracy played a more important role. It may even be possible to say that a certain martial spirit, as much as any other quality, set civic humanism apart from scholastic philosophy. The humanists are noted above all else for reviving the literature of classical antiquity, both Greek and Latin, but in civic humanism there is no mistaking an inclination towards Rome. The novelties of humanistic discourse, in contrast to the scholastic tradition, are akin to the Roman departures from Greek philosophy, the characteristically Roman interest in the active life, in rhetoric and ethics for its own sake, less systematically grounded in theories of the cosmos, metaphysics, or psychology. If Aristotle was the prophet of scholasticism, in civic humanist discourse he was displaced, or at least supplemented, by Cicero, whom Petrarch called the great genius of antiquity. Aristotle may have been no less attached to the life of the polis than to the life of the mind, but Cicero, the consummate politician and orator, spoke more directly to the spirit of republican activism. It is Cicero who was likely to be invoked to counter Christian, and especially Augustinian, fatalism about the possibilities of human excellence and action in attaining a good life in this world, and it is Cicero who guided Republican views on the education needed to achieve that excellence, especially the skills of rhetoric so vital to the active public life. But the Roman example meant something else, too. When Aristotle spelled out his classic characterization of man as a political animal, and his theory of the polis as the terrain of human excellence, he was not concerned to defend the city-state from external threats to its very survival. The polis, after the Macedonian conquest, was already effectively dead as an independent political form. But the philosopher embraced, and even served, the Macedonian hegemony, and he envisioned a new life for the polis under imperial rule, in keeping with Alexander's distinctive mode of imperial governance, through the medium of local aristocracies in ostensibly self-governing municipalities. Macedonian hegemony had the added advantage, for Aristotle, of supplanting radical Athenian democracy, enhancing the power of the aristocracy against unbridled rule by the demos. This delicate balance of class power required the suppression of social strife, especially the conflicts between rich and poor, the philosopher's main practical concern. The ideal Athenian citizen, then, governed by Macedonian agents under the watchful eye of imperial garrisons, was not a man of struggle or of military virtues. The Roman case could hardly be more different. The Republic was itself an imperial power, whose conquests had created a huge territorial empire with what would become the largest military force the world had ever known. While Roman thinkers such as Cicero were no less committed than Aristotle to a mixed constitution in which the common people were subordinate to aristocracy, in Cicero's Rome the civic culture was at heart a military ethic. Against the background of the threat to Florentine autonomy, it was this above all that spoke to Machiavelli, who took the civic humanist idea of virility, or virtue, to the limits of its martial spirit. The Prince. In his most famous, not to say notorious, work, The Prince, Machiavelli lays out his Machiavellian challenge to any conception of political power that invokes moral principles to distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate uses of power. There is, evidently, no such thing as rightful authority, and power is to be maintained by any means necessary. How far Machiavelli meant to push this principle remains a matter of dispute. Whatever his motivations, whether he was seeking the approval of the Medici or was simply driven by a bitter sense of irony in his exile from politics, commentators who regard him as a realist are no doubt closer to the truth than those who treat him as the emblematic advocate of political evil. There is, at any rate, no mistaking the differences between The Prince and the discourses on the 10 books of Titus Livy, which almost certainly expresses Machiavelli's own disposition more precisely, displaying a preference for republican government that requires him to make the kinds of judgments about good government that he refuses in The Prince. Much has been written about Machiavelli's relation to, and divergences from, the civic humanist tradition, and, more specifically, about where to situate The Prince within a genre familiar to his contemporaries, humanist advice books to princes. For Machiavelli, as for other writers in the genre, writes Quinton Skinner, the Prince's basic aim, we learn in a phrase that echoes through Il Principe, must be mantenere lo Stato, to maintain his power and existing frame of government. As well as keeping the peace, however, a true prince must at the same time seek to establish such a form of government as will bring honor to himself and benefit the whole body of his subjects. Point 6. Where Machiavelli significantly and famously departs from other humanists, as Skinner observes in his account of what it means to mantenere lo Stato, is in his insistence that the willingness to use force is essential to good princely government, in contrast to the conventional humanist distinction between virtus or manliness, and vis, that is, brute force, and in his dissent from humanist accounts of princely virtues, which require both the highest standards of personal morality and a strict adherence to principles of justice. Point 7. But this departure may have less to do with differing views about how best to maintain what Skinner calls the existing frame of government than with Machiavelli's concentration on external military threats, which puts war at the center of his doctrine. What Machiavelli means when he speaks, as he so often does, of lo Stato remains a subject of scholarly debate. Yet again, the issue turns on whether he has in mind a modern concept of the state as an impersonal legal and political order, or a pre-modern idea of political authority as a personal possession or dominium, or something in between and transitional. There is still much of the pre-modern personal in Machiavelli's Stato, with its emphasis on the personal power and honor of the prince. But if there is also an element of the impersonal, it may have less to do with a modern conception of the state than with Machiavelli's military preoccupations and the threats that loom from without. In The Prince, Machiavelli tells us that a prince ought to have no other aim or thought, nor select anything else for his study, than war and its rules and discipline. There is nothing proportionate between the armed and the unarmed, and it is not reasonable that he who is armed should yield obedience willingly to him who is unarmed, or that the unarmed man should be secure among armed servants. He ought never, therefore, to have out of his thoughts the subject of war, and in peace he should addict himself more to its exercise than in war. 14. Machiavelli's military model goes beyond the art of war. In The Prince he not only identifies war as the prince's main concern. His conceptions of leadership, political morality, and the conditions for sustaining a successful civic order are at bottom the conditions of a successful military power. Ideally, in his view, this is best achieved by a difficult balance between ruthless leadership and popular support, a capacity for cruelty and frequent departures from conventional morality, combined with an ability to mobilize the loyalties of the rank and file. The fact that Machiavelli has no use for a traditional military aristocracy and that his ideal military organization is a citizens' militia makes the conditions of success even more exacting, and, as becomes clearer in the discourses, at this point his views on military success become inseparable from his republicanism. Machiavelli's views on religion are also a subject of controversy, not least because, especially in the discourses, he suggests that conventional Christianity has had the effect of weakening the manly vigor, the virtue, required for the active civic life. Yet his attitude has much in common with that of other humanists in his challenge not to Christian faith in general but to scholastic Christian fatalism, which requires submission to the blind power of fate and fortune and views the frivolous goods of this world, wealth, power, honor, fame, and glory, as useless and unworthy of pursuit. Again, like other humanists, he challenges these beliefs not by denying that much of human life is determined by circumstances beyond our control, the dictates of fortuna, but by emphasizing the scope of human action within the limits imposed on us by fate or fortune or God's will. Fortuna can be a friend to the man of virtue, instead of a pitiless enemy beyond the reach of human capacities and action. Every civic order will, to be sure, inevitably decline, and then a new order will have to be founded, which will make even greater demands on virtue. On this score, too, Machiavelli is not so distant from other humanists. Where he departs from humanist conventions is in his insistence that virtue may run counter to conventional morality, that political stability is possible despite, or even because of, humanity's most stubborn defects, and that men of virtue must often commit acts of violence, especially in the foundation of new states. Machiavelli's views on the conditions for the creation and maintenance of a successful civic order depend, of course, on certain convictions about the possibilities available to human action, and his military principles are supported by more fundamental assumptions about history and human nature. He never precisely spells out his conception of human nature, though he certainly assumes the worst by emphasizing the insatiable desires of human beings, their short-sightedness and envy, even their general untrustworthiness. But the important point for him is that, because human nature remains essentially immutable, we can learn from historical experience, imitating successful actions while avoiding those that have failed. Human beings can adapt to varying circumstances. They can indeed, up to a point, shape those circumstances and, in so doing, shape themselves, and the very qualities that seem to militate against stability and social order can be channeled to positive ends. Machiavelli's military model of political order, then, encompasses his most familiar Machiavellian strictures on the necessity of force and violence in creating and sustaining the body politic, the importance of fear in the maintenance of leadership. It is best, of course, for a leader to be both loved and feared, but if he has to choose, fear must prevail, the need for ruthless treatment of one's adversaries, even if that means violating the most cherished principles of conventional morality, and so on. The opposition of the armed and the unarmed lies at the very heart of Machiavelli's political theory. In The Prince, one of his principal criticisms is leveled against a man who was also one of the most famous leaders of the Florentine Republic, Girolamo Savonarola. A Dominican friar, preacher, and prophet, Savonarola led Florence when the Medici were expelled in 1494, but, says Machiavelli, he was an unarmed prophet, in sharp contrast to others who had founded a new order but who, unlike the prophet unarmed, were able to maintain their positions, armed prophets such as Moses or leaders like Cyrus, Theseus, and Romulus. The whole of Machiavelli's political theory is in many ways directed at the failings of the unarmed prophet. Savonarola had predicted the French invasion, placing the blame on the corruption and decadence of Florence in the era of Medici rule. He began, in fact, by predicting the downfall of the city, doomed by the will of God as punishment for its own sins, but he would go on to extol the Florentine Republic, which would, he declared, restore itself by banishing moral corruption. When the Medici fled and the French withdrew, the preacher's credibility was vastly enhanced, and his vision of an incorruptible Christian republic held sway for a few years, finding its most emblematic moment in a bonfire of the vanities. Since his attacks on moral corruption included the clergy, he had powerful enemies in the church. Having lost the support of the Florentine people who had tired of his moralistic rule, he was excommunicated by Pope Alexander VI and executed in 1498. Savonarola's defense of the Republic was essentially scholastic in its mode of argumentation. Humanistic speculations about human autonomy and excellence, while certainly not alien to Christianity, were less congenial to the preacher's uncompromising convictions about the primacy of divine will. While he extolled republican liberties, they were to be preserved not by struggle but by banishing corruption and suppressing conflict within the civic order. After his execution, his followers, who remained a significant political force in Florence, would prefer the example of aristocratic Venice ruled by its Great Council, or of Florence in the era of Governno Stretto, the restricted civic order that governed the Republic on the eve of Medici rule and was advocated by the Florentine aristocracy. On these scores, Machiavelli disagreed with Savonarola and his supporters on every count. There has been much debate about Machiavelli's attitude towards Savonarola. Some commentators have suggested that he respected the preacher as much as he condemned him, and he certainly does praise him, for instance in the Discourses. But Machiavelli's doctrine of struggle, conflict, and military prowess is in direct antithesis to the unarmed prophet, in opposition to Christian fatalism and the invocation of God's will as responses to disasters like the French invasion. The Discourses. Machiavelli's conviction that every state will eventually decline suggests, on the face of it, that he shares the views so typical of his contemporaries and predecessors about the cyclical processes of history and the inevitable decline of even the most stable and powerful political order, however well endowed with virtue their leaders may be. In the Discourses he also, at least pro forma, draws on his ancient predecessors, especially Polybius, in outlining the different forms of government and the conditions of their rise and decline. But it soon becomes clear that he has something else in mind. He tells us that others who have written about such matters have said that there are three principal forms of government: principality or monarchy, aristocracy and democracy. Moreover, he continues, they have said that there are actually six, three good forms and three bad, each good form having a tendency to degenerate into a pernicious variant. Principality can easily become tyranny, as aristocracy can readily become oligarchy, and democracy anarchy. Machiavelli then ascribes to the classics the view that all six forms are actually pernicious, the bad because they are bad in themselves and the good because they can so easily corrupt. To avoid the inevitable evils of these basic forms, he tells us, classical writers tend to opt for a mixed constitution. Machiavelli goes through the motions of summing up the early history of Rome as a process of transition from monarchy to aristocracy to democracy. But it soon emerges that he differs fundamentally from his predecessors, because he is addressing a rather different problem. He is not primarily concerned with the forms of constitution as defined by the ancients. He is interested in the forms of state that immediately affect his own time and place, above all the city republics of Italy, governed by civic bodies that range from the oligarchic to the more inclusive, though never democratic, as well as, up to a point, the rising monarchies, such as France or Spain, by which the city-states are threatened. He offers, without systematically spelling it out, a classification different from the ancient one, a simple opposition between principalities and republics, the latter either democratic or aristocratic, and his principal objective in exploring these two forms is even more specific, to consider the conditions for maintaining liberty. That, when all is said and done, is the main theme of the discourses. In this respect, it already asks questions different from those that concerned Plato in his account of political rise and decline, or even Polybius, whose idea of the mixed constitution Machiavelli appears to adopt. But, if his concerns with republican liberty have more in common with his contemporary civic humanists than with ancient ideas on political cycles, he makes an observation that sets him on a rather different path, and in retrospect, it also sheds light on the prince. Describing the cycle of rise and decline, he writes: "This, then, is the cycle through which all commonwealths pass, whether they govern themselves or are governed. But rarely do they return to the same form of government, for there can scarce be a state of such vitality that it can undergo often such changes and yet remain in being. What usually happens is that, while in a state of commotion in which it lacks both counsel and strength, a state becomes subject to a neighboring and better organized state. Were it not so, a commonwealth might go on forever passing through these governmental transitions." I.2.13. This observation is not simply a prelude to the remarks that follow it about the advantages of a constitution that can claim to combine, as did the Roman Republic, the three major forms, monarchy, aristocracy and democracy, in a way that enhances stability. On this score, Machiavelli appears to have much in common with other advocates of a mixed constitution. At the same time, he departs from convention by insisting that, in Rome, it was friction between the plebs and the Senate that brought this perfection about. He departs from the classic view of the mixed constitution as a mode of consolidating oligarchic rule. In the context of Florentine politics, he has little use for the nobility. While he is no democrat, he prefers governo largo to governo stretto, and, given a choice between democracy and oligarchy, his preference would seem to be democracy. Yet his comments suggest that he is less concerned with classifying governments, or with the internal conditions that preserve or destroy particular forms of government, or with the mechanisms of transition from one form to another, than with the maintenance of the Commonwealth itself and above all its capacity to resist threats from without. The cycles of governmental change could, for better or worse, go on forever, were they not cut short by conquest. The fundamental criterion of political stability is not the quality or duration of any specific political form but the capacity of the state, whatever its form, to withstand external military threats. This is not to say that Machiavelli is interested only in military readiness and not in the general conditions of a stable civic order or the well-being of the people, but, even when he departs from the amorality of the prince, his preoccupation with external threats colors everything he says about political success. In the discourses he remains concerned with the survival of states in the face of foreign invasions, and he is as direct and uncompromising as ever in his advocacy, when necessary, of violence and deception. Here, too, domestic conflicts are conceived in terms not very different from wars between states. But now he extends his analysis beyond the most basic conditions of mantenere lo stato against external threats, and his demands are more exacting than in the Prince, because the issue is no longer mere survival, or even the preservation of the state's liberty from external domination, but also the preservation of civic liberty within the state. This requires more than the absence of tyranny. The fundamental condition is still the city-state's autonomy, its freedom from foreign conquests and, not least, from dependence on foreign powers, but there is more at stake. While he certainly discusses the conditions for maintaining principalities, his chief concern is the foundation and preservation of a free republic. It is, nonetheless, striking how much of the discourses is devoted to military matters, and how much his preference for republican governments itself is cast in military terms. Republican liberty may be good in itself, but popular government also generally gives rise to more reliable armies and to better soldiers, even if they must submit themselves to leadership. It could even be said that, for Machiavelli, what makes a republic on the whole a better bet than princely government is that it tends, as Roman history so clearly demonstrates, to produce a more effective fighting force. It is here that Machiavelli's military preoccupations merge with his republicanism. His military ideal, the citizen's militia, certainly requires leadership, but it is leadership that can inspire loyalty and love among the rank and file. Ordinary soldiers cannot simply be obedient cannon fodder but must enjoy the respect of their leaders and must themselves partake of military virtues. While a mercenary army is typically led by a traditional military aristocracy, a citizen's militia requires the subordination of the aristocracy to the larger civic community. When Machiavelli extols the benefits of social conflict, untypically for his time and in sharp contrast, for instance, to Aristotelian principles, he has in mind not simply its effects in maintaining the militant spirit of the citizens but also the necessity of constant struggle to keep the aristocracy in check. On this score he departs even from Cicero, who shared Aristotle's predisposition to aristocratic dominance and the kind of social harmony required to sustain it. Yet even if Machiavelli's preference for republican liberty is in large part shaped by a conviction that it produces better armies, the military cast of his arguments is not just a matter of defending against external threats. If he were simply writing about the art of war, as he does in his book of that name, which he regarded as his greatest achievement, his characteristic Machiavellian principles would be less startling than they are when applied to the daily transactions of politics. What he has to say about violence and deception would hardly seem alien to a military strategist. Nor would his insistence on the need to adapt oneself to the times and to existing circumstances, which commentators have singled out as a particularly significant departure from the standard views of his contemporaries and predecessors, who measured politics against some universal moral standard. The advocacy of deception and the necessity of adapting to changing conditions were, after all, central to one of the earliest masterpieces of military literature, The Art of War, attributed to Sun Tzu in China in the 6th century BC. What is new in Machiavelli is the application of these military principles to politics, and this is rooted in the very specific conditions of Renaissance Florence. The military model of politics belongs to the essence of the discourses no less than to that of the prince. Maintaining a republic, he insists, requires ruthless leadership, which is prepared to violate conventional morality, as his friend and mentor, Piero Soderini, failed to do when he led the Florentine Republic, with, as Machiavelli tells us, disastrous results. But understanding Machiavelli's preoccupation here with domestic liberty and order demands something more, a closer look at the conditions of civic disorder and decline. In his History of Florence, he recounts at some length the story of the Siampi Rebellion, presenting it as a turning point in the history of his city, the culmination of its endless factional and social conflicts. In a speech attributed to a Siampi militant, he sums up in the most dramatic terms what is at stake. Just as the economic rivalries of the urban patriciate played themselves out in political factions, so, too, did the economic grievances of the urban poor over inadequate remuneration for their labors turn into conflict over guild privileges and then a struggle for political power. Power struggles of this kind all too readily took on the character of war. Our opponents are disunited and rich, their disunion will give us the victory, and their riches, when they have become ours, will support us. Be not deceived about that antiquity of blood by which they exalt themselves above us, for all men having had one common origin, are all equally ancient, and nature has made us all after one fashion. Strip us naked, and we shall all be found alike. Dress us in their clothing, and they in ours, we shall appear noble, they ignoble, for poverty and riches make all the difference. All who attain great power and riches, make use of either force or fraud, and what they have acquired either by deceit or violence, in order to conceal the disgraceful methods of attainment, they endeavor to sanctify with the false title of honest gains. Those who either from imprudence or want of sagacity avoid doing so, are always overwhelmed with servitude and poverty. Therefore we must use force when the opportunity offers, and fortune cannot present us one more favorable than the present, when the citizens are still disunited, the signory doubtful, and the magistrates terrified, for we may easily conquer them before they can come to any settled arrangement. By this means we shall either obtain the entire government of the city, or so large a share of it, as to be forgiven past errors, and have sufficient authority to threaten the city with the renewal of them at some future time. 3.3. This dramatically captures the realities of Florentine politics and, perhaps more than any other passage in Machiavelli's writings, starkly sums up his understanding of the problems his political theory is meant to confront. He is not here advocating the violence proposed in the speech, but he sees how and why things have come to this pass. He even suggests that it was inevitable and, in the circumstances, preferable to what the Signory had done. Yet in the discourses a bloody outcome like this is precisely what he sets out to avoid in his recommendations for a successful republican order, that it be, at the same time, an effective military force. The balance at which he aims is difficult. Civic liberty requires that the aristocracy be kept in check and that the people have some role in politics. Military success, which is far more likely to be achieved by a citizen's militia than by untrustworthy nobles and their mercenary armies, also depends on some kind of equilibrium among the social classes, and this requires some degree of civil strife, a fruitful tension between people and patriciate. The problem is that civil strife can always descend into outright war. It was the Romans who, at least for a time in the days of the Republic's imperial expansion, struck the right balance. They built their empire not by simple oligarchic rule and the suppression of the common people, as in ancient Sparta or in Venice. They found a middle way between oligarchy and democracy by giving the people a voice through the tribunate, which institutionalized and channeled social strife. Contrary to all conventional opinion, which condemns the quarrels between the nobles and the plebs, says Machiavelli, it was those very quarrels that preserved Roman liberty. If Machiavelli seems to be a political scientist or even a political realist avant la lettre, these qualities have more to do with his grounding in the political realities of his city-state, with its military civic culture and the immediate dangers it confronted, than with any modern conception of the state or some affinity to scientific methods. 8 His military model of politics conformed to the realities of domestic politics in Florence, where political rivals and factions were always on the verge of war, no less than to the threats that faced his city from without. More than other civic humanists, he proceeded unambiguously on the premise that the object of war, foreign or domestic, is to win, in conformity with moral principles if possible but with cruel violence, deceit, and stratagem if not. Machiavelli's military model was, in the context of Florentine realities and the culture of civic humanism, a relatively small change of perspective, but it was enough to shift the focus away from the just political order or the virtuous prince to the means of seizing and maintaining power, pure and simple. Especially when cast in Machiavelli's vivid and uncompromising prose, that seemed a shocking innovation. It is, then, precisely his commitment to a practically defunct political form that produced what many commentators have interpreted as Machiavelli's most modern political ideas. His views on governance, on how to achieve and maintain power, on relations among citizens and even between princes and their subjects, are steeped in the conditions of the city-state. It is the city-state that for Machiavelli defines the political terrain. This affects his military model of politics, which gives his political theory the aura of realism that to some commentators seems distinctly modern, but it also produces a conception of civic liberty that gives his ideas a flavor in some ways more familiar to modern audiences than political ideas emanating from the rising territorial monarchies that would shape the new world order of modern nation-states. In the classics of 16th-century French political thought, for example, the political domain is not a civic community, a community of citizens. It is a contested terrain among various competing jurisdictions, the monarchy, the nobility, local magistrates and various corporate bodies. When Jean Bodin outlined an argument in favor of an absolutist monarchy and devised a theory of sovereignty that has been called a landmark in the evolution of the modern state, he was addressing the position of the monarchy in relation to various corporate powers with varying degrees of autonomy. Even the anti-absolutist arguments of, say, the Huguenot resistance tracts, had little to do with the rights and powers of citizens. Instead, when they asserted the rights of the people against the centralizing monarchy, they were asserting not the rights of citizens but the autonomous powers of various office holders, lesser magistrates, the provincial nobility, urban corporations, and other corporate powers. In England, which had long before become the most effective centralized administration in Europe, corporate powers were weaker than in France, and even at moments of the greatest tension between monarch and nobility, from Magna Carta to the Civil War, the issue was not jurisdictional disputes of the kind that define the political terrain in France. Yet the political sphere was typically conceived as a partnership of Crown and Parliament, and the English were slow to formulate the tensions between these two partners in terms of popular sovereignty. We shall return to the peculiarities of England in a later chapter and to the radical ideas that challenged the prevailing wisdom, but for now it suffices to say that, even when royalists and parliamentarians came to blows, the English were, for their own distinctive reasons, disinclined to conceptualize a political domain defined by the rights and powers of citizens as distinct from the rights and powers of Parliament. Even Republicans, as we shall see, did not always make clear that citizenship meant something more than the right to be, actually or virtually, represented by Parliament, which did not necessarily entail the right to vote for it. By contrast, the Renaissance city republics extended corporate principles and corporate autonomy to the civic community as a whole, and this produced something more ostensibly akin to modern ideas of popular sovereignty, the sovereignty of citizens, in contrast to the discourse of territorial monarchies. We are, in today's liberal democracies, accustomed to thinking of citizens' rights as a hallmark of a truly modern politics. That, among other things, is what allows some commentators to identify civic humanism or even Renaissance republicanism as a window to the modern world. But it may be misleading to describe membership in the civic corporation in medieval and Renaissance Italy as citizenship, since it vests political rights in corporate bodies and not individual citizens, while the Republican discourse has less to do with the advent of the modern state, unless it is as a threat to the survival of city republics, than with the distinctive unity of civic, commercial, and military principles in a political form that would not survive modernity. 3. The Reformation. Martin Luther is one of very few, even among canonical thinkers, for whom a persuasive case can be made that, had he never been born, history would not have unfolded as it did. He may, for this reason alone, seem to present a special challenge to a social contextual history like this one. If the ideas of one man can seem to change the course of history in such dramatic ways, must we not reconsider the primacy of discourse? Yet to ask the question in this way would be to misunderstand what is entailed by the kind of contextualization proposed in this book. Whatever doubts we may have about the decisive role of this or that historic figure, the social history of political theory does not require us to denigrate the creativity or world historic influence of individuals. It does not oblige us to think that a Protestant movement would have emerged more or less in the form that it did with or without Martin Luther, nor does it suggest that if Martin Luther had never existed he would have had to be invented, or, for that matter, that Protestantism had no significant effects on the truly basic processes of history. How, then, should we pose the question? We shall certainly want to ask how the particularities of Luther's time and place shaped the particular configuration of problems he sought to resolve, and we shall want to consider how it came about that the same ideas were mobilized so differently, to such divergent purposes, in different contexts. But in the case of Luther more than most other thinkers, we are compelled to ask how a conceptual shift in the realm of ideas could have had such massive historical consequences, and it may turn out that the greater the world historic effects we claim for Luther's ideas, the more, not the less, we must appeal to a contextual explanation. The roots of Reformation. Some historians have questioned the very existence of a Reformation conceived as a radical discontinuity in Christian dogma and reactions to it. The ideas of Luther and other major Protestant thinkers, they point out, were deeply rooted in the medieval church, which was already alive with debate and projects for internal reformation, and there had long been heresies to challenge the institutions, no less than the theological orthodoxies, of the Catholic Church. Conflicts in the Church had been vastly aggravated by geopolitical rivalries among rising territorial states, as the papacy at Avignon had increasingly come under the influence of the French monarchy, and competing papal claimants in Avignon and Rome became embroiled in interstate rivalries between France and its European neighbors. In the late 14th century, these rivalries produced the so-called Western Schism, which would last for decades and help to generate a climate of reform and outright heresy. The conciliar movement, which flourished in the 14th and 15th centuries, elaborated the idea that it was not the Pope but the corporate body of Christians in the form of a general church council that held ultimate authority in spiritual matters. While the movement would give way to a revived papal dominance, its influence remained alive, even if more as a model for secular theories of constitutional government than as a program for reform of the Church. More scathing attacks on the papacy, as well as on the abuses and corruptions of the Church, would come from the Englishman John Wycliffe, 1330–84, and, most importantly, from the Bohemian Jan Hus, 1369–1415, whose influence on Luther would run very deep. Both Wycliffe and Hus denied that the ecclesiastical hierarchy, from pope to cardinals to priests, constituted the Church, and both called on secular rulers to initiate reform of the Church. They even demanded that ecclesiastical possessions should be subject to secular rule, on the grounds that the Church did not enjoy ownership but only use rights conditional on good behavior. Renaissance humanism, too, played a critical part. Indeed, there may be something artificial about distinguishing the Reformation from Christian humanism. The humanist preoccupation with ancient texts would be extended to the Bible, encouraging theologians to mobilize Scripture in challenging the current practices of ecclesiastical authorities. The spread of printing, needless to say, gave a new force to this kind of textual challenge. Christian humanism, especially in the person of Erasmus, may have remained committed to internal reform of the Church and deeply suspicious of the Lutheran Reformation, but it also encouraged, if not necessarily outright anti-clericalism, at least the subjection of church rituals and orthodoxies to critical scrutiny and the moral judgment of the individual. All these challenges to clerical authority, both Christian humanist and Protestant, would at the same time, directly or by implication, affect attitudes towards the powers of secular rulers. Ideas such as these, not only criticism of the Church and its abuses but also, and not least, the elevation of secular authority, would be central to the Reformation. Yet even if we acknowledge that the institutions of the Church were in the end resistant to the necessary changes, and even if we treat Luther's ideas as a profoundly revolutionary transformation in theology, the magnitude of the Lutheran rupture seems incommensurate with the novelty of his theology. There is also a massive disparity, which, of course, there often is with major thinkers but which, in Luther's case, is particularly striking, between the meaning or intentions of his doctrine and the direction of the changes that emerged in its wake. It will be argued in what follows that the scale and consequences of the break had less to do with the originality and revolutionary import or intent of Luther's ideas than with the geopolitical and social conflicts into which they were drawn. That Luther challenged some of the beliefs and practices of Roman Catholicism with drastic effect is beyond question, as is, needless to say, the separation of Protestants, in all their various and often antithetical guises, From the Catholic Church. We shall look at the nature and implications of Luther's challenge to medieval Catholicism, but Luther's doctrine was something else too. Inextricably connected with his attacks on the Church, not only its corruptions but its very claims to jurisdiction, are his views on secular government. For all Luther's occasionally stinging attacks on German princes, there hardly exists in the Western canon a more uncompromising case for strict obedience to secular authority, and this, as we shall see, belongs to the essence of Lutheran doctrine no less than does the attack on the medieval Church's practice of indulgences or Luther's idea of justification by faith. Yet, while this fundamental aspect of Protestant doctrine was certainly not lost on German princes or on European kings, it was also somehow transformed into its opposite, a doctrine of rebellion. The question, then, must be how such a rigid doctrine of obedience could have such revolutionary effects and, beyond that, how a doctrine that seems far better suited to defending than to challenging the supremacy of princely power could be transformed into a doctrine of resistance. The answer lies in specificities of context, which both impelled Luther to formulate his doctrine of obedience and also permitted it to be transformed into its opposite. Martin Luther. If the 16th century was a period of rising territorial states in Western Europe, Germany, like Italy, represented an exception. While in other cases the crisis of feudalism had meant a growing challenge to parcellized sovereignty from centralizing monarchies, in Germany it gave new life to the fragmentation of governance. Feudal lordship may have given way to princely government, and the feudal powers of the lesser nobility may have been weakened, but German principalities and duchies vigorously resisted the kind of monarchical centralization that was taking place elsewhere in Western Europe and produced in its stead a new kind of parcellized sovereignty. In the Holy Roman Empire, which was the nearest thing to a national state in German territories, the emperor's authority was severely and explicitly limited by the autonomous powers of local duchies, principalities, and cities. In the 13th century, Frederick II, partly in a fruitless effort to maintain the presence of the empire in northern Italy, had ceded even more powers to local German lords, including princes of the Church. Although German landed classes in the West were never able to consolidate their powers over peasants in a second serfdom as their eastern counterparts would do, the empire had effectively transformed them from feudal lords into local rulers, territorial princes with state-like powers of their own, not least the power to tax. This gave them access to increasing revenues from peasants, especially from more prosperous peasant farmers who, even while freed from feudal dependence, bore the greatest burden of taxation. This would become a major source of grievance in the Peasant War of 1524-5. Secular authority had been further fragmented, especially from the 12th century, with the foundation of cities by both emperors and dukes, for administrative or commercial purposes. These cities would challenge the powers of both emperor and local princes. Like the Italian city-states, German cities often governed their surrounding villages, exacting taxes from the peasantry by means of a collective urban lordship, but they stood in a different relation to landed aristocracies and princes than did the Italians. In northern Italy, the major city-states could trace their urban lineage back to imperial Rome, and the landed aristocracy was, in general, weaker than it was elsewhere in feudal Europe. The German cities, by contrast, owed their late foundations to superior lords. Even as they built upon the independence granted by higher authorities, they were obliged to defend their autonomous powers, inseparably political and economic, against other claimants within the imperial hierarchy, from emperors to princes. Here, as in Renaissance Italy, political struggles were difficult to disentangle from economic rivalries and conflicts. Just as German princes relied on their political and military dominance for access to the revenues derived from cities and especially from peasant labor, so too was the success of the commercial cities dependent on their extra economic powers and privileges. The commercial dominance of the Hanseatic League in Northern Europe, for instance, relied on the League's coercive powers, the capacity to enforce monopolies, embargoes, and blockades, which might require military interventions up to and including outright war. The League's dominance was threatened not so much by the purely economic superiority of its commercial rivals, the kind of competitive advantage enjoyed by cost-effective capitalist producers, as by their more effective geopolitical reach and military power. In 1519, the Habsburg King Charles I of Spain became the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. His reign would be marked by intense and varied conflicts with German princes and municipal authorities, to say nothing of the peasant revolt. Charles was constantly distracted by the empire's rivalries with other rising states, as well as Spain's project of imperial expansion, revolt on Spanish soil and the ever-present Turkish threat. He never succeeded in subduing local powers in the German territories. His reign would play a decisive role in the life of Martin Luther and in the Reformation, which flourished in the context of the Holy Roman Empire, not only because the emperor's attacks on Luther helped to concentrate the theologian's mind but because Lutheran doctrine proved so useful to various protagonists in the rivalries among competing powers. Born in 1483 into a reasonably comfortable family, Luther was intended for the law, but he soon gave up his legal education for the church and became an Augustinian monk. The monastic life seems to have generated little but doubt and despair. The Christianity he had learned from preachers and a very pious mother was obsessed with sin, repentance, and the wrath of God. It did, to be sure, suggest that repentant sinners can make some contribution to their own salvation, and theology appeared to teach that, even if salvation is a matter of God's grace and not just a simple reward for a virtuous life, believers can and must engage in a constant struggle to cooperate with God, always, of course, with the help of the Church. But, to Luther, this appeared to mean that, torn between virtue and sin, between God and the devil, we can in this life never know whether all our efforts are enough to please God. Not even the extreme asceticism he adopted in the monastery could offer any certainty or comfort. As he described his own experience, it only turned his soul upon itself. He began to break free from this tormented struggle when his superior, Johann Staupitz, convinced him that repentance is not a matter of seeking God's love, which is already evident in the sacrifice of Christ, but, on the contrary, begins with our own love of God. Luther was also persuaded by Staupitz, who was dean of the new University of Wittenberg, to pursue an academic career in biblical theology, and it was not as any kind of activist but as professor of theology that Luther launched his attack on the corruptions of the Church. He would later attribute his theological innovations to a transformative moment, a rebirth, which came to him while grappling with the doctrine of St. Paul. For therein is the righteousness of God revealed from faith to faith, said Paul in Romans 1:17, as it is written, the just shall live by faith. Luther would later recount that, while lecturing on the Psalms, he finally came to understand this passage to mean that the righteousness of God was not revealed by punishment. Instead, in his grace, he declared the sinner righteous, or justified him, by means of faith alone. Salvation was not, in other words, the uncertain outcome of a lifelong human effort but a free and loving gift of God. Luther never resolved the question of predestination, and debate still rages about what he meant on this score. Lutherans would come to distinguish themselves from Calvinists on the grounds that, while both theologians believed in election by God, only Calvin insisted on a double predestination, according to which God also chose those who are damned. Luther, they maintain, never taught that some were predestined to eternal damnation. Yet, if this is so, some would argue, Luther remained caught in an irreducible contradiction, which undermined belief in God's total sovereignty. It might be better simply to accept that Luther deliberately refused to confront the conundrum of predestination, because preoccupation with this issue was, in his eyes, a distraction from acknowledging our sinfulness and from unwavering faith in God's grace and salvation through Christ. This would also, as we shall see, have the effect of strengthening Luther's doctrine of obedience to secular authority. Whether or not Luther's revelation was as sudden as he later made it out to be, the doctrine of justification by faith represents a revolutionary moment in the history of Christianity. It is true that St. Augustine had elaborated a doctrine of salvation that seemed to leave very little scope for repentance and good works as the road to salvation. For him, too, salvation was a free and unearned gift of God through grace, and he had a particularly uncompromising view of predestination. But Luther, as influenced as he was by St. Augustine, was convinced that, once he had experienced his revelation on St. Paul, he had put Augustine behind him. For Augustine, justification by God's grace was not something that happened all at once. It was a process that occupied a lifetime in this world and could only be completed in the next, while, for Luther, it was God's immediate and unconditional gift in this life. Augustine may have been no less intent than was Luther on emphasizing that salvation was an unearned gift from God, but his formulation may have seemed open to the interpretation that human beings could in their lifetime, at least in some small way, cooperate in their own transformation by divine grace. In any case, whatever St. Augustine had intended, the authority of the Catholic Church clearly depended on maintaining the sinner's role in achieving salvation, with, of course, the necessary help of sacramental interventions by the Church, and Augustinian theology would be interpreted by medieval popes, such as Gregory the Great, 590–604, in just this way. Luther would have none of that, not on the grounds that Christian virtue and good works meant nothing to him, but on the grounds that, while they should be undertaken freely for the love of God, they had nothing to do with earning God's love and the free gift of justification. Sinners are saved not by their own righteousness but, all at once and in this life, by the righteousness of God, which means that, even while remaining sinners, they are justified by faith alone. This doctrine had fatal implications for the sacramental functions of the Church, but its implications for obedience to secular authority may have been even greater. Whenever Luther's doctrine of justification by faith reached maturity, and commentators disagree on when and how it happened, Luther's challenge to the authority of the Catholic Church did not at first depend on it. The most famous moment in his career, which is conventionally depicted as the Reformation's true beginning, was his attack on the corruptions of the Church, and especially the practice of indulgences, in his disputation on the power and efficacy of indulgences, commonly called the 95 Theses, which he issued in 1517, nailing them, as tradition, if not historical evidence, tells us, to the door of the castle church in Wittenberg. His target was the Pope's claims to powers that were, for Luther, God's alone, the power to award salvation or to affect the scope and duration of penance in the afterlife. This attack on the Pope did not require, nor did Luther invoke, the doctrine of justification by faith as he would later formulate it. Luther would soon be threatened by a papal ban, which would lead to his excommunication, and his personal fate became enmeshed in public conflicts between the Church and secular authorities over the distribution of temporal power. His immediate response to papal threats was a series of treatises in 1520, the first of which was his address to the Christian nobility of the German nation. Here, his theological preoccupations shifted, significantly, from the disposition of power between God and the Pope to the conflicts between the Church, specifically the Pope, together with the Holy Roman Emperor, and German secular authorities. This would be followed in rapid succession by two other treatises, laying the groundwork for his mature theology, on the Babylonian captivity of the Church, which, written in strongly vituperative terms, attacked the papacy and challenged the sacramental functions of the Church, and on the freedom of a Christian, which, though framed in more conciliatory language and even dedicated to Pope Leo X, outlined the principles that would constitute the doctrine of justification by faith. Luther here elaborated on the dualism, or the paradox, at the root of his theology, the simultaneity of human sin and divine justification, the nature of humanity as irreducibly sinful yet saved. Human beings, Luther argued, are at once sinners by nature and saints by faith. Redeemed by God, they may freely undertake service to others, but, while Luther can be interpreted to mean that justification by faith is simultaneously a free commitment to good works, he insists that ordinary human beings are free as any lord or king and subject to no overlord in matters affecting the soul. Yet, at the same time, as he would soon make clear, the irreducible sinfulness of humanity requires temporal authorities to whom all Christians owe obedience. It is true that, in these early works, Luther not only challenged the division of the world into temporal and spiritual jurisdictions but established the principle that all baptized Christians are equally priests, and the idea of a universal priesthood would be taken up by radical forces as a justification of rebellions far beyond anything envisaged by Luther himself, including the peasant revolt. But this radical appropriation of Lutheran doctrine should not disguise the fact that Luther's account of the simultaneous duality of sin and justification entailed both a denial of ecclesiastical jurisdiction and an insistence on strict obedience to secular authority. In 1521, Luther was called before an assembly of the Estates of the Holy Roman Empire at the Diet of Worms, and, refusing to recant the views expressed in the 95 Theses and other writings, he was outlawed by the Emperor, Charles V. Under threat of arrest, he disappeared for a time. Despite imperial orders for his apprehension and punishment, declaring it a crime to shield him, he was offered protection at Wartburg Castle in Eisenach by a leading German prince, Frederick III, Elector of Saxony. It was then that he began his translation of the Bible into German, which would be printed in 1534 and can reasonably be regarded as his most far-reaching accomplishment, with influences well beyond the German language or Lutheran theology. The doctrine of obedience to secular authority. In Luther's treatises of 1520, Ideas Essential to the Reformation, challenging the spiritual authority of the Church, its monopoly on the interpretation of Scripture and its sole right to call a council of the Church, were formulated with direct reference to the relation between ecclesiastical and secular authority. Whatever effects these treatises may have had in undermining ecclesiastical authority, their implications for obedience to secular government were very different. To challenge the claims of the Church as privileged mediator between humanity and God, it might have been enough to reject, as Luther did in the 95 Theses, its efforts to usurp divine powers of punishment and absolution. Challenging the Church's claims to temporal power and its usurpation of secular authority required something more, and even that would not suffice to impose on Christians a strict obedience to secular government. The doctrine of justification by faith would achieve all these effects. Commentaries on Luther's theology have tended to identify his greatest innovation as his challenge to the Church's sacramental, sacerdotal powers. By the late Middle Ages, they say, a clear distinction had been established between the sacramental powers of the Church and its jurisdictional authority in the temporal domain, its coercive powers in the public realm, in foro exteriore et publis, its plenitude of power. Indeed, others before Luther, such as Marsilius of Padua, had challenged its temporal authority. But Luther took the extra step. No one had yet gone quite so far in questioning not just the Church's temporal authority but even its powers over the souls of the faithful. Yet, if we follow the logic of Luther's theological development, it is striking that it proceeds in the opposite direction. He begins by questioning the Church's power to punish sins, to excommunicate or to confer benefices and indulgences, and then advances from there not simply to attack the temporal authority of the Church but to support secular governments and their claims to almost unconditional obedience. It is at this point that the doctrine of justification by faith becomes truly essential. That doctrine may have contributed even more to the defense of secular authority, and the necessity of obedience to it, than to the attack on the sacramental powers of the Church. The Lutheran creed of obedience looks back to St. Augustine and St. Paul, who had, at different moments in the history of the Roman Empire, enunciated doctrines of obedience to secular authority. 1 In the first volume of this history, it was argued that the defining principle of Western Christianity was the rendering unto Caesar and God their respective domains of law and obedience. The Universal Catholic Church was born when what had been a Jewish cult detached itself, in accordance with the doctrines of St. Paul, from Judaism's all-embracing religious law, which applied to both matters of faith and the mundane practices of everyday life. The distinction between Caesar and God, each with his own proper sphere of obedience, would perhaps more than anything else set Christianity, especially in its Western form. Apart from the other monotheistic religions too, it was this, above all, that permitted Christianity to become an imperial religion, which relinquished to Caesar the right to rule this world. Before the Constantinian conversion, St. Paul had already invoked this principle to impose upon Christians a need to obey imperial authority. After Christianity had become the official religion of empire, St. Augustine elaborated the principle of obedience to secular power into an even more uncompromising doctrine, which still included submission to pagan rulers. He accomplished this by transforming the old Christian dualism into a rather more complex dichotomy. Instead of a simple distinction between earthly and heavenly realms, or secular and spiritual authority, or even the sacred and the profane, Augustine proposed a dichotomy between the divine and earthly cities, which are antithetical but inextricably united in this world, the one representing the saintly, holy, elect, pious and just, the other representing the impure, impious, unjust, and damned, which runs through every human society and every human institution, including holy institutions of the Church. Since all human beings and all human institutions are tainted by unholiness and sin, no truly just and rightful order is possible in this world, and they must all subject themselves, by divine ordination, to the earthly powers whose purpose is not to achieve some higher principle of holiness or justice on this earth but simply to maintain peace, order, and a degree of physical comfort. For early Christian theologians under imperial rule, a doctrine of obedience to Caesar may have been a relatively simple matter. The issue became infinitely more complicated when empire gave way to the medieval fragmentation of temporal power, in which ecclesiastical authorities were major players. Now theologians had to confront not only a division of labor between Caesar and God, with their respective claims to obedience, but also between empire and church, or princes and popes, among a bewildering variety of other autonomous powers, from feudal lords to civic corporations. It is not surprising that much of Christian theology soon took the form of legalistic arguments on jurisdiction. No philosopher or theologian could ever have decisively resolved the boundary disputes between ecclesiastical jurisdiction and secular governments, especially between the papacy and rising feudal kingdoms, which increasingly plagued Western Christendom in the later Middle Ages, but medieval Christian theology was at least obliged to confront the question in a way that early Christianity was not. It may have been enough in the time of St. Paul to elaborate the principle of rendering unto Caesar and God their respective domains, and it may have been enough in St. Augustine's time to construct a theology of otherworldliness, like Christian Neoplatonism, which allowed obedience to Caesar to coexist with a devaluation of earthly existence and a philosophy of mystical release from the material world. But, in the age of Thomas Aquinas, theologians were compelled to contend with, and even to justify, the preoccupation of medieval Christians with the intricacies of worldly governance and conflicts among competing claims to temporal power. This was a time when rising kingdoms like France were contending with other temporal powers, such as the German princes of the Holy Roman Empire and above all with the papacy. Christian theologians confronted not only the contests between spiritual and secular domains but ecclesiastical powers that laid claim to temporal authority on the grounds of their privileged access to the spiritual domain. Aquinas himself never systematically spelled out in practical terms his views on the relation between spiritual and temporal powers, but, drawing on the rediscovered Aristotle, he did find a way of situating the secular sphere in the cosmic order, retaining for the Church its own rightful domain while securing the position of secular governments. Although he placed the secular political sphere in a descending hierarchy from the divine to the mundane, he ascribed to it a positive function in the greater scheme of things, not simply in the role of necessary evil, as it had been for Augustine. The spiritual realm still reigned supreme in the cosmic hierarchy, and the Church still had its privileged position in that sphere, but secular government, which was granted substantial autonomy, could, on Thomistic principles, be treated as the highest of Christian concerns in this world. Here, too, the cosmic order was defined in legalistic terms, as Thomas distinguished among various kinds of law, divine, eternal, natural and positive. Natural law was that aspect of divine regulation and the cosmic order accessible to human reason and hence available to secular governments no less than to ecclesiastical authorities. Political society was not directly instituted by God but by natural law as mediated through positive law. This doctrine went some distance in sustaining the authority of secular princes against ecclesiastical powers claiming temporal supremacy. While Aquinas himself remained aloof, his doctrines were soon deployed in favor, for instance, of Philip IV of France in his struggles with Pope Boniface 8.3. Lutheran theology disrupted this neat Thomistic structure. The hierarchy of the cosmic order was replaced by a particularly rigid separation of spiritual and temporal domains, which denied any temporal jurisdiction to the Church. As we have seen, Luther took this further than ever before by denying the jurisdiction of the Church in foro interno, no less than in foro externo, not only depriving it of authority in matters temporal but restricting even its formal sacramental functions, divesting the Church's officers, the priesthood, of their role as humanity's only and official channel to God. The powers of coercion belonged solely to secular government, to which Christians owed their obedience. In spiritual matters affecting the soul, Christians were, to be sure, obliged to follow their Christian conscience, and, if commanded to act in ungodly ways, they might be obliged to disobey. Yet this obligation did not constitute a right to resist or rebel. If Christians felt compelled in conscience to disobey, they were obliged simply to accept the punishment for disobedience. True Christian liberty belongs to the soul and is perfectly consistent with bodily imprisonment. The right of refusal was reserved to the individual Christian conscience and could not be translated into active, collective, and organized resistance to secular authority. A radical reading of Luther might seem to suggest that civil authority could not reside in ungodly princes, and more radical resistance theories would interpret Lutheran doctrine in this way. But the Master himself would make very clear, most emphatically during the Peasants' Revolt, that the ungodliness of rulers is no warrant for rebellion. Luther would, in his later years, reluctantly accept, at the strong and repeated urging of German princes, a right of resistance that went beyond his earlier convictions, but the issue then was whether the princes had a right, even a duty, to form a league to resist the emperor, which Luther had earlier opposed. Some supporters even appealed to Roman civil law in support of the right to resist force with force and to disobey unjust judges. There were those who argued, invoking private law, that an unjust ruler might forfeit his public authority and effectively become a private person subject to resistance on the grounds of self-defense. Even Luther himself with great hesitation accepted the private law doctrine, but, while some did indeed interpret the doctrine as implying a more radical right of individual resistance, for Luther the narrowly circumscribed issue was the right of lesser authorities like German princes actively to resist the higher authority of the emperor. 4 The argument developed by rebellious princes to justify resistance to the imperial power was intended, from beginning to end, to be formulated in such a way as to ensure that resistance was not conceived as a general right residing in the people. It was meant, from the start, to be a constitutional argument about the rights of princes and other officials to resist the higher authority of the empire, especially in matters of religion, and even to repel the emperor with military force. Even if the emperor had become a private person by governing unjustly, his punishment remained a public duty, performed by proper authorities, and not a private right. Other Christian theologians had devised theories of obedience to secular authority, but Luther faced specific problems that no other theologian had effectively confronted. Unlike, for instance, Marsilius of Padua, who attacked the papacy on behalf of the Holy Roman Empire and its allies in Italian civic communes, in particular the Ghibelline nobility, Luther was asserting the authority of secular rulers, sometimes kings but in particular local princes, who were in conflict with both Pope and Emperor. To establish that Christians owed obedience to German princes, it was not enough to declare that the Church had no jurisdiction, public or private. This might suffice to shift the balance of authority in worldly affairs from church to secular government, but princes whose authority was in no way derived from divine associations, such as even the Holy Roman Emperor enjoyed, would seem to have a tenuous claim on the strict obedience of Christian believers. Augustine had gone a long way in establishing the principle that secular and even pagan rulers could command the obedience of Christians, but there remained some loopholes, which were closed by Luther's doctrine of justification by faith. Augustine had certainly argued that temporal government is providentially ordained by God to deal with a fallen humanity. Since the purpose of government was simply to maintain peace, order, and a fair degree of comfort among sinful human beings who could expect no justice in this world, even pagans could fulfill this modest purpose and could command obedience on the same grounds as did a Christian ruler. The principle of obedience was underwritten by his doctrine of predestination, which seemed to leave little, if any, scope to human effort in achieving salvation. At the same time, as we have seen, Augustine's view of salvation appeared, in the eyes of some interpreters, to leave room for human effort in cooperating with the grace of God, while his attitude to heresy and his support for its brutal suppression by the state might be understood to imply that Christians did, after all, stand in a different relation to secular authority than did heretics or non-believers. Some might even be inclined to interpret the distinction between the sinful mass of humanity and the elect, rooted in the doctrine of predestination, to mean that secular government was necessary to control the many but that the few might somehow be exempt. Luther decisively closed all the doors left ajar by Augustine. The Reformation would, to be sure, produce sects, in particular the Anabaptists, who believed that true Christians were subject only to the Word of God and not to the temporal sword. But Luther's theology is emphatically on the side of obedience to secular government and the need for Christians to submit to it. Whatever he may have believed about predestination or the division between damned and elect, his doctrine of justification by faith effectively rendered them irrelevant to the question of obedience to secular authority, while at the same time giving secular government an unambiguous claim to divine ordination. Luther accepted the Augustinian opposition between the realm of God and the earthly realm, or the devils, but that antithesis was trumped by another distinction, between temporal and spiritual realms, with their corresponding modes of authority, both of which are divine. The antithesis of divine and diabolic kingdoms remained important, but it figured in the argument on divinely ordained temporal and spiritual realms only in the sense that it reflected the dual nature of humanity, the simultaneous unity of sin and justification that characterizes Christians, whose human sinfulness requires the temporal sword. The distinction between temporal and spiritual realms, or between the kinds of order to which they are respectively subject, does not, then, correspond to the antithesis of God's realm and the devil's, because, as we have seen, both orders are divine. Nor does Luther situate temporal and spiritual orders in some kind of Thomistic hierarchy. Each has its rightful and inviolable domain and its own mode of governance. The spiritual realm is the domain of the Word, with no business in the sphere of jurisdiction or coercion, which is the preserve of secular government. The line of demarcation between the two domains is clear, and any confusion between them is the work of the devil. This formulation puts paid to the temporal pretensions of the Church, while elevating secular authority to a status no less divine than the spiritual order. Obedience transformed into resistance. Despite the doctrine of obedience, there was always a danger that attacks on abuses of clerical power might put in question any religious legitimation of secular authority, and Lutheran theology was, selectively, invoked by radical Protestants to justify rebellions of a kind Luther himself vehemently opposed. In his absence from Wittenberg after the Diet of Worms, some of his followers promoted more radical reforms of the Church than he had envisaged, and their rebellion did not stop with ecclesiastical authorities but extended to the government of civic magistrates. Luther responded, already in 1521, with a sincere admonition to all Christians to guard against insurrection and rebellion. He was, to be sure, critical of German princes, but even in his treatise Temporal Authority, to what extent it should be obeyed, 1523, which most clearly expresses his reservations about how princes are actually using their divinely ordained power, he never abandons his call to obedience. Luther admonishes the princes, without much hope, it must be said, to behave like Christians, and he also appears to suggest that true Christians are obliged to sustain the powers of secular government only out of Christian love and service to others who are more in need of coercive correction. Yet his principal message is that, while the Christian soul is governed by the word, Christians, whether because of their own sinfulness or in service to others, are in the temporal domain no less subject than anyone else to the sword of secular authority and the obligation to obey. On his return to Wittenberg, Luther managed to subdue his most radical followers, but this did not prevent others, notably the Anabaptist Thomas Müntzer, who had broken with him, from supporting and leading the peasant rebellion. While Müntzer certainly had Luther in his sights when he excoriated a view of the world in which all things and creatures have been turned into property, support for the peasants' revolt did not require anything quite as radical as an attack on the very institution of private property. But even short of that, given Luther's unambiguous insistence on obedience to secular authority, it may not be immediately obvious how Lutheran doctrine could lend support to a popular uprising. Luther's attack on the Church could be more readily mobilized against the ecclesiastical hierarchy, princes of the Church, and the imposition of tithes, which were indeed a major grievance. But during the peasant revolt the challenge to authority went beyond ecclesiastical jurisdiction to include secular authorities, the ever-increasing burden of taxation and gross inequalities of property and power. To justify rebellions such as these in Lutheran terms required a considerable stretch. If Luther advocated the personal and passive disobedience of Christians when commanded to act in an ungodly way, his radical followers transformed that principle into militant collective rebellion against ungodly rulers, in a way Luther never intended. His doctrine of a universal priesthood or the equality of all baptized Christians before God had to be translated, in distinctly un-Lutheran ways, into principles of social equality and challenges to any kind of earthly lordship. If some peasant rebels were driven by Lutheran ideas and expected support from the master, they were soon disillusioned. In Against the Robbing and Murdering Hordes of Peasants, Luther left no ambiguity at all about the obligation to obey the secular authorities, however ungodly their behavior. Whatever legitimate grievances the peasants may have had, they were in the very act of rebellion guilty of terrible sins against God and man, and for that they must be brutally suppressed. Therefore let everyone who can, smite, slay and stab, secretly or openly, remembering that nothing can be more poisonous, hurtful, or devilish than a rebel. It is just as when one must kill a mad dog, if you do not strike him, he will strike you, and a whole land with you. 5. This invitation to princely brutality may seem a far cry from Luther's earlier admonitions to misbehaving princes, and there can be no doubt that the peasant revolt aroused his anger as never before, but his strictures against rebellion follow seamlessly from the insistence on obedience to secular authority that lies at the heart of his theology. When the rebellion was finally defeated by German princes and their troops, there remained a sharp rupture between radical sects that challenged the temporal sword, and Luther's Reformation, which supported secular powers and enjoyed their protection. In the end, he would even compromise his basic principles about the sharp dividing line between temporal and spiritual authority, allowing secular governments to invade the spiritual domain in order to defend true religion, even, when needed, by force. The doctrine of obedience that lay at the heart of Protestantism was certainly a boon to German princes, and this advantage was certainly not lost on other European kings. Where territorial monarchs were already far advanced in their centralizing projects and, unlike, say, the Spanish monarch, who was also Holy Roman Emperor, not dependent on attachment to the Catholic Church, Protestant doctrine could easily be deployed in support of monarchical power. This was particularly true in England. Henry VIII in his earlier, Orthodox years wrote an attack on Luther that earned him a papal endorsement as defender of the faith. But, while his attitude towards Lutheranism remained at best ambivalent, Protestant doctrine was soon enlisted in the cause of royal supremacy, which granted the monarch command of state and church at once. The same ideas would be no less serviceable to James I when he claimed the divine right of kings. The irony is that, while misinterpretations of Lutheranism were used to justify the peasant revolt, the most systematic and influential Protestant doctrines of resistance emerged not from radical rebellion but from assertions of power by secular authorities. It should be no surprise that this transformation first took place in the Holy Roman Empire, with its intricate web of competing jurisdictions. Rivalries among various claimants to secular authority spawned new ideas of resistance to power quite different from those that drove radical sects or the peasant revolt. It was one thing for peasants to rebel against their superiors. It was quite another for princes to rebel against Holy Roman emperors, or civic magistrates against both emperors and princes. When princes challenged the emperor, or civic magistrates resisted princes, they were certainly pursuing their own economic interests by defending or augmenting their hold on political power, just as burghers and guildsmen fought urban patriciates to gain the material advantages deriving from a greater share in civic governance, or peasants rebelled against princes to free themselves of tithes and taxes. The difference was that, in their resistance to higher authorities, princes or civic magistrates could claim to be acting not in their private interests but in defense of their own public powers. Luther's theology proved well adapted to these conflicts, and its success must be at least in part explained by its capacity to serve the interests of secular powers in various ways, depending on the balance of forces in any given principality or city at any given time. The complex of ideas that combined separation from the Catholic Church with a doctrine of obedience to secular authority served princes and civic authorities particularly well. The adoption of Lutheranism, however genuine the spiritual motivations, had distinct political and economic advantages. It freed principalities and cities from papal jurisdiction and taxation, while also challenging imperial authority and the diversion of German resources to other imperial territories. So, while Luther himself was quick to denounce the peasant revolt against princes and other secular powers, his doctrine of obedience did not prevent princes themselves from mobilizing Lutheran theology, nor did it prevent Luther from supporting them, against the Holy Roman Empire. Their resistance could remain consistent with the doctrine of obedience because they launched their opposition not as private citizens resisting authority but rather as one competing temporal jurisdiction against another. Much the same would be true of Protestant urban elites, who challenged higher authorities not to defend the liberties of citizens so much as to assert the rights and jurisdictions of lesser authorities against emperors and princes. At the same time, princes and civic elites could invoke the doctrine of obedience to secular authority in countering threats of rebellion from below. In 1531, when Emperor Charles V threatened to suppress Lutheranism by military means, a group of principalities and cities, led by two powerful German princes, the Landgrave of Hesse and the Elector of Saxony, formed the Schmalkaldic League to defend the Protestant faith. A theory of resistance was devised, which invested in lesser magistrates, the lower levels of imperial government, such as local civic officials, a right to resist by military force. It was made very clear that no such right belonged to private citizens, never again should there be such a thing as a peasant revolt. Indeed, the right to resist was less a right than an official duty. Luther himself, belatedly and reluctantly, had come around to this point of view, having been repeatedly called upon by the Elector of Saxony and others to write in support of the prince's political moves against the Empire or the Catholic Church. At first, he supported the princes on narrowly constitutional grounds, saying that if the lawyers were right in their interpretation of the imperial constitution and the rights of lesser officials, then the princes were entitled to resist the emperor. Even then he narrowly defined the right of those public authorities and explained his change of mind on the grounds that imperial law itself, that is, law imposed by the emperor himself, called for resistance to a notorious injustice wrought by government. For German princes and their supporters, resistance remained a prerogative of office, and the right of other authorities to repel force with force rested on the emperor's having himself become a rebel, whose punishment was clearly a duty of office. Even when the argument expanded from purely constitutional principles to arguments from natural law, the issue was still the rights of princes, or at least the right to disobey the orders of the emperor to take up arms against Protestants. 6 For Luther, if the private citizen had any rights, they almost certainly did not go beyond the citizen's right to join his prince's army against the emperor. Later, under the influence of Calvin, who was himself, as we shall see, a strong advocate of secular obedience, this defense of Protestant religion against imperial threats would be transformed into a doctrine of secular resistance against any overweening royal power, but even then it remained, as in the Huguenot resistance tracts in France, not a declaration of individual freedom but, above all, an assertion of autonomous powers belonging to provincial nobles and civic officials. John Calvin. The city of Geneva, where John Calvin would find his spiritual home, had, like other cities in the Holy Roman Empire, long been a battleground for power struggles among bishops, counts, and dukes. In the Middle Ages, the Bishop of Geneva had been a prince of the empire, but there were constant battles between the bishops and other princely claimants, eager to gain access to the fruits of the city's commercial success. When the House of Savoy sought to turn Geneva into a duchy, the city countered the threat by joining the Swiss Federation in 1526, but this union would soon be disrupted by a division between Catholic and Protestant cities. When Geneva finally asserted its autonomy as a republic in 1536, it did so under the banner of Protestantism, for obvious practical and economic no less than spiritual reasons, and managed to maintain its independence as a city-state against prevailing trends. Calvin would arrive in Geneva the year of its establishment as a Protestant republic, and, except for a period of exile from 1538 to 1541, he would stay there until his death in 1564. Born in France in 1509 as Jean Calvin, he began his career as clerk to a bishop, intended for the priesthood. He studied philosophy in Paris, but then gave up the church for the study of law. At the University of Bourges, he came under humanist influences. The exposure to humanism clearly played a major part in his religious conversion, and like other humanist reformers, he would soon abandon the Catholic Church. On his return to Paris, caught up in conflicts between the reformers and the Orthodox Catholics, he was compelled to flee and in 1535 settled for a time in the Protestant city of Basle. It was during his stay in Basle that Calvin, in 1536, published the first edition of his major life's work, The Institutes of the Christian Religion, a catechism of his faith and the principles of Reformation to which he subscribed. Written first in Latin, it would later appear in French editions, which would have an enormous influence not only on theology but also on the French language. He would continue to edit and amplify this work throughout his life. On his return to Paris from Basle, finding his reforming views unwelcome in his native France, he set out for the free imperial city of Strasbourg, but, forced by circumstances to take a detour, he arrived in Geneva, and there he would remain. Calvin settled in Geneva at the urging of another Frenchman, who invited him to join in reforming the church. Their proposals for ecclesiastical reform, undertaken at the behest of civic authorities, were immediately accepted by the city council. Although Calvin would find himself in conflict with the council in 1538 and yet again forced into exile, the civic authorities of Geneva invited him to return in 1541 to carry on his project of reform. In November of that year, the council amended and passed the ecclesiastical ordinances drafted by Calvin, which spelled out the organization and functions of the church in what amounted to a blueprint for a division of labor between civic and ecclesiastical jurisdictions in governing the city. The ordinances struck a difficult balance between separating the functions of church and state, allocating each its proper domain, and at the same time establishing a partnership between them in governing the city according to the principles of the Reformed religion. There would be other moments of conflict and danger for Calvin, especially when some Genevan notables challenged the ordinances, in opposition to the strict discipline imposed on them by both civic and ecclesiastical jurisdictions. But in the end, the so-called libertines were defeated and their leaders banished or executed. It is difficult to disentangle Calvin's theological development from the evolution of his political consciousness. His first book, a commentary on Seneca's De Clementia, which he began writing while still a law student, was not a work of theology but a humanist essay on a classical text. Seneca's work, addressed to the Emperor Nero, has been called a forerunner of what would become the humanist genre of Mirrors for Princes. While it would be too much to say that Calvin's commentary was intended as a comparable lesson to Francis I, some of the essential principles of his later views on civil government already make an appearance here. There is, for instance, a significant note citing St. Paul's Romans 13 to demonstrate that Christianity requires obedience to princes, and there are several references to princes as the vicars or delegates of God, an idea that would play a central part in his mature political theology. By the time he wrote the first edition of the Institutes after his conversion, his theological principles were already bound up with his views on civil government, and, whichever came first, Calvin's political ideas are securely grounded in the most fundamental tenets of his theology. The inextricable connection would be firmly sealed by his career in Geneva. The first edition of the Institutes was introduced by an epistle dedicatory to Francis I of France, which presents the catechism that follows as a defense of the Reformed religion against threats faced by French evangelicals. In his effort to demonstrate that the Reformed faith poses no threat to the king's authority, Calvin proceeds on two fronts. He seeks to show that the Roman Church, in its usurpations of temporal power, represents a more sinister challenge to the monarch's authority, while at the same time the theologian opposes radical reformers, notably the Anabaptists, who deny the legitimacy of civil governance. The book ends with a long chapter on civil government, which may be read as a continuation of his letter to the king, but it also confronts a different set of questions, posed not by the threat of the Catholic Church but by the distinctive relations between civic authority and a Reformed Church within the Free Protestant city. It has been said that Calvin's theology, like that of Zwingli and Bucer, is the result of the Reformation message filtered through the actuality of the Free City. 7. It is true that the very specific relationship between secular and spiritual spheres that characterized the Protestant cities, where civic and ecclesiastical authority were both separate and intertwined in such distinctive ways, posed different problems for theology than those that preoccupied Luther. When Calvin wrote the first edition of the Institutes, he was certainly concerned with the fate of French evangelicals under threat from the Catholic Church, but he was also compelled to address a very different set of questions, which did not have to do with the rival claims to temporal authority in conflicts between kings or German princes and the Holy Roman Empire or the papacy. While maintaining a distinction between secular and spiritual realms, he could not rely, as Luther did, on denying any jurisdiction to the Church, but nor could he simply assert the authority of secular government over the Church. He was obliged to explain the division of labor between secular and ecclesiastical authorities, both of which had an essential role in sustaining the Reformed faith and both of which played a central role in governing the earthly city. Political life in a city like Basel or Geneva thus placed a special burden on Protestant theology. For Luther, in a different context, it was enough to confine the functions of the Church to preaching the word and administering certain sacraments, while asserting the exclusive jurisdictional claims of secular government against ecclesiastical pretensions, yet asking little more of earthly government than that it reign in a sinful humanity. His theology achieves this effect by stressing the simultaneous duality of sin and justification. God's loving grace justifies humanity as a free and unearned gift, even while the sinfulness of human beings, their implication in the devil's kingdom, requires submission to secular government, which is divinely ordained. Calvin may have been more reluctant to give secular governments a dominant authority over the Church, but within its own domain he demanded more of secular power than did Luther, and his views on civil government therefore required a different theology. He certainly shares the principal tenet of Lutheranism, the doctrine of justification by faith, but his emphasis is less on God's loving grace than on his total sovereignty. 8 While justification remains an unearned gift, which is not a reward for virtue, good works, or freedom from sin, the godly life of the Christian community is not just a matter of service and good works freely undertaken by the Christian faithful in answer to God's loving grace. It follows from God's unconditional will that Christians must in this world live a life of godly discipline. Calvin's theology underwrites a partnership between secular and spiritual authorities, in which both, equally under the sovereignty of God, exercise temporal jurisdiction. This not only restores to the Church its own temporal authority but also elevates the role of civil government. Its function is not simply to maintain civil peace and good order among sinful human beings but, in a joint project with the Church, to impose a godly discipline on the Christian community in recognition of God's total sovereignty. Civil government, in other words, is not just a divinely ordained institution to cope with the kingdom of the devil as it manifests itself in human sinfulness. Civic authorities act together with the Church in the fulfillment of God's sovereign will. This means that, even while the Church ministers to the soul as civil government takes care of more mundane concerns, which include defending the true faith, there can be no clear distinction between the godly standards upheld by the Church and some kind of lesser, more modest, less divine criteria applied to civic life. Calvin's doctrine of predestination may seem to complicate the issue. After all, if human beings are damned or saved through no fault or virtue of their own, what can it mean to demand of them that they live according to the dictates of a godly discipline? Yet if we start not with predestination but with God's sovereign will, the logic of Calvin's argument may be easier to trace. The doctrine of predestination, the idea that our fate depends entirely, without condition, on God's determination, follows directly from the notion of God's total and unconditional sovereignty, as does the idea of godly discipline and the role of both jurisdictional spheres in maintaining it. It is almost as if Calvin arrives at his doctrine of predestination less because it expresses his deepest convictions than because it seems an unavoidable consequence of God's total sovereignty, which is central to his views on the role of the Church and civil government. In the Institutes, the argument for predestination, the predestination of the damned no less than of the elect, comes down to this: we must believe in it, because to do otherwise is to detract from the glory of a totally sovereign God. But, in Calvin's view, there is little to be gained by dwelling on it. Precisely because it represents God's unconditional sovereign will, which cannot be understood or judged by any human standards, it must remain a mystery, and we should not attempt to penetrate God's judgment on our own fate in the afterlife. The best that Christians can do, in their humility and unconditional obedience to God, is to act in this world with confidence in the goodness and generosity of God's justification, proceeding in their earthly callings as if they and their fellows belong to the elect, with faith that not only their souls but their works are justified by divine grace. Christians, then, must serve their community in accordance with the principles of godly discipline. This certainly elevates earthly callings to a new respectability and even grants an element of godliness to the most humble human labors. But, while Calvin's idea of the calling, more than Luther's, invites the faithful to take an active part in shaping the social and political conditions of their lives on this earth, it also means that civil governments must be regarded as representatives of God, and this carries with it a strong obligation to obedience. When those who bear the office of magistrate are called gods, let no one suppose that there is little weight in that appellation. It is thereby intimated that they have a commission from God, that they are invested with divine authority and, in fact, represent the person of God, as whose substitutes they in a manner act. 4.20.4. It follows that Christians owe obedience to civil government, and even tyrants must be treated as the delegates of God. Even an individual of the worst character, one most unworthy of all honor, if invested with public authority, receives that illustrious divine power which the Lord has by his word devolved on the ministers of his justice and judgment, and that, accordingly, in so far as public obedience is concerned, he is to be held in the same honor and reverence as the best of kings. 4.20.25. Christians should obey secular government not simply out of fear but because the obedience which they yield is rendered to God himself, inasmuch as their power is from God. 4.20.22. Nevertheless, if Calvin's doctrine of obedience to civil authority seems hardly less, or even more, stringent than Luther's, his roots in the Free Protestant city do make a difference. When considering the various forms of government, he expresses a preference for collective governments instead of kings, if only on the grounds that human imperfections make it useful to have magistrates who can keep an eye on one another. The ideal might be a city like Geneva, governed by civic elites through the medium of magistrates and city councillors, who have an official duty to preserve the city's liberty. This means that, On the whole, aristocracy is best, or perhaps a mixed constitution in which aristocracy is leavened by an element of popular government. There is nonetheless, Calvin tells us, no point in discussing which government is best, since that depends on circumstances, and, in any case, we must assume that, whatever the prevailing type of government in any given circumstance, it was decreed by God. While the Lord may take vengeance against unbridled domination, let us not therefore suppose that that vengeance is committed to us, to whom no command has been given but to obey and suffer. 4.2031. There seems to be no ambiguity in Calvin's views on strict obedience, but here he introduces a qualification that would have major consequences for political theory. I speak, he says, only of private men, because there have existed public offices, presumably decreed by God, whose duty it has been to curb the tyranny of kings, such as the ephori in Sparta, the tribunate in Rome, the demarches in Athens, and perhaps even the assembled three estates in a kingdom like France. 4.20.31. It has been the public duty of these lesser magistrates to defend the people against the tyranny of rulers. Although Calvin himself would never go beyond the observation that there have existed public offices whose official duty is to represent the interests of the people as a check on princely power, the doctrine of the lesser magistrate would become the basis of more wide-ranging and militant resistance theories. That doctrine supporting the power of temporal authorities, and even the need for obedience to them, could be mobilized in support of resistance to power and even popular rebellion is a peculiarity of Western culture. Other societies have certainly created doctrines of rebellion, but they took a very special form in Western Europe. The fragmentation of political power in feudal Europe, and the constant jurisdictional battles that followed from it for centuries thereafter, produced quite distinctive effects. The assertion of one jurisdiction against another could be formulated as a right to resist illegitimate power or tyranny. While this meant that ideas of resistance could be adopted and disseminated by ruling classes, landlords, and civic elites, it also meant that their interests would shape and constrain Western conceptions of democracy, in ways that persist to this day. Protestantism and the rise of capitalism. What, then, should we make of the proposition that Protestantism had something to do with the rise of capitalism? It is certainly true that Lutheranism became a powerful force when it established itself in great commercial centers. It is also true that, in some commercial cities, where urban patriciates had become rentiers instead of active merchants and where they restricted access to the political domain, burghers and new merchants without political privileges might use Protestant doctrine to challenge patrician dominance. It may even be true that Protestantism, and Calvinism in particular, removed ecclesiastical constraints on commercial activities, or that Protestant doctrine, and especially Calvin's doctrine of the calling, called into question old verities about the unworthiness of commercial pursuits and the acquisition of wealth, or about work as a curse and simply a punishment for original sin. But, even if we accept that Protestantism promoted a work ethic or that it had certain benefits for merchants, and even if we set aside its equal usefulness to nobles, princes, and kings, its bearing on the spirit of capitalism is another matter altogether. Let us first be clear about what is meant by capitalism and the conditions of its rise. Conventional wisdom, and, indeed, a great deal of scholarly work, treats the rise of capitalism as little more than the quantitative growth of commerce or exchange for profit. Capitalism, in other words, is commercial society as understood by classical political economy, a society in which commercial practices that have existed since time immemorial have, with the expansion of cities, markets, and trade, become the economic norm. Human beings have, time out of mind, engaged in profitable exchange, and capitalism is just more of the same. This means that, if the birth of capitalism requires any explanation, all that needs to be explained is the growth of market opportunities and the removal of obstacles to the expansion of commerce. Yet this understanding of capitalism takes no account of the very specific economic principles that came into being in early modern Europe, principles very different from anything that had existed before even in the most commercialized societies, not simply the growth of market opportunities with the expansion of vast trading networks, but the emergence of wholly new compulsions, the inescapable imperatives of competition, profit maximization, constant accumulation, and the endless need to reduce the costs of labor by improving labor productivity. These imperatives did not operate in the age-old practices of commercial exchange even in its most elaborate forms. Traders made their fortunes not by means of cost-effective production in integrated competitive markets but rather by negotiating separate markets, the buying cheap and selling dear that was the essence of pre-capitalist commerce. A revolutionary transformation of relations between producing and appropriating classes, as well as changes in the nature of property, would be required to set in train the imperatives of the capitalist market, as happened in English agrarian capitalism. Once we identify capitalism with market imperatives, the search for its origins must take a different form. The question then becomes not how commercial opportunities expanded and economies were freed to take advantage of them, or even how the cultural and moral climate changed to justify pursuit of profit, but rather how social arrangements and the production of basic human needs were so fundamentally transformed as to impose compulsions and necessities unlike any that had governed human social life before. This is not a question addressed by the most influential advocates of the view that Protestantism in one way or another promoted the development of capitalism, Max Weber and R.H. Tawney, nor, indeed, by their later supporters and critics. Both traced the evolution of Protestantism, especially in its Calvinist form, into a particular variety of Puritanism, especially in England, that encouraged capitalist values and practices, but neither of them actually argued that Protestantism caused the emergence of capitalism. It would be fair to say that in both arguments the development of Protestantism into a doctrine favoring capitalism, in the sense they understood it, presupposes the existence of certain forms of property and economic practices that, if not already fully capitalist, in their terms, are capitalist in embryo and mark a significant break from feudal forms and principles. Weber was perhaps more inclined than Tawney to emphasize the growth of cities and the process of commercialization, while Tawney, despite a more or less conventional association of capitalism with the commercial classes, had a greater interest than did Weber in the transformations of landed property which took place in England as a precursor to commercial and industrial capitalism. 9 Tawney may go further than Weber in tracing the transformation of Calvinism into a capitalist-friendly Puritanism. And he certainly is clearer about the ways in which existing economic practices shape the formation of religious ideas. But both suggest that, if there had not already existed property forms and classes disposed to operate on capitalist principles, Protestant doctrine would not and could not have been, selectively, appropriated and adapted to the spirit of capitalism. Without these pre-existing elements of capitalism there could, by definition, have been no elective affinity, as Weber himself described it, between Protestantism and capitalism. The argument being offered here departs from both Weber and Tawney not because it gives material factors priority over ideas. Neither the German sociologist nor the English historian treats religious ideas as autonomous and primary, as against material determinants, and both have complex understandings of causality. Nor does the present book deny complex interactions of causation or the efficacy of ideas. Where it differs most fundamentally from other views on the connection between Protestantism and the rise of capitalism is that it insists, in a way the others do not, on the specificity of capitalism, its radical rupture from preceding social forms, including earlier forms of commerce. However much Weber and Tawney emphasize the break from feudal practices and attitudes, they both take for granted that capitalism is an extension of commerce, which already existed in the interstices of feudalism, and, indeed, before. The rise of capitalism, in this view, took place when and because commercial classes and the practices of commerce were liberated and encouraged to grow by the removal of obstacles, institutional, cultural, or attitudinal, or by the construction of ethical supports for commercial profit-taking that were lacking before. The argument in this book, by contrast, starts from the premise that capitalism represents a fundamental break from other forms of commerce no less than from what Weber and Tawney regard as feudal, that is, in their terms, non-commercial, principles and practices. Seen from this perspective, the historic role of Protestantism looks rather different. On the one hand, whatever we may say about the usefulness of certain Calvinist principles in sustaining a philosophy of life congenial to commercial profit, it tells us very little about the rise of capitalism. We may place our emphasis, as Weber does, on a work ethic more or less directly derived from Calvin's ideas of predestination, limited atonement and the calling, or we may stress, as Tawney does, the revolutionary Puritan modification of Calvinism that discarded one essential aspect of Calvin's own doctrine, its commitment to a godly discipline and even a kind of collectivism, in favor of an economic individualism. Either one or both may tell us something, though even here a certain caution is required, about strategies of self-justification adopted by people seeking to avail themselves of market opportunities or about psychological adaptations to the uncertainties of commerce. But neither tells us anything about the systemic imperatives imposed on capitalists, which compel them to maximize profit, whatever their own motivations and values and however limited their greed. At the same time, if we acknowledge the specificity of capitalist imperatives, we may be more inclined to consider the ways in which Protestantism had less to do with capitalism or even a commercial ethic than with the maintenance of power in distinctly non-capitalist forms. In the case of England, where capitalist social property relations did emerge, it might be possible to speak of an elective affinity between Protestantism and capitalism, if only in the sense that all forms of English Protestantism, including High Church Anglicanism no less than Cromwell's Puritanism, were shaped by the specificities of property and state in England. But this specific case should not be allowed to obscure the distinctly non-capitalist origin and substance of the Reformation. Luther's theology served the purposes of German princes, but it was also deployed by civic magistrates and became a major historical force when adopted by important commercial cities. Yet Lutheranism emerged at a time when Germany's commercial cities were in a process of decline. The Hanseatic League's domination of trade in Northern Europe was giving way to rising powers, such as the Swedish and the Dutch, and the independence of some cities was threatened by territorial princes with stronger military force at their disposal, not least the princes of the Church endowed with the powers and prerogatives of secular rulers. Maintaining civic autonomy became an ever more costly business, which aggravated social tensions between urban patriciates and other classes that were subject to burdensome exactions. Civic magistrates defended their cities' autonomy by challenging the authority of emperors and princes and often pursued anti-clerical policies to avoid the burdens imposed by ecclesiastical jurisdiction. Burghers demanded a share in civic governance against dominant urban patriciates, and urban elites asserted their rule against threats from below. In all these battles Lutheran doctrine proved distinctively useful, for reasons that had nothing to do with the spirit of capitalism. Much the same can be said of Calvinism. Calvin's theology was eminently suited to the needs of civic magistrates, not because of anything to do with the doctrine of predestination, the calling, or the work ethic, but rather because of his elaborate discussion of civil government, to which a large part of the Institutes is devoted, promoting the idea that magistrates are gods. This doctrine had direct and obvious implications for the civic governance of Calvin's Geneva. Yet the very same principles that made Calvinist doctrine so useful to civic magistrates could as easily be, and were, applied to other secular authorities seeking to preserve their extra economic powers, at a time when the economic interests of all classes were, in sharp contrast to capitalism, dependent on political status and privilege, or politically constituted property. Just as Lutheranism could be mobilized in the interests of princes no less than of civic authorities, so too did Calvinism, for all Calvin's devotion to his adopted city and its civic institutions, serve the purposes of French provincial nobles or even English kings. 4. The Spanish Empire. In the 1530s, in his lectures at the University of Salamanca, the Spanish Dominican theologian Francisco de Vitoria presented an interesting variation on Western Christianity's defining principle about the rightful domains of Caesar and God. In this way and by this title, he said, the Roman Empire was enlarged and extended, that is, by taking over by law of war the cities and provinces of enemies from whom they had received any injury, and yet the Roman Empire is defended as just and legitimate by Augustine, Jerome, Ambrose, St. Thomas, and by other holy doctors. In fact, it may be seen as approved by our Lord and Redeemer Jesus Christ in that famous passage, render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, etc., and by Paul, who appealed to Caesar, Acts 25:10, and advised us, Romans 13, to be subject to the higher powers and to be subject to the princes and render them their tributes, all of which princes at that time had their authority from the Roman Empire. De Indies et de jure belli, 3.56. The principle of render unto Caesar was here being invoked not simply, in the customary Western Christian way, as a warrant for obedience to secular authorities but more particularly as, apparently, a defense of empire. Vitoria's stance on Spain's far-flung empire remained ambiguous. He has been variously cited both against the imperial regime and, at least ambivalently, in its favor, but his lectures at the University of Salamanca elaborated doctrines that would have considerable significance for European political thought and its conceptions of natural law, natural rights, the law of war, and international law. In the decades following Vitoria's lectures, there would be a flowering of Spanish political thought, and, if there is one defining feature that distinguishes this tradition of discourse from others among Spain's European neighbors, it is that the central questions confronted by the so-called School of Salamanca arose not just from jurisdictional disputes between a centralizing state and various parcellized sovereignties but from Spain's distinctive experience of imperial expansion. Reflecting on empire and the treatment of indigenous peoples had the effect, among other things, of putting on the agenda ideas of natural rights residing in the individual that went beyond what the tradition of Western political thought had yet been able to contemplate in its reflections on the state. State or empire. Spain in the 16th century has been called Europe's, even the world's, most powerful nation. Yet this claim can hardly be ascribed to its preeminence in forging a modern or unified national state, with more or less unambiguous sovereignty over its domestic territory, or at least a reasonably well delineated sphere of national jurisdiction. It is certainly true that Ferdinand and Isabella challenged the independent powers of the nobility and did much to establish a strong monarchy in Spain, while weakening the Cortes, descended from what has been called the First Parliament in Western Europe. Not the least of their efforts in strengthening monarchical authority was their institution of the Spanish Inquisition, which, whatever else it may have done, was clearly intended to replace papal hegemony over religious orthodoxy in Spain with control by the Catholic monarchy. Their successors would continue the centralizing project, but even in the imperial golden age of the Habsburg rule of Charles I and thereafter, the Spanish state was still a tenuous national entity. Its constitutive elements were two very distinct and autonomous kingdoms, Castile and Aragon, with their own very distinct political institutions and traditions. When the two ruling families united to form a single royal state, each kingdom brought to the union its internal jurisdictional conflicts among parcellized sovereignties, corporate, local and regional. The Kingdom of Aragon was a federation consisting of several separate realms, not least Catalonia, with its own jurisdictional tensions, a well-developed feudal structure, and the so-called pactisma, in which the power of the central authority was constrained by more or less contractual agreements with the aristocracy. The Kingdom of Castile, which led the imperial project, had no strong tradition of feudal lordship, but war with the Moors had produced not only a class of warlords with fairly autonomous powers over the kingdom's expanding territories in Spain but also an armed class of small proprietors. The medieval Reconquista, recapturing Moorish lands in Europe, had been less the work of a powerful kingdom than a partnership not unlike the classic feudal exchange between monarch and military leaders, in which conditional rights of property and jurisdiction had been vested in the lord in exchange for military services. In the early modern period, a very large proportion of Spain remained outside royal jurisdiction. In 1600 two-thirds of its towns and half of its villages were under private control, while the king had no standing army and no bureaucracy or civil service, generally farmed out taxes, and governed his provinces with the cooperation of elites. 1 The royal state would produce bureaucracies both at home and in the colonies, but the weakness of state sovereignty in Spain remained a constant theme throughout our period. The Spanish nonetheless created the largest overseas empire the world had ever seen. This would become the essence of the kingdom's wealth and power. Its prosperity depended above all else on gold and silver from the colonies, and this wealth, together with growing colonial demand, did for a time fuel the economy at home. Colonial wealth undoubtedly strengthened the position of Spain in its conflicts with other European kingdoms, such as the French. Yet even in its massive empire, the weakness of Spain as a national entity, political or economic, was on display. The circulation of colonial wealth in external trade would come to be controlled less by Spanish traders than by merchants in Genoa and Antwerp, and the weaknesses of the royal state were reproduced in colonial governance. Imperial expansion in the Americas was modeled on the reconquest of European lands from the Moors and its spread into Africa and the Canaries. While it is certainly true that Spanish monarchs always sought to protect their own royal powers and succeeded in preventing the emergence of a hereditary feudal aristocracy in the colonies, they presided over Spain's massive imperial expansion by farming out the tasks of empire to private conquerors in pursuit of private wealth. Just as the process of royal centralization would be constantly dogged by domestic conflicts over jurisdiction, so too would the empire be marked from beginning to end by the tensions between monarchs and private conquerors or their heirs in the colonial landed classes. Imperial expansion was achieved with a remarkably small military force, and the Spanish military presence in the colonies was never very large. Nor was the conquest intended to exterminate indigenous peoples in order to occupy their lands. With Spain's dependence on gold and silver from mines in the Americas, the imperial rulers had more to gain from preserving the local population and exploiting its labor. The civilizations they encountered ranged from nomadic hunter-gatherers to densely populated, socially stratified, and technologically complex empires, and, while the conquest destroyed these advanced civilizations, the conquerors stood to benefit from their technologies, their agricultural skills and their experience of large-scale public projects. 2 Nonetheless, whatever its intentions, the conquest would prove genocidal, spreading disease and imposing a brutally destructive system of exploitation. The Spanish monarchy may have succeeded in its efforts to prevent the formation of a feudal aristocracy in the colonies and to avoid the emergence of representative institutions like the Cortes, but there remained the problem of commanding the subject labor force. Here the Spanish state had to strike a difficult balance between controlling local landholders and allowing them the power to exploit the Indians. Having outlawed formal slavery in 1500, the colonial power produced the encomienda system, modeled on the settlement of recaptured Moorish lands in Europe. In theory, the encomienda was not a grant of land to colonial settlers. The Indians were subjected to tributary labor, ostensibly in exchange for religious education and military protection by the settlers, but the indigenous people were in principle recognized as owners of the land, even while nearby plantations might belong to the encomendero and be worked by the same Indians. Nor did the encomendero have formally acknowledged political jurisdiction over the indigenous population. But, in practice, these formal limits on the encomendero's ownership of land and on his jurisdiction had little effect in containing the settlers' control over their subjects or in moderating the harshness of the system. It became a murderously extreme form of exploitation, little short of slavery and responsible for killing huge numbers of Indians. In the Caribbean it destroyed itself within a generation, while its persistence elsewhere continued to arouse opposition both from the church and, if inconsistently, even from the royal state, which had its own reasons for seeking to check the powers of encomenderos. But when laws were passed to modify or abolish the system, they had little effect. The encomienda long remained, in one form or another, a defining feature of Spanish imperial rule, leaving its mark on other colonial forms of land ownership and labor. The monarchy did implant local administrations to counteract the power of the settlers. In Peru, for instance, it created an elaborate state bureaucracy in large part for the purpose of regulating forced labor in the mines. But the Spanish state was never able to govern its colonial territories without permitting local landed classes to dominate the land and its people. Even the all-important gold and silver eluded the royal grasp. The crown, finding it impossible to exploit the source of huge wealth on its own, was compelled to relinquish its hold on the mines, giving them up to local ownership or leasing them out in exchange for a share of the yield. Spain's growing dependence on bullion imported from the colonies, instead of on domestic agriculture and industry, and even at the cost of colonial production, has often been blamed for the decline of the Spanish economy from the 17th century onward. But, however important such factors may be in explaining the dramatic decline of what for a time had been the greatest imperial power the world had yet seen, it is also true that there was from the start an inherent instability in this world empire. It depended for its dominance neither on a powerful political and military force, nor even on commercial strengths, but rather on vesting powers in colonial landed classes. The later rebellions of colonial ruling classes and the wars of independence that were to follow had less to do with the emergence of a revolutionary bourgeoisie in the colonies, as some historical accounts suggest, than with the legacy of the uneasy colonial balance between a distant imperial state, with a tenuous hold on its own domestic sovereignty, and local power based on landed property. The School of Salamanca. Spain was a world empire long before it was a proper nation-state, and that distinctive reality is clearly reflected in Spanish political thought. The usual Western European jurisdictional disputes, between ecclesiastical and secular authorities, or among monarchs, popes, Holy Roman emperors, aristocracies, and municipal elites, were certainly all present. The historical moment in which the Salamanca school began to flourish was the reign of Charles I, the grandson of Ferdinand and Isabella, who became the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, and this period, as we have seen, was fraught with tensions between emperor and pope, as well as German princes, to say nothing of the rivalries among the rising European kingdoms and the always looming Turkish threat. But, in Spanish political thought, these conflicts were typically filtered through the preoccupations of empire. Other rulers, like the French or the English, might claim to be emperors in their own kingdoms, and this would shape European conceptions of sovereignty. But, in the Spanish case, the imperial idea had less to do with the sovereignty of the royal state at home, where its powers were limited by various more or less explicitly contractual relations with competing jurisdictions, than with the colonial domination of far-flung territories and their indigenous peoples. The contested sovereignty that plagued other monarchs, such as the French, certainly encouraged theoretical debates about what constitutes legitimate political authority, but in Spain the empire raised especially sharp questions. It was one thing for the king to claim dominion over his kingdom at home as if it were his private household. It was quite another matter to assert his domination over distant colonial territories and their indigenous populations, especially those with their own complex modes of organization and governance. The high civilizations of the Americas made it more difficult to invoke traditional conceptions of domestic lordship or natural hierarchy. Defenders of the empire and the encomienda system did, to be sure, appeal to Aristotle's conception of natural slavery, but Indians with elaborate technologies and complex forms of government were not so easily dismissed as slaves by nature or as irrational creatures, subject to the authority of their natural superiors, and claims to empire on these grounds were contested almost from the beginning. Once even their lack of Christian belief had been challenged as a justification for subjecting indigenous peoples to imperial domination, it became that much more pressing to confront fundamental questions about how legitimate rule should be defined. The Spanish mode of imperial expansion had created its own ideological needs, and Spanish political thinkers had particular reasons to reflect on the natural rights of colonial subjects or the limits imposed on their imperial masters by natural law. The Reformation, and especially the translation of Protestant doctrine into theories of resistance, would pose problems for the Spanish royal state engaged in a contested process of centralization, as it did for other European monarchies, notably the French. But the realities of imperial conquest presented a distinctive challenge. Debate on this subject preceded the Reformation and would help to shape the Spanish Counter-Reformation. The huge influx of silver and gold would have been enough to generate fierce debate among theologians long accustomed to disputes about the rightful attitude of Christians towards property and wealth. And the Spanish would, among other things, produce innovative theories of money and exchange, which have even been credited as the origin of modern economics. But the fact that imperial wealth was acquired by brute force made its defense even more complicated. While the empire was won by relatively small military forces, there was no mistaking Spanish America as anything but an empire of conquest. It may have been less deliberately murderous than the English colonial project in North America, which was shamelessly intended to clear the land for settlers, yet, or perhaps for that very reason, the Spanish, dependent as they were on ruling and exploiting a large and visible mass of indigenous labor, found it harder to disguise the nature of their imperial enterprise. Defenders of imperial domination were unambiguously explicit that what they were justifying was indeed conquest, in contrast to the peaceful virtues of commerce and agriculture that would be invoked to support, no less bloody, English, and to some extent French, imperial ventures. 4 At the same time, since Spanish imperial rule was being imposed, and by violent means, on high civilizations with their own complex modes of governance, the defense of conquest was more difficult, raising fundamental questions about the property and sovereignty, indeed the rationality and natural rights, of colonial victims. The complexities were greatly aggravated by their implication in the usual jurisdictional disputes. Early justifications of the empire were based on donation from the Pope, but the uneasy relations between the monarchy and the papacy, especially when Charles became the Holy Roman Emperor and found himself in conflict with the Pope, made papal donation an awkward defense. Papal donation was also vigorously challenged by Spain's European rivals, contesting Spanish claims to imperial territories, which made it even more useful to find alternative justifications. Under Holy Roman imperial rule, the empire could be presented as something like a mission on behalf of a universal empire or the Christian world order, much as the ancient Roman Empire had claimed to be acting on behalf of a universal world order, but theological arguments against the claims of the papacy, which worked in favor of the monarchy, tended also to argue against the universal empire and against the Spanish conquest. Theologians of the Salamanca school argued that the Pope, though he was the spiritual leader of Christendom, had no temporal authority over the world, nor did the Pope, or the Church he represented, have authority of any kind over non-Christians. This could be taken to mean that there was no such thing as a universal holy temporal empire, but it also cast doubt on the defense of conquest on the grounds that it was bringing Christianity to infidels or punishing savages for violations of natural law. The Spanish crown also had other reasons for encouraging such arguments against colonial oppression, with or without its conflicts with the papacy. In its attempts to control the feudal ambitions of colonial settlers and to prevent the emergence of a hereditary aristocracy in America, it had very practical reasons for welcoming attacks on the encomenderos' brutality and on the encomienda system itself. The restrictions imposed by the monarchy on the growth of slavery and its attempts to abolish the encomienda system may have been in part genuinely motivated by ethical and religious concerns, but there can be little doubt that the effort to curtail the independent power of the settlers was an overriding consideration. Whether motivated by humanitarian revulsion at imperial atrocities or simply defending the monarchy, powerful arguments were launched by theologians and jurists challenging Spanish domination in the Americas, and this forced defenders of empire to change their strategies. It was a particularly delicate business for monarchist defenders of empire, who were obliged to attack the encomenderos without undermining the monarch's imperial claims. They might accept that the Church or the papacy had no universal temporal authority, but then turn, as is suggested by Vittoria in his observations about God and Caesar, to less grandiose claims and especially to the concept of just war. The just war tradition had, from its roots in antiquity, been notoriously elastic, encompassing everything up to and including the most aggressive and predatory imperial adventures. Throughout its various permutations, the doctrine of just war enunciates a few basic requirements for going to war. There must be a just cause, war must be declared by a proper authority and with the right intention, and after other means have been exhausted, there must be a reasonable chance of achieving the desired end, and the means must be proportionate to that end. Yet these apparently stringent requirements would be made compatible with the most aggressive wars of imperial expansion and, later, commercial rivalry. The idea of just war had already done service in the Reconquista, when the victors elaborated intricate codes for dealing with, and even enslaving, their victims. Colonialism in the Americas, then, might not be justified on the grounds of papal decree or the Church's temporal authority, but, argued supporters of the conquest, there were various legitimate reasons for waging war. A just war might be necessary to defend the innocent or, much more broadly, to promote the values of civilized life, in self-defense or on behalf of a universal human republic threatened by behavior that violated standards of peace and good order or impeded free commerce. Any conquest resulting from a just war could establish legitimate domination, which could be defined so broadly as even to justify slavery. The debate began in the earliest days of the conquest. In 1493, Pope Alexander VI, the infamous father of the even more infamous Cesare Borgia, issued a papal pronouncement that was meant to settle disputes between Portuguese and Spanish claims to imperial lands. By papal donation, Spain was granted land in the Americas. From the beginning there were questions about papal jurisdiction, but even for those unwilling to challenge the Pope's authority, or indeed the Spanish monarchy's right to rule colonial territories, ambiguities in the Pope's proclamation generated passionate debate about whether he was sanctioning colonization by violent means, that is, by means of just war, or simply the peaceful conversion of heathens. In either case, what is unambiguously clear is the Pope's assumption that Spain did indeed have the right to establish its colonies and not only a right but an obligation to impose the Christian faith. This controversy would figure decades later in the most famous debate, the Valladolid debate of 1550-51 between Bartolomé de las Casas and Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda, about the Spanish colonial regime. By this time, the debate was taking place against the background of growing controversy over the treatment of Indians. In 1511, a year after the Dominicans arrived in the colonies, a friar of the order, Antonio Montesino, had given a groundbreaking sermon addressed to the settlers and encomenderos. "Tell me," he demanded, "by what right and justice do you keep these Indians in such cruel and horrible servitude? On what authority have you waged a detestable war on these people who dwelt quietly and peacefully on their own land? Are these not men? Have they not rational souls? Must not you love them as you love yourselves?" Las Casas had himself been an encomendero, and even when, partly under the influence of Montesino, he came to oppose the existing system of labor in the Americas, he would for a time support the enslavement of Africans. But, while he never opposed imperial expansion and remained convinced that Indians should be converted to Christianity, he became a forceful and consistent critic of the encomienda system and conversion by force of arms. His views certainly had their effects on Spanish opinion and influenced the laws of Burgos, passed in 1512-13 to regulate the system, but these had little practical effect in improving the condition of the Indians and were still clearly based on the assumption that the conquest was legitimate. The brutal regime of encomiendas continued unchecked. Las Casas would elaborate a powerful argument in support of the view that the Indians were rational beings with a complex civilization and capable of peaceful conversion. His views, although not yet spelled out as systematically as they would be in the Valladolid debate, clearly influenced Pope Paul III. In 1537 the Pope issued a papal bull proclaiming that the Indians are truly men and that they are not only capable of understanding the Catholic faith but, according to our information, they desire exceedingly to receive it. He said Indians, the Pope went on, and all other people who may later be discovered by Christians, are by no means to be deprived of their liberty or the possession of their property, even though they be outside the faith of Jesus Christ, and that they may and should, freely and legitimately, enjoy their liberty and the possession of their property, nor should they be in any way enslaved. Should the contrary happen, it shall be null and have no effect. While this did not explicitly revoke Alexander's earlier edict, it could be so interpreted, though battles to persuade the Vatican to revoke it explicitly have continued to this day. At the same time, it could be, and was, understood by some to leave open the possibility of legitimate conquest, that is, a just war, to impose Christianity on those who proved themselves unable or unwilling to receive it peacefully. Although Las Casas remained convinced that Christians had a duty to convert the Indians, in 1539 he presented to the royal court a shocking account of Spanish brutality. This would lead to the new laws of 1542, intended to regulate the encomienda system more stringently, but these laws would be fiercely opposed by the encomenderos and would, in the end, do little to transform the system. If critics like Las Casas had limited effects in practice, they did set the terms of theoretical debate. In the same year that Las Casas reported so dramatically on the condition of the Indians, Francisco Vitoria delivered the lectures at the University of Salamanca that would be published as On the Indians and the Law of War, De Indies et de Jure Belli, extracts from his Relectiones Theologicae 12. Although Vitoria is commonly cited as an opponent of the empire, his argument can be seen as a response to critics of the encomienda system like Las Casas. While Las Casas's views on the Indians' rights of dominion went far enough to challenge any colonial claims to their lands, Vitoria may have been seeking to salvage the strongest case possible for imperial conquest, once the humanity and rationality of Indians had been conceded, or, to put it another way, he may have wanted to formulate an argument that would sustain the imperial legitimacy of the Spanish crown while undermining the encomenderos. This may help to explain some inconsistencies and ambiguities in Vitoria's arguments, but even if we read him as an apologist for empire rather than a critic, it was precisely this confrontation with the question of empire that pushed the theory of natural rights beyond its medieval limits. The Dominican friar would be credited with pioneering international law on the strength of the Relectiones, and the debates on empire impelled him, and others in the school of Salamanca, to elaborate on medieval conceptions of natural law and natural rights in ways that would have significant effects on the development of Western political thought. It needs to be emphasized that something like an idea of individual natural rights, with medieval roots, was already well established by the 16th century. What was not so well established was its effect on questions of state power, or, more precisely, its implications for limiting state power. Medieval theologians and jurists had left a legacy in which it was not the function of individual rights to decide the contest among competing domestic jurisdictions. Nor was the doctrine meant to establish a right of resistance to overweening royal power. There were, to be sure, thinkers prepared, in extremis, to countenance tyrannicide committed by individuals, and radical sects would emerge that justified resistance to any princely power. But in the mainstream of European political thought, the normal right to resist or limit monarchical power would still in the 16th century typically be based not on individual rights but on the jurisdictional claims of corporate bodies, municipal authorities, or local aristocracies. The appeal to certain transcendent principles beyond the civic sphere, the assertion of some kind of moral claim available to human beings that was not derived from positive law or civil authority, would later be elaborated in modern theories of resistance or limited government. But the doctrine of right in its medieval form was, if anything, more likely to be used in defense of royal power, especially against the papacy. The idea that government derives its authority from the people was compatible with a broad range of political commitments, including the conviction that monarchical power should be virtually unlimited. The idea that the people, as a corporate entity, was the ultimate source of authority was likely to be invoked less as a limitation on state power than in support of monarchical authority, in particular against the papacy. It was precisely on the grounds that the monarch derived his authority from the people that he had jurisdiction over the secular domain, which the Pope could not claim. The right of private ownership could also, in medieval thought, easily coexist with the conception of the political community as constituted by corporate entities. Even when the state was conceived as accountable to individual property holders, this could, in medieval terms, still mean that the state was constituted by, and accountable to, the people as a corporate entity, or even a collection of corporate bodies, with official representatives to speak or act for them. 5. It was possible, then, to go some distance in arguing a case for rights residing in the individual and yet still espouse the idea that political authority derived from the community as a corporate entity. The idea of natural rights inherent in the individual, notably the right to property, might require some explanation of the extent to which they could, or could not, be legitimately violated by the state, but even to say, for instance, that the monarchy must not interfere with the property of its subjects did not by itself have implications for the contest over jurisdiction and political authority. The conceptual problem, if such it was, posed by the doctrine of individual rights did not arise when political authority was invested in a corporate entity that transcended the individuals of which it was composed. It was not the idea of individual rights but the notion of the community as greater than any single individual, including the king, that was more likely to be invoked in support of limited, constitutional government. There was, in other words, no obvious contradiction between asserting the inherent rights of private individuals and supporting the monarch's absolute powers in his own political domain. It might be necessary for the monarchy to guarantee his subjects a sphere of private property, but this could be done without ceding royal jurisdiction to some other fragment of sovereignty. If anything, the notion of individual rights, which entailed no claims to jurisdiction or public authority, was, in the Spanish context as in the French, less threatening to royal power than was the idea of corporate rights, rights residing in corporate entities or their official representatives. It would be in England, where competing jurisdictions were not the central issue between the monarchy and those inclined to check its powers, that the idea of individual natural rights would be most unambiguously drawn into controversies on the absolutist state. In the English case, as we shall see, the doctrine of natural rights residing in the individual would come to have a different meaning. For contextual reasons, having to do with the relatively minor role of corporate bodies and especially of competing jurisdictions in defining the political terrain, the problem of state power and its limitation was more likely to present itself as a question about the relation between the state and the individuals that constituted it. The doctrine of natural rights would then have more obvious and immediate implications for the limitation of state power. Even an ardent defender of the absolutist state like Thomas Hobbes would feel obliged not only to explain how the natural rights of individuals could be compatible with absolute monarchy but to argue that such a state was constituted by individuals, and only by individuals, with inherent natural rights and without corporate mediations. In the Spanish context, where the contest over royal power was played out on the terrain of corporate jurisdictions, it was the empire, more than the tensions between monarchs and subjects, that shaped the conception of natural rights. Spanish thinkers did, like their medieval predecessors, raise questions about individual rights, in particular the right of property, in opposition to monarchical intrusions, but their elaborations of medieval Thomist ideas were shaped by the imperial experience. The right to liberty as seen through the prism of empire had less to do with the civil rights and liberties of Spanish subjects in relation to the state than with the rights of indigenous peoples to be free of outright enslavement to encomenderos, and the right of property was seen from the angle of the competing claims over colonial territory. In contrast, then, to more familiar conceptions of natural rights that came after it, such as that of John Locke, the purpose of the theory that emerged from the school of Salamanca was not primarily to delineate the proper relationship between the individual and the community or between the state and its citizens or subjects. The Spanish doctrine of natural rights was specifically intended to confront questions concerning the legitimacy of the empire in general and its treatment of the Indians in particular, and it was articulated in ways designed to deal with Spain's imperial dilemmas, without immediate implications for the legitimacy of the monarchical state in relation to its subjects at home. To establish the imperial rights of the Spanish crown in the Americas, not least its claims to property in the colonies and in particular the mines, required a battle on several fronts, against other European powers and, more particularly, as we have seen, against the papacy and encomenderos. One of the ironies in Spanish political thought is that the argument deemed by Spanish theologians to be most effective in sustaining the king's position against the challenges he faced from all directions was one that asserted the rights of indigenous peoples. It might, in their view, even be wise to argue that the Indians had rights of jurisdiction, so that imperial domination might have to be justified on the grounds that they had consented to rule by the Spanish crown. 6. But it was even more important to concede to Indians their rights of property. The idea of papal donation was dangerous not only because of the tensions between the Spanish monarch, especially in his capacity as Holy Roman Emperor, and the Pope, but also because rival European claimants to colonial territories persistently challenged the Pope's jurisdiction and his authority to donate land in this way. This made it prudent for defenders of the Spanish monarchy to suggest that land in the Americas could belong only to the indigenous rulers, so that they had the same rights as did European princes, whose rights of property the Pope could not infringe. It was for that reason useful to find other ways of justifying Spain's colonial dominance, such as the doctrine of just war. Asserting the property rights of the Indians had the added advantage of denying the encomendero any autonomous claims to colonial land. At the same time, to grant the Indians their rights of dominium was not inconsistent with the claims of foreigners to things, such as gold in the ground, that had not been appropriated by anyone, which, as Vittoria would argue in De Indies, by the ius gentium will belong to the first taker. A Spanish thinker like Vittoria, whose On Civil Power, an early relectio, was a defense of royal power against the threats posed by radical Protestantism, could, in his later reflections on war and indigenous peoples, readily move on to espousing an idea of natural rights residing in the individual, without feeling any need to justify the transition or attempting to demonstrate how natural rights and royal absolutism could coexist. There was no need for him to perceive individual natural rights as a challenge to monarchical authority. The challenge was coming from a different direction. Vittoria had composed On Civil Power in 1528, after the revolt of the Comuneros, the rebellion of Castilians against Charles V, and after the peasant revolt in Germany. He was particularly keen to defend the authority of princes against the threats he perceived from radical theology. Although there are ambiguities in his account of secular authority, his principal strategy in that work is to insist that sovereign power derives not from a community of men but from natural and divine law. It is true that even in On Civil Power he sometimes suggests, and in his later lectures does so consistently, that kingly power does indeed originally come from the community, on whose behalf the sovereign reigns. But his emphasis in this relectio is on the origin of civil power in natural law. The coexistence of these divergent accounts may seem a careless oversight, but the two propositions may not have appeared so contradictory to Vittoria, since the idea that state power derives from the people had long been considered perfectly compatible with the absolute power of kings. In another relectio, on the power of the Church, Vittoria denounced the Lutheran view that all Christians are priests and that the power of the Church inheres in every believer, but his argument on the source of civil power was not so different from Luther's. Luther himself, as we saw, had argued for obedience and against resistance to secular authority, which he treated as providentially ordained by God. It would not, then, have been unreasonable for Vittoria to think that the real danger posed by Protestant doctrine to secular rulers resided less in Luther's views on the source of secular authority than in his conception of the priesthood and the Church, which certainly was elaborated by radicals to justify resistance to secular power despite the master's opposition. Nonetheless, Vittoria was criticized by other Thomists for failing to recognize the threat posed by the Lutheran idea that political authority derives directly from God's grace. Luther had argued against the right of resistance, partly on the grounds that the legitimacy of secular authority cannot be judged by the standards of natural law or the principles of justice, since we cannot assume that a fallen humanity is capable of following, or even comprehending, divine will or natural law. For him, in other words, appeals to natural law could offer a dangerous pretext for rebellion. Yet natural law had quite a different meaning for the neo-Thomist theologians when they argued that political society was indeed grounded in natural law and that there was indeed an element of grace and justice in the human soul. Whatever their benevolent intentions, they had very immediately practical objectives, too. They were, of course, concerned to salvage a capacity in human beings to cooperate to some degree in their own salvation by God's grace, without which the Catholic Church had little meaning or authority. But they were no less concerned about the status of secular monarchies in their conflicts with each other and the papacy. They sought their solution in the concept of natural law inherited from Aquinas. The Thomist distinction among various kinds of law, divine, eternal, natural, and human or positive, provided a means of asserting the autonomy of secular authority without denying its roots in God's will. Divine law, directed to eternal life and humanity's relationship with God, is the subject of divine revelation in Scripture. This is conceptually distinct from eternal law, which represents the principles of a cosmic order governed by God. Natural law is that aspect of divine regulation accessible to human reason, but, while it establishes the basic principles of legitimate government, it exists in political society only as embodied in the positive laws enacted by governments on earth. The emphasis here is not so much, and less in some thinkers than in others, on natural law as a standard against which human legislation can be judged. The essential point is rather that, while political society is ultimately grounded in natural law, it exists only by human institution and through the medium of human legislation. Political society, in other words, does not derive directly from God's grace but is created by the human community to fulfill human ends. Neo-Thomist theologians were far less worried about the subversive possibilities contained in a view of natural law as a standard against which secular power could be judged than they were about the threat to secular rulers presented by a conception of political authority as derived directly from God's grace. Protestant radicals had dangerously elaborated Luther's doctrine, in such a way as to imply that, if secular authority was founded by God's grace to deal with human sinfulness, his purpose could hardly be served by ungodly rulers. The Lutheran principle could be taken to imply that obedience to rulers is conditional on their godliness. This made it possible to argue that rulers could be not only passively disobeyed but actively resisted according to the dictates of the Christian conscience. No less disturbing was the implication that ungodly rulers could legitimately be deposed by conquest, an idea that was readily mobilized in conflicts among Europe's Christian monarchs. Such notions were particularly menacing at a time when Protestantism was being drawn into the tensions between monarchs or emperors and lesser jurisdictions, such as the conflicts that would eventually issue in the French religious wars, or the rebellion against the Spanish Empire in the Netherlands. It was, apparently, far safer to maintain that secular authority was grounded in natural law via human institution. Thomist theologians therefore expended a great deal of energy on defeating the Protestant conception of political society and the doctrine of justification by faith that underlay it. At the same time, their arguments in defense of secular princes could put at risk the legitimacy of Spain's empire. The idea that political society is grounded in natural law but only via human institution also implied, for neo-Thomist theologians, that the only forms of dominance that follow directly from natural law are the positions of husbands and fathers. While the general principle of dominance derives from natural law, its political form exists only by human institution, simply to preserve a human community. This put in question the Spanish king's position as emperor in the Americas, even in his capacity as Holy Roman Emperor. He could not claim jurisdiction on the grounds of universal empire. He therefore had no better claim to jurisdiction over colonial territories than did other European princes, and indigenous rulers enjoyed the same legitimacy as any other political authority enacted by men to preserve their own community. If the requirements of European princes in asserting their authority at home took precedence over the monarch's imperial claims in neo-Thomist theology, some other justification would have to be found for Spain's imperial expansion. Vittoria did later abandon the idea that secular authority derives directly from God and with it any notion that political society was implanted directly by nature. In the lectures on the Indians and on the law of war, he proceeded from the classic Thomist view that political authority derives its legitimacy not from direct divine institution but from natural law through the medium of human legislation. Although ultimately emanating from God, natural law is accessible to men through reason and implemented by them through positive law. Men, as individuals endowed with the right of dominion, voluntarily divided property and established civil authority. While man, according to Aristotelian and Thomistic notions, is by nature a political or civil animal, political society is constructed not by nature but by law. Vittoria goes on to adopt the fairly conventional view that the sovereign power is established by the transfer of powers originally inhering in the people. Yet, while this differs from his position in on civil power, the transformation may not indicate a significant change of view on the limits of state power. The idea that political society exists by human institution did not, as we have seen, have any necessary implications for limits on secular government. On the contrary, Thomist theologians were more likely to invoke this doctrine in support of secular authority, against the right of resistance or the powers of the papacy, and the idea of civil authority as originally constituted by the people was capacious enough to allow even absolute monarchy. 7. If the idea that individuals were endowed by nature with the right of dominion did not necessarily entail the limitation of civil authority, it did imply that Indians should not be enslaved by their colonial masters. Reflecting on the conquest of Peru and the destruction of Inca and Aztec civilizations, Vittoria ruled out any justification that appealed to the natural inferiority of the Indians or to Aristotle's theory of natural slavery. The Indians were, like other human beings, endowed with the right of dominion, with liberty and rights of ownership. This precluded conquest even to achieve their forcible conversion to Christianity. Nor could imperial domination be justified on the principles of universal empire. Since civil authority is grounded in natural law only through the medium of human law, there can be no such thing as a temporal world empire that derives its authority directly from divine or natural law. The laws and institutions of the Indians have the same legitimacy as any Christian polity. If there are any universal expressions of natural law, it can only be in laws and customs that are common to various peoples throughout the world, the law of nature as embodied in Ius Gentium, variously translated as the law of peoples or the law of nations. The effect of Vittoria's argument was to narrow the scope of imperial justification. The only ground remaining was the theory of just war. He was, nevertheless, at best ambivalent, and even inconsistent, from one work to another, about what could be legitimate by just war. On the one hand, he seems to rule out the forcible conversion of unbelievers and conquest on behalf of a universal empire. On the other hand, he does, as we have seen, invoke the Roman Empire as an example of a legitimate form of forcible imperial expansion, approved not only by Church Fathers but, in principle, by Jesus Christ himself. Although Vittoria's remarks on Rome are not explicitly related to the empire in the New World, they had clear implications for the Spanish Empire in the Americas. More significantly, even his conception of the Ius Gentium provides a foundation for the justification of conquest. It represents a kind of natural human community, entailing certain universal principles such as the right of movement and free trade, which includes the right to trade the Christian faith. A just war can be fought in defense of these principles against anyone who interferes with them. Vittoria has, then, conceded to Montesino and Las Casas their defense of Indians as rational human beings entitled to their liberty and property, and has also rejected the idea of a universal empire, while justifying conquest nonetheless. We might conclude that he has made an imperialist case against encomenderos but for the King of Spain. Domingo de Soto, who would join Vittoria at the University of Salamanca, had preceded him in declaring the Roman Empire to be based on nothing more than the force of arms. Like Vittoria, he defended secular authority against what he took to be the Lutheran threat, but he would go on to make stronger arguments against the imperial regime, in 1553 undercutting even the just war defense. Where Vittoria had invoked the authority of the Church Fathers, and Augustine in particular, de Soto rejected this justification. Vittoria had gone some distance in narrowing the grounds of legitimacy on which the Roman Empire could stand, but de Soto went further by claiming that Augustine, far from approving Rome's imperial expansion by means of armed force, regarded it as an unjust pursuit of worldly glory, which for him was not a virtue but a vice. In any case, whatever legitimacy Rome may have gained in the eyes of later Europeans did not support the principle of a world empire. Yet even de Soto did not question the need for Christians to convert the Indians. In 1545, the Council of Trent was convened. It would lay out the doctrinal terms of the official Counter-Reformation, elaborating arguments against Protestant heresies and setting in motion internal reforms in the Catholic Church. Charles V, as Holy Roman Emperor, appointed de Soto to be his theologian at the council. Among the principal and most fiercely contested subjects was the doctrine of justification by faith alone. In 1550, King Charles V summoned a junta of theologians and jurists to Valladolid to debate the legitimacy of the conquest and the conversion of the Indians by force, with de Soto presiding. Arguing in favor of conversion by just war was the humanist scholar and translator of Aristotle, Sepulveda, who represented the interests of colonial settlers. In 1545, he had published his Democrats Alternative de Justis Belli Causas apud Indios, concerning the just causes of the war against the Indians. Although also a Dominican friar, he had made his arguments on largely secular grounds, rooted in Aristotle's theory of natural slavery. He was, to be sure, arguing in favor of the Indians' conversion, but he made his argument on the grounds that Spain was a superior civilization, which had the right to conquer these barbarous people in order to prepare them for conversion. He would elaborate these arguments in the debate at Valladolid, where his opponent was Las Casas, who was establishing himself as the Indians' principal defender. In the debate Sepulveda, invoking the doctrine of natural slavery, constructed his argument again on the basis that the Indians were a barbarian people governed not by reason but by passion. They were, he maintained, also guilty of violating natural law, committing crimes that offend nature, such as cannibalism, idolatry, and sodomy, contrary to Spanish law and custom, and this, too, entitled the Spaniards to wage a just war against them. Moreover, since the Indians were in the habit of oppressing and killing the innocent among themselves, who were regularly offered as human sacrifices, their victims could be saved only by outside intervention, and here, Sepulveda could draw on something like Vittoria's doctrine of ius gentium as a justification for war. Finally, the Christian mission of conversion could only be effected if the ground was prepared by conquest, just as the Christian Emperor Constantine had in the 4th century brought pagans under Roman rule in order to convert them. Sepulveda even appealed to Scripture to sustain his case for conversion by force. Las Casas responded to each of these arguments. He dismissed Sepulveda's invocation of Aristotle not by arguing against the doctrine of natural slavery but by demonstrating that the Indians did not fit the Aristotelian category. Non-Christians they certainly were, but they were clearly rational, possessing elaborate languages and complex civilizations governed by law. Some, though few, communities did commit idolatry and sacrifice, but this had been true of many advanced civilizations throughout history and could not be cited as evidence of their rule by passion rather than reason. As advanced and rational people, the Indians could and should be converted not by force but by persuasion. Nor did Christians have any right to punish them for their wrongs, because neither the king nor the pope had jurisdiction over the Indians, who were not heretics subject to correction by the church but pagans available to peaceful conversion. Even if idolatry and sacrifice were contrary to the ius gentium, and everyone is obliged to prevent such violations, to say that crimes against nature should be punished by force went against the teachings of church fathers like Augustine. In any case, it was better wherever possible to avoid the greater of two evils, which was war. Francisco Suarez. The debate had little effect in practice, but it certainly had theoretical implications. However powerful the arguments that challenged the legitimacy of the empire, they still left some room for a justification of conquest based on just war in cases where war could be judged the lesser evil. Having emphatically ruled out the case for universal empire or natural slavery, it had the effect of placing the burden of justification on the doctrine of just war, together with the concept of ius gentium, the violation of which remained the most convincing case for waging war, and generally a fairly flexible one. These concepts would enter the mainstream of Western political thought not so much, as is commonly suggested, to place limits on the conduct of war but rather to defend the use of arms in pursuit of imperial interests. Francisco Suarez, a Jesuit theologian and philosopher, would be the most important conduit for this kind of argument. He also elaborated his predecessor's ideas on natural law and natural right, in ways that have earned him credit for founding the early modern tradition of natural right, but here, too, he left an ambiguous legacy. He expressed views similar to those of Vittoria, de Soto, and Las Casas on the Indians' right to dominion in their own lands, and his conceptions of natural law and natural right are sometimes interpreted as a more or less modern defense of the individual's rights against the state. Yet if his predecessors had defended indigenous rights without having any wish to undermine the secular authority of European princes at home, Suarez made it even clearer that natural law and natural right were perfectly compatible with something close to absolute monarchy. The Neo-Thomist principle that political society is grounded in natural law through the medium of human legislation was used, as we have seen, in ways that may, to modern eyes, seem counterintuitive, to buttress, not to limit, secular authority against resistance. The idea that political society exists by means of human institution in pursuit of human ends, while at the same time being subject in some way to standards of justice and natural law, and that certain rights inhere in individuals by nature, might on the face of it seem better suited to a doctrine of resistance than to a theory of political legitimacy not far short of royal absolutism. Yet for 16th-century European monarchies, in the specific context of the challenges they faced, a conception of secular authority such as that elaborated by the Spanish Neo-Thomists was consistent with strict obedience to secular rulers or even royal absolutism, and the doctrine of natural right did not yet seem particularly threatening. Suarez wrote as a theorist of law, and he perfected the legalistic Neo-Thomist strategy of argumentation. Political society is, he argued, a human creation, constructed by men endowed with a natural inclination to live in communities, who establish polities to fulfill purely human and temporal purposes. Naturally free, individuals relinquish that freedom by common consent, agreeing to form a political body and set up government with legislative power. Political power thus resides not in individuals but in the community. At the same time, Suarez rules out the medieval principle that, even if the king is greater than any other individual, the community as a corporate body is greater than the king. The consent of individuals is not simply a delegation of power to their governors. It is an outright alienation of power, and its transfer to the ruler, whether in the person of a monarch or some other form of government, invests him with a full legal title to power, a kind of ownership, which is virtually unconditional. This means that, even while political power is different from the kind of natural dominion that resides in heads of household, the patriarchal authority of fathers and husbands, the ruler's possession of the legislative power, which is the hallmark of political society, cannot be rescinded or limited in the normal course of political events. The only right reserved by the people is the right to preserve the community from imminent destruction. Only in extreme cases, when a ruler threatens the very existence of the commonwealth, is resistance legitimate, but even then that right is a prerogative of public authority, not an individual right. The ruler can be called to account before a public council, but if he is to be deposed, his deposition may, as we shall see in a moment, require papal authority. In what sense, then, can it be said that natural law and natural right set the terms and conditions of political power? On this, Suarez remains at best ambiguous. In De Legibus he defines a right, ius, as a certain moral power that every man has, either over his property or with respect to that which is due to him, I.2.5. This suggests that rights exist by nature and independently of positive law. At the same time, Suarez tells us, this moral right is prescribed and measured by law. The question, then, is whether positive law can be judged by any independent standard of right or justice. The legitimacy of positive law depends, he explains, on the good of the community, on what is rightful or just, and in that sense IUs appears to be a standard against which human legislation can be judged. Yet in practice the legislative power residing in rulers can be resisted or constrained only in the most extreme circumstances. There is no normal legal instrument or process to limit it, and the ruler can override individual rights in the interests of the community as he defines them, with no recourse against that definition in the normal transactions of political life. There is a further complication in Suarez's work. His strongest assertion of the right to resist secular authority occurs in his response to James I of England's apology for the Oath of Allegiance, which appeared anonymously in 1608 and in the King's name in 1609. It was James more than any political philosopher who, in various writings throughout his life, elaborated the doctrine of the divine right of kings, and this in its most extreme form, asserting the absolute authority of kings, its direct and hereditary derivation from God, and hence the immunity of kings to any resistance, secular or religious. The Oath of Allegiance explained in his apology was James's solution to the problem that had plagued English monarchs since the Reformation came to England: how to deal with English Catholics. This problem had acquired special urgency when the Counter-Reformation assumed a politically militant form, especially with the collaboration between the Catholic Church and Charles V's son, King Philip II of Spain, in his designs on the English crown. Throughout James I's reign, there remained a party of Jesuit-inspired English Catholics still wedded to that Spanish project, and the Oath of Allegiance, which had as its underlying premise the divine right of kings, was designed to deal with that threat. At the behest of Pope Paul V, Suarez launched an attack on the king in Defensio Catholici Fide contra Anglicani sectae errors. It is here that he appears least absolutist, and it is here that he most emphatically asserts what appears to be the right of resistance. Yet the right to punish is, according to him, an act of jurisdiction, which is therefore always the act of a superior, and this is no less true in disciplining kings than in the punishment of any other wrongdoer. In this case the only legitimate superior is the Pope, and much of Suarez's response to James I is devoted to asserting papal jurisdiction. The issue for Suarez was not only the conflict between the Pope and King James, or between Catholicism and English Protestantism, but also the political contest between the English Reformation and the Catholic monarchy of Spain. His predecessors in the school of Salamanca were still obliged to take account of the frequent tensions between the Pope and King Charles I of Spain, especially as Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. The reign of Philip II and his son, Philip III, was a time of partnership with the Pope. Suarez struck a complicated balance in his argument between sustaining the power of the Spanish king, as had his predecessors, and, at the same time, making an argument for the Pope's superior jurisdiction against the King of England's claims. Against the divine right of kings invoked by King James, Suarez mobilizes the well-known neo-Thomist arguments about the source of political authority, arguing not only that political society exists by human institution but also that the authority of rulers derives from the people. Yet what he seems to give with one hand he takes away with the other, insisting not only that the people have alienated their power to their rulers but also that, on the very rare and abnormal occasions when they can act against him, that right is a prerogative of public authority, a jurisdictional matter, with the sanction of the ultimate superior, the Pope. Suarez is often credited with taking an important step in the formation of natural rights theory, which would increasingly situate rights in individual persons, emphasizing the natural freedom of the individual, detaching the moral force of natural rights from religious authority, and vesting it in the mundane requirements of human well-being, according to principles accessible to human reason. The critical step, it is argued, was to move away from Aquinas, for whom IUs denoted the just thing, what was right in an action or a situation, in a sense indistinguishable from what was just, in accordance with natural law. Suarez began to shift the concept of right from the justice of things, actions or situations, to the entitlements of individual persons. Yet to say this may be to disguise some essential differences between his conception of rights and more familiar early modern subjective theories of natural rights. It must be emphasized first that the definition of right as a certain moral power residing in a person, in relation to property or in respect to what is due to that person, remains bound up with the condition or status of the person and leaves considerable scope for differential rights. Aquinas himself made it clear in his Summa Theologica that what is due to an individual will vary according to status. A thing is due, he writes, to an equal in one way, to a superior in another, and to an inferior in yet another, and this, in accordance with the principles of natural law, is justice. It would have been perfectly consistent with the Master's doctrine of justice and right to say that the right of resistance is what is due to someone not simply by virtue of his humanity but on the grounds of jurisdictional authority. Everyone has a right to his own property, as well as what is due to him in his particular condition, and that means, for example, as Suarez makes clear, that the right of resistance to royal authority is not a universal right but a prerogative of office. It was even possible, given this conception of rights, to conceive of universal rights in such a way that they remained consistent with absolute royal power. Since the available doctrines of individual rights and even popular sovereignty were still typically mobilized in support of royal power, not against it, when Suarez directs the idea of rights to sustaining monarchical power, rather than to placing limits on it, he is still following the medieval norm. If anything, he can feel secure in forcefully asserting the existence of rights precisely because the idea of rights vested in all men, and even the idea that secular authority derives from the people, belonged to the corpus of Western political thought as a support to royal power and not as a subversion of it. More dangerous to royal powers were claims to jurisdiction by other, lesser public authorities against royal power. Suarez may direct his conception of rights against King James's notion of divine right, but the Spaniard makes sure that the right of resistance is very narrowly defined and ultimately dependent on the Pope. If Suarez was restricting secular authority, then, it was by vesting rights in the Pope, not in the people, but even short of that, and even in the hands of political theorists who had their own reasons, whether in defense of kings or in support of Holy Roman emperors, for insisting that the Pope had no temporal authority. The idea that sovereignty derived from the people could be readily invoked to support monarchical power. The doctrine of resistance as a right of jurisdiction would reach its height in 16th century France. French constitutionalists took the idea of sovereignty derived from the people and the right of resistance vested in competing jurisdictions, or lesser magistrates, as far as it would go. It would be in England that this theoretical strategy became no longer viable. The English were faced with a conundrum that had not affected the French. When the English elaborated doctrines of resistance, most urgently in the 17th century, those who were defending the rights of Parliament against the Crown had to confront the possibility that invoking popular sovereignty might open much more hazardous floodgates, endangering not only the state but the whole social order. The right of resistance could not so easily be confined to the official acts of lesser magistrates. The mediations between state and individuals endowed with rights, if not altogether non-existent, were weaker than they were elsewhere in Western Europe. In the English context, corporate identities had become increasingly diluted, while economic power and property rights were increasingly detached from jurisdiction and corporate privilege. This placed an entirely new burden on the doctrine of individual rights. It is not surprising that England would produce more radically democratic ideas, including new ideas of rights such as those espoused by the Levellers. Less radical English political thinkers, whether defending royal absolutism or the primacy of Parliament, would find themselves obliged to construct their arguments in wholly new ways, on a foundation of unmediated free and equal individuals. 5. The Dutch Republic. In 1598 the Dutch child prodigy Huig de Groot, then barely 15 years old, accompanied the advocate of Holland, Johan van Oldenbarnevelt, on an extraordinary embassy from the States General of the United Provinces to the French court. The purpose of the mission was to obtain whatever assistance it could from France against military threats to the province's still precarious independence and stability as a free republic. Since William I, the Silent, of Orange had led a revolt of the Netherlands against Philip II of Spain in 1568, the Netherlands had been embroiled in more or less continuous conflict. Although the Dutch Republic was declared in 1588, the so-called 80 Years' War with Spain would end only in 1648 with the Treaty of Westphalia, and throughout that period, which saw the Republic rise to extraordinary heights of economic and cultural success, its internal political life continued to be marked by intense civil strife. Oldenbarnevelt would play a central role in the formation of the Republic's political institutions and, as architect of the United East India Company, in its immense economic success, becoming effectively the leader of the Republic. Hugo Grotius, later known as the pioneer of international law and, according to some commentators, a major theorist of natural rights and even a founder of modern theories of natural law, began his precocious career as protege and then supporter of Oldenbarnevelt. While his close association with Oldenbarnevelt would, as we shall see, end badly when they fell victim to an especially ferocious factional dispute, his political ideas were rooted from beginning to end in the politics of the Dutch Republic, its civic conflicts and its vast commercial empire. The other canonical Dutch thinker to be considered in this chapter, Spinoza, may not have been as actively engaged in civic politics, but his political ideas are in their own distinctive way grounded in the conflicts of the Dutch Republic and its unique configuration of political and economic power. The Dutch Republic. The man who bore the titles Charles I of Spain and Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire, who was born in the Low Countries in the Flemish city of Ghent, was always more at home in the language and culture of his birthplace than he ever would be in his Spanish kingdom. During his reign, the Habsburg provinces in the Netherlands looked set to be the European jewel in the imperial crown, or at least its principal cash cow. The commercial cities of the Netherlands had long been major trading links in the European economy. In the south, the city of Antwerp had become the hub of Europe's so-called rich trades in spices, textiles, sugar, and metals, while in the northern maritime provinces, Amsterdam, though its golden age would come after the Dutch revolt from Spain, was already on the rise, soon to become what some have called the world's richest city as Europe's greatest transshipment point and a world financial center. Neither Spain itself nor Habsburg Italy, over which the empire's command had long been tenuous, could match the Netherlands' prosperity, and, as the contests among Europe's rising states intensified, the Habsburg monarchy was bound to increase its dependence on revenues from the provinces in building up its military capabilities. When France began to challenge Habsburg dominance in the Low Countries, Charles responded by bolstering his military strength, supported disproportionately by exact ions from the Netherlands' commercial wealth. The more the King of Spain, and Holy Roman Emperor, depended on resources from the Low Countries, the more he was forced to rely on local elites to organize finances and collect taxes, which only served to aggravate the tensions. For a time, local elites were prepared to play their part in the imperial project, and indeed to profit from it, but there had always been an inevitable conflict between the monarchy's centralizing mission and powerful forces in the Low Countries intent on preserving the provincial and civic autonomy of their city-states. Any effort to subject the provinces to Spain's monarchical administration was likely to encounter resistance from well-established civic institutions in an unusually urbanized society with powerful urban elites. Urban magnates resisted any challenge to their local powers or their networks of patronage, and, especially in Holland, the tensions between the monarch and the local patriciate were intensified by the Habsburg policy of elevating administrators from outside the leading local families, or sometimes officials from other, less dominant provinces. Charles's son Philip II, who broke the close personal ties his father had with the Low Countries, took the centralizing project even further. Aggravating tensions by ever more taxation, he presided over the final breach between Spain and its richest European dependency. The conflict between local magnates and the Habsburg monarchy became entangled with religious controversies. Confessional divisions varied among the different provinces and cities, and there was no simple correlation between adherence to the Catholic Church and support for the Habsburg state, or between Protestantism and local resistance. But the northern provinces that broke free of Spanish rule were largely Protestant, while Catholicism prevailed in the south, and there is no question that Protestant religious doctrines were mobilized in the Low Countries, as elsewhere in Europe and notably in France, in support of local elites against the centralizing project of the monarchy. After the revolt, Protestantism would itself become a fierce terrain of battle in the Free Republic. Even divergent forms of Calvinism were pitted against one another in the struggles among civic factions. But in the conflicts leading up to the revolt against the Spanish crown, Protestants were united against the Catholic monarchy's attacks on their faith. Philip's fierce assault on Protestant believers was the final provocation. The dominance of cities in the Netherlands explains a great deal about the revolt and what followed in the politics, economy, and culture of the Dutch Republic. In the absence of a strong central state, the Low Countries, divided among provinces with diverse political traditions and economic interests, had long been governed by relatively independent local rulers and increasingly by local urban elites, enriched by their cities' commercial success. The province of Holland was becoming the most highly urbanized society in Europe, with a powerful urban patriciate presiding over the world's most commercialized economy. The urban centers had a vibrant civic life, with active corporate bodies of various kinds, such as guilds and militia companies. There were even chambers of rhetoric, which played a large part in literary and cultural life, especially in Holland, and in the 1520s and 1530s had served as a major conduit for humanism, with all its effects on religious and political debate. Well before the establishment of the Republic, city organizations and authorities had been increasingly involved in the maintenance of social order and civic welfare, and particularly in the northern provinces they would play a major role in the revolt. In the years following the revolt, a new form of state would evolve, a confederation of provinces that maintained their autonomy and were governed largely by civic administrations in the cities. There was a super-provincial governing body, the States General of the Republic, but in the richest provinces, most notably Holland, powerful factions among the local ruling classes strongly resisted the formation of a centralized state, especially in the person of the stadtholder, an office inherited from pre-revolt days. Once the sovereign's representative, this office had become the closest thing to a central state official in the Free Republic. Particularly in Holland, whose wealth and power generally enabled it to impose its will on other provinces, there would be persistent conflict between the stadtholder, or, more specifically, supporters of the House of Orange, which claimed the office as its own, and civic leaders. Internal tensions were heightened as the urban patriciate, the regents, became increasingly exclusive and their government more oligarchic, driving less privileged classes to support the Orangists. Civic conflict after the revolt was exacerbated by its growing confessionalization. Although the Dutch maintained the separation of church and state, officials were expected to be members of the Reformed Church. The Republic, with its headless and multipolar government, relied heavily on the so-called public church to maintain not only communal welfare but civic order and discipline. Yet there were, from the start, divisions between strict Calvinists and more liberal preachers, which would erupt with particular venom in moments of political strife. In the battle between Oldenbarnevelt and his opponents in 1618, political conflicts, which proved fatal for him and disastrous for his supporter Grotius, were reinforced by a struggle between Armenians, Remonstrants, after they issued their remonstrance against certain orthodox Calvinist doctrines, and counter-remonstrant Calvinists, about which more later. In the following decades, political factions, with their fiercely competing networks of patronage and clientage controlling access to civic office, sought to avoid such catastrophic confessional disputes. Civil strife continued to grow between Orangists, or followers of the stadtholder, and supporters of provincial and local power against the stadtholder's monarchical pretensions. The former were generally supported by strict Calvinists, the latter by more liberal believers, but both major factions nonetheless agreed on the importance of maintaining the unity of the public church. 1 By the 1650s, in the years leading up to the next major crisis of the Dutch Republic, unity had broken down, and political divisions were deepened by confessional disputes. At the heart of Dutch political development and conflicts, even at the height of the Republic's commercial success, was the importance of civic office not only as an instrument of government but as a guarantee of private wealth and power. The decentralized organization of the Republic created a particularly fertile field for public service occupations, so the proportion of such occupations in the population of Dutch cities was very high. To be sure, while offices of various kinds often provided high incomes, it required substantial wealth from real property or finance to enter the urban patriciate, since to be part of the governing elite increasingly required abandoning private economic activities, but civic elites had good reason to maintain their hold on high office, which sustained their networks of power and patronage. Even in the golden age of the Republic's commercial dominance, a wealthy landowner or financier would often choose to use his wealth for access to such offices. When, in the later 17th century, the European economy suffered a decline, access to office was even more highly prized, as a direct source of income no less than of power and patronage. By the 18th century, at a time when Britain was dominated by the wealth of capitalist landlords, among the highest incomes in the Republic were enjoyed by public servants. It is not surprising that political conflict over control of office, and the networks of patronage that sustained it, was particularly fierce. We have already encountered societies, in medieval and Renaissance Italy, where urban patriciates extracted great wealth from commercial activities but relied for their success in large part on the privileges and powers associated with their status in the city. Here, too, political conflicts took on a particular ferocity and even violence, to say nothing of their regularity, because more was at stake than political interests and rights. Much the same logic applied to the commercial success of the city-state itself. Just as the wealth of civic elites in Italian centers of commerce depended on civic status, privilege, and power, the commercial success of their city-states in rivalry with others depended less on competitive production than on extra economic advantage, up to and including military force. The Dutch Republic certainly moved far beyond Italian city-states in its commercial reach and power. The Dutch commercial empire was much larger than the Venetian had been, eventually extending from the Baltic to North America, and from the East Indies to Southern Africa, and commerce was the basic condition of Dutch life to a degree unprecedented in history. The Republic's domestic economy was dependent to its very foundations on trade and on the commercial empire that sustained it. But the Dutch no less than the Italians relied on extra economic advantages for their commercial dominance and always owed their prosperity disproportionately to their role as commercial mediators rather than producers. The Republic's great wealth would have been impossible without its preeminence in long-distance trade, circulating throughout Europe commodities produced far afield. It is, for example, indicative of where the Dutch Republic's economic interests lay that it gained more from its major role in the slave trade than it did from slave production. Like other commercial leaders in Europe before the commercial dominance of capitalist Britain, the Dutch typically relied not on competitive production in a single market but on superiority in negotiating separate markets, on dominance in shipping and command of trade routes, on monopolies and trading privileges, on the development of sophisticated financial practices and instruments, on an elaborate network of far-flung trading posts and settlements, and so on. It is a measure of the Dutch economy's dependence on extra economic power that its levels of taxation were higher than those of its European neighbors, its revenues devoted, above all, to sustaining military superiority. The complex and often disorderly political organization of the Republic did not prevent it from becoming a powerful military machine, a fiscal, military state with an unusually effective mobilization of domestic resources for purposes of war, which made the Dutch Republic a model country that set the standard for European armed forces. 2 Military aggression played a major part in achieving the Republic's commercial dominance, remaining an essential part of its economic strategy throughout the Golden Age and thereafter, in trade wars, in establishing monopolies and trading posts, in capturing strategic fortresses from commercial rivals. A particularly momentous military venture was the seizure by the Dutch East India Company in 1603 of a Portuguese ship containing an enormously valuable cargo of unprecedented proportions, large enough to affect the future course of Dutch economic development. Nevertheless, During the Republic's golden age there was a close linkage between commerce and production. Commerce itself generated needs that had to be met by industrial production and technological innovation, notably in shipbuilding, to say nothing of military technology, and the Dutch economy gained much from other sources, such as the textile industry and the herring fishery. The rich trades generated significant industrial production for a thriving export trade in goods from tobacco and sugar to luxury textiles. Even agricultural production, in this highly urbanized society, developed in response to commercial opportunities. While an increasing proportion of the labor force had moved from countryside to city, agricultural productivity, enhanced by technological innovation, advanced beyond all European rivals, and the Republic was very close to being a net exporter of food. As the urban population swelled to service the Republic's growing dominance in shipping, trade, and eventually finance, the expanding urban sector provided new markets for agricultural goods, as well as new sources of capital to exploit new opportunities for profit. Urban investors in agriculture became a major feature of the rural scene. Dutch agriculture was constrained by ecological factors, which limited its capacity for the easy production of basic foods like grain. Yet the Republic's commercial dominance, and particularly the command of trade that gave it privileged access to Baltic grain, meant that Dutch farmers could concentrate on the production of semi-luxury commodities, from butter to flowers, sold in a large and prosperous market. A unique imbalance between urban consumers and rural producers created growing opportunities for commercial profit at home. While even agricultural producers became dependent on the market for access to grain and other basic necessities, the productive capacities of relatively small farmers were disproportionately enhanced by urban investment responding to growing commercial opportunities. Its commercial successes have led some historians to describe the Dutch Republic as the first modern economy, and there are even those who suggest that the Dutch Revolt was the first bourgeois revolution. 3 Yet, for all its commercialization and impressive advances in production, it continued to operate on familiar non-capitalist principles, above all in its dependence on extra economic powers. Public offices were, from beginning to end, no less important to Dutch elites than they would be, for instance, in the tax/office structure of French absolutism, and Dutch commercial dominance depended, as we have seen, on various kinds of extra economic superiority, particularly in shipping and military technology. Dutch producers were generally not, in the capitalist manner, acting in response to cost, price pressures in a competitive market where advantage depends on increasing labor productivity. Innovations in technology that enhanced productivity had less to do with improving competitiveness than with increasing volume to take advantage of a growing market. As long as foreign and domestic markets were expanding, Dutch producers availed themselves of growing opportunities, and urban elites continued to invest in profitable production. But when, after 1660, the Dutch economy went into decline, as all Western European economies apart from England descended into crisis, wealthy elites disinvested in land and eventually in industrial production and turned even more to extra economic strategies. The traditional patriciate sought to tighten its grip on office and to restrict access to it, as the French aristocracy would later do, in a moment of crisis that led to revolution, and civic government became even more narrowly oligarchic. Merchants, who derived their profits from circulation rather than production, pursued pre-capitalist commercial strategies, seeking more lucrative means of trading in goods produced elsewhere by, for example, reviving monopoly privileges, such as the re-establishment of the Dutch West India Company or one company's monopoly on navigational charts. While industrial production for the rich trades and export industry in general held on for a time, after 1720 the decline accelerated, and by the mid-18th century non-productive rentiers, especially among the regents, would account for by far the greatest wealth. The disinvestment from land and even production during and after the European economic crisis represented a sharp contrast to England, where crisis and declining agricultural prices spurred an increase in productive investment, not least by landlords, to enhance labor productivity and cost-effectiveness, in the manner of capitalist producers responding to imperatives of competition in an integrated market. The Dutch role in England's so-called Glorious Revolution of 1688 illustrates nicely the direction of Dutch economic development in the later 17th century. Here, the massive financial resources of the Republic were directed not at improving production, as they often had been during the Golden Age, but at achieving extra economic commercial advantage by military means. The province of Holland in particular depended on the profits of commerce and was especially affected by the incursions of French mercantilism in the late 17th century, its interference with Dutch ships and its draconian tariffs. The preferred solution to this problem of commercial profitability was to defeat French mercantilism by means of an alliance with England, which seemed possible only with a friend on the English throne. The Dutch Republic committed its resources to supporting William of Orange's bid for the English monarchy. To the English, the revolution may have seemed glorious and largely bloodless. But from the Dutch point of view, it was nothing more nor less than an invasion, involving the occupation of London by Dutch troops, in full expectation of a war not only with the English but also with the French. Nor was this military venture just a classic case of geopolitical rivalry. It was an unmistakably commercial investment in pursuit of private profit, financed not simply by the public purse but by the Amsterdam Stock Exchange. A culture of civil strife. The cultural and intellectual life of the Netherlands was vibrant and creative long before the Dutch revolt. In the rich commercial cities there was a large market, including, as ever, the church, for the arts. A strategic location at the hub of international commerce and a highly concentrated urban population encouraged a lively, and not easily controlled, circulation of ideas, and the civic culture had produced an unusually literate public. The Low Countries, and the province of Holland in particular, were already on their way to becoming the relatively open and, within certain limits, tolerant intellectual and religious societies for which the Dutch Republic would be famous, making it a favored destination for persecuted foreign intellectuals and religious refugees. By the 17th century it had become a major center of innovative European thought. In 1630, for example, René Descartes moved from France to Holland, and his work would not only have profound effects on philosophy and science but would be taken up by thinkers engaged in very immediate political struggles. The other intellectual currents that shaped our period, the humanism of the late Renaissance and the Protestant Reformation, had established deep roots, especially in Holland. Humanism began to permeate the educational establishment, and Christian humanism was, in effect, a Dutch creation, in the person of the Rotterdam philosopher Desiderius Erasmus. Between 1490 and 1520, it spread more rapidly in the Low Countries than in any other part of Northern Europe. 4. Despite Erasmus's distrust of Luther and a passionate dislike of public conflict, his teachings played a major part in advancing the Reformation in the Low Countries. In the Dutch-speaking Netherlands, Lutheran literature was more widely disseminated than in France, England, or Scandinavia, and unlike elsewhere in Northern Europe, the Reformation in the Low Countries was not imposed by government but rose up from the bottom, in a population culturally primed to receive it. 5 This kind of popular Protestantism was a source of some unease not only to the Catholic Church but to local elites. Whatever attractions the Reformation may have had for them in their opposition to the Catholic monarchy, they clearly had reason to fear the kind of radical Lutheranism that had inspired German peasant rebels. Calvinism, though delayed in reaching the Low Countries, would prove much more to the taste of civic and provincial leaders. It laid a foundation for doctrines of resistance that could be mobilized against the Spanish crown, while preaching godly discipline to keep the multitude in check. Calvinist theories of resistance, in the form of Huguenot tracts, would have their most notable effects during the French Wars of Religion in the struggle against a rising absolutist monarchy, which will be discussed in the next chapter. In the Low Countries, too, Calvin's doctrine of the lesser magistrate had an obvious appeal to civic elites. The doctrine was, after all, devised with the temporal authority of civic magistrates in mind. Resistance to encroaching monarchies was not, in the Huguenot resistance tracts, a right residing in the ordinary citizen or private individual, it was a right of officers, or lesser magistrates, deriving from some kind of jurisdiction vested in corporate bodies, aristocracies, or municipal officials, more a public duty than a private right. In their struggles against the Spanish crown, Dutch Calvinists would certainly have been sympathetic to such notions of resistance, but the local elites of the Low Countries were very different from the provincial nobles in France who adopted the Protestant faith in their resistance to the French king's absolutist project. For Huguenot aristocrats, the principal issue was preserving what remained of feudal lordship, retaining or restoring their own autonomous powers and jurisdictions. That purpose was adequately served by some variety of constitutionalist doctrine. The urban elites of the Low Countries, especially in the northern maritime provinces and most notably Holland, were not promoting feudal lordship but civic autonomy and collective, if oligarchic, urban government. This placed a greater premium on what might be called republican ideas of freedom, a concept of liberty identified with civic self-government. The trope of freedom was invoked by William I of Orange himself in support of the revolt against Spain. He cited the freedoms and privileges of the provinces in the manner of medieval corporations asserting their autonomy, but he also defended the freedom of the people from enslavement by the Spanish monarchy. In the later conflict between stadtholders and civic elites, the opponents of the stadtholders turned the slogan against the House of Orange, asserting republican liberty against monarchical forces, with an ideology they called true freedom. This ideology of republican freedom would have a critical effect on Dutch political thought, but its message was at best ambiguous. There was, in the Republic, no simple opposition between an anti-democratic monarchy and a more democratic republicanism. Republican forces generally represented the wealthy civic elites, which had achieved their dominance at the expense of popular elements. While they argued passionately for the active role of citizens in governing themselves, they were likely to be just as passionate in their efforts to limit access to full political rights and especially to office. Civic magnates, as regents, had begun to constitute a self-perpetuating oligarchy in cities with a narrow political base. Craft guilds in the Dutch Republic, for instance, had less influence on urban government than did their counterparts in the Spanish southern Netherlands. This was not simply a matter of wealthy merchants opposing guild restrictions on their commercial activities but also, or mainly, a political conflict between urban elites and more popular forces over political power and access to office. The revolt of guilds, together with civic militias, especially in the city of Utrecht, would be a major source of unrest in the decade of social conflict that led in 1618 to Oldenbarneveldt's expulsion from office and his and Grotius's arrest. Although this conflict was no less Byzantine in its causes and party allegiances than any other in the convoluted history of Dutch civil strife, it is worth noting that Grotius had by this time established himself as a theorist of a limited and oligarchic republicanism, while the chief engineer and beneficiary of the coup against Oldenbarneveldt, a coup supported by popular forces, was Moritz, the son of William I. As Prince of Orange and Stadtholder, he would become the most powerful man in the United Provinces following the death of his father. Later, during the Stadtholderless period of 1650–72, the high point of the Free Republic, when the office of Stadtholder was left unfilled, the political role of the people was, if anything, even more restricted. While the Orangists were hardly democratic, when the Stadtholderate was restored, it was, perhaps not surprisingly, popular forces that put another Prince of Orange back in office. From one crisis to the next, the underlying reality was what might be called a politically constituted commercial society, a society in which economic interests were inseparable from extra-economic power, political status, and privilege. The urban patriciate, with privileged access to office, jealously guarded its civic power and its command of a self-perpetuating governing elite, with its network of patronage and clientage, while the vast commercial empire in which their wealth was rooted depended more on powers of coercion than production. This accounts not only for war with rival states but also for fierce and frequent civic conflict. It also tells us much about Dutch political theory, in its own golden age from the revolt and the establishment of the Republic to the crisis of the late 17th century. Hugo Grotius. The Dutch Republic's distinctive configuration of political and economic power found its quintessential theorist in Hugo Grotius. Born in Delft in 1583 to a regent family replete with office holders, he began his political career very early, as we have seen, and would devote himself throughout his life, in both theory and practice, to defending the interests of the Dutch commercial empire and its urban patriciate. At the age of 16, shortly after returning from the mission to the French court with Oldenbarnevelt, he was admitted as a lawyer to the Provincial Court of Holland and then to the Supreme Court of the Provinces of Holland and Zeeland. In 1601, he became official historiographer for the States of Holland and was commissioned by Oldenbarnevelt to write a history of the Dutch struggle against Spain. When ships of the Dutch East India Company famously seized the treasure-laden Portuguese ship Santa Catarina in 1603, the company commissioned Grotius to write its defense against strong opposition to this legally questionable act. Although his treatise, De Indies, was never published fully in his lifetime, part of his deliberations, published in 1609 as Mare Liberum, was the work that would launch his reputation as a theorist of international and natural law. The issues he was compelled to address were not only legal, though the legality of the seizure by the company and its retention of the prize without state authorization was questionable, but also moral, in response to objections raised even by company shareholders, not least by Mennonites among them. Grotius's response to this range of legal, moral, and religious objections was an argument based crucially on the doctrine of natural law. Grotius went on to hold various public offices and in 1613 became pensionary of Rotterdam, which placed him among the ranks of Holland's regents. In the meantime, Oldenbarnevelt had concluded a truce with Spain, widely supported in Europe and among regents in Holland but provoking fierce factional disputes and popular opposition. These political disputes became entangled with a major theological controversy between followers of Arminius, the head of the theological faculty at the University of Leiden, and strict Calvinists, who simultaneously opposed the Republic's policies of religious toleration under Oldenbarnevelt and the truce with Catholic Spain. Remonstrance came to represent the faction of the regents, particularly in Holland, with its view of the public church as a partner with, if not a subordinate to, civil government. Counter-remonstrantism became a rallying point for opposition to the regents' regime, uniting a mixed coalition of the regime's opponents, ranging from the old nobility and orangists to small artisans and craft guildsmen. Grotius had already established himself as a major spokesman for the Oldenbarnevelt regime and the idea of an oligarchic republic. In several of his writings between 1602 and 1610, he spelled out a limited republican doctrine, arguing that the best way of preserving liberty, stability, and virtue was a consultative government, but one restricted to a closed oligarchy, manned by people like Dutch regents, with the means to devote their time entirely to public business. 6 The stadtholder might have a limited role, in what could be called a type of mixed constitution, but the urban oligarchy clearly reigned supreme. It was this kind of patrician republic that Oldenbarnevelt was defending against stadtholder and Calvinist critics. The controversy between Arminians, remonstrants, and counter-remonstrants posed an immediate danger when the latter called for English intervention to protect the Dutch Church from Arminian doctrines. Oldenbarnevelt called on Grotius to head a delegation to London both to negotiate the disputes over the East Indies between England and the Dutch Republic and to dissuade King James from supporting the counter-remonstrants. Grotius's position in the theological controversy was carefully calibrated. On the one hand, he fully supported the Oldenbarnevelt regime and its policies of limited toleration against the strict Calvinist position. In the battle between Arminians and counter-remonstrants, he and Oldenbarnevelt were certainly closer to the Arminian view that, while salvation is granted by grace, human beings have free will and can accept, or deny, the offer of salvation through faith in Jesus Christ, in contrast to strict Calvinist convictions about predestination. Since salvation in that sense depends on faith, it seemed to follow that religious toleration should extend to anyone of faith, irrespective of confessional differences. On the other hand, while supporting liberty of conscience, he was careful not to extend it too far. In the end, the public church, as an ally of government, remained supreme as both an arbiter of faith and an instrument of social order. Freedom of conscience and expression might have to be limited in order to maintain stability, if necessary by coercion. The Oldenbarnevelt regime remained precariously in power for the next few years, but by 1616 social unrest had reached a dangerous peak. Economic pressures affecting manufacturing cities were aggravating opposition to the oligarchic regime, especially from artisans and immigrant textile workers. High bread prices, as in so many other cases of revolt in medieval and early modern Europe, stirred some to protest, including, significantly, the wives of artisans, but, as always in the Dutch Republic, economic grievances could not be divorced from protests against restricted access to civic government. There emerged a militant popular movement of counter-remonstrance, which at the same time challenged the exclusive power of the regents. Grotius yet again entered the fray, elaborating his brand of Christian oligarchic republicanism to mobilize humanist scholarship in support of the public church as understood by the regents, against those who claimed their doctrines were inconsistent with the truths of Christianity. In the following months, the religious and political controversy came to a head in a final battle over state sovereignty, with the States General of the Republic, represented by Moritz, commander of the Republic's army and soon to be the Prince of Orange, pitted against the provincial estates, or, more particularly, the province of Holland and its regents. Moritz won that battle. Oldenbarnevelt was arrested, later to be executed for treason, and Grotius was sentenced to life imprisonment and all his property confiscated. Grotius would escape from prison, with the help of his wife, in a manner that has made him famous among Dutch school children even today. Carried out in a chest supposedly containing books, he fled to France, where he wrote the second major work on which his modern reputation rests, De jure belli ac paces, in the hope of returning to Holland and government service. In this work, written at a time when much of Europe was more or less constantly at war, in the series of conflicts called the 30 Years' War, his defense of Dutch commercial imperialism took account of events in the intervening period, in which the Dutch East India Company was engaged in various military ventures to capture not just ships but rival trading posts and fortresses. Forced to leave France when he angered Richelieu by refusing to support the French against Holland, he did eventually manage to return to his homeland, but unable to resist involvement in current disputes, he was forced to flee yet again, this time to Sweden, where he became a Swedish citizen and even Swedish ambassador to France. He died in 1645 without ever resuming his career in Holland. Grotius's major works elaborated an ideology well suited to extra-economic strategies for establishing commercial supremacy, and they were transparently constructed to defend the very particular practices of the Dutch in their quest for commercial domination, not least by means of war. To build his case, he not only produced a theory of war and peace but elaborated conceptions of right and natural law, which, it has been claimed by some commentators, laid the foundation for modern theories of natural law. 7. In Mare Liberum, Grotius was defending the East India Company's seizure of the Portuguese ship and its treasure. The company, founded in 1602, had been granted by charter a monopoly of trade in the East Indies, together with the right to establish trading posts and fortresses commanding trade routes and, significantly, among other state-like powers, the right to form its own military force, to be used, in principle, for defensive purposes. But the doctrine of just war, for all its flexibility and its history of imperial justification, was not so easily adapted to accommodate the pursuit of profit by a private enterprise, let alone a brazen act of piracy, which was hard to describe as a defensive action. Grotius would later, in De jure belli ac paces, elaborate the theory of war more systematically, but in Mare Liberum, he set out to demonstrate that this military aggression, committed by a private trading company and not a sovereign state, not simply in self-defense but for no other reason than commercial profit, was undertaken in accordance with natural law and the law of nations. To justify the company's act of war, he set out to demonstrate that all nations must have access to the East Indies, on the grounds that the law of nations requires the freedom to trade, that papal donation does not create a legitimate claim, because infidels have rights of ownership, public and private, of which they cannot be divested simply because they are infidels, that the sea and rights of navigation cannot become anyone's private domain, as the Portuguese were treating it, and nor can there be an exclusive right to trade with another nation. He starts from the premise that there is a universal human community, governed by certain universal principles of sociability required for survival, grounded in natural law accessible to human reason. God created the regions of the world with different and incomplete resources for survival, and, since the world is so constructed that no region has the means of self-sufficiency, it is a principle of reason that there must be free commerce among the regions and that obstruction of free commerce violates the law of nations. In the course of his argument, Grotius begins to lay out a theory of property, but, although he raises such questions as those addressed by Vittoria concerning the right of dominium in the Americas, he is, in Mare Liberum, less concerned with rights of settlers than with the access of Dutch traders to the seas, to trade routes and to the fruits of commerce. This was in keeping with Dutch commercial strategies. Unlike their imperial rivals, the Dutch were not primarily interested in original colonization in newly discovered territories, and their strategies had less to do with establishment of settler colonies than with commercial supremacy. Even when they did establish colonies, as they would later do, for example, in southern Africa, it was in the first instance for the purpose of provisioning commercial ships. In any case, Grotius's intention in Mare Liberum was not to justify colonization, and there was no need to elaborate a theory of property that could underwrite a claim to captured territory. All that was needed was a justification for the company's act of armed aggression on the high seas. Between 1603, the year of the Mare Liberum, and 1625, when Grotius wrote de jure, the Dutch would embark on a series of military actions to seize trading posts, fortresses, and colonial bases from other imperial powers like the Spanish and the Portuguese. It was then no longer simply a matter of maintaining the freedom of the seas but of contesting the power of rival states by capturing territory already claimed by them. Even while the seizure of territory was less for the purposes of wealth-producing settlement than for the promotion of commercial supremacy, it required a more positive theory of property rights, which Grotius would develop in his later work. But in Mare Liberum, where he is defending not the seizure and retention of colonial territory but the commercial movements of the Dutch East India Company against the trade monopolies of rivals, he is more concerned with what is not property than what is. Like others before him, he begins with the world as common property, which is divided by human institution to deal with a growing division of labor, as well as the consequences of human sinfulness. Grotius certainly accepts that this institution, although created by human convention, conforms to the law of nature and the ius gentium, on the grounds that it is necessary to maintain the social order. It has even been argued by some commentators that he depicts property as an institution so ingrained in human nature and the needs of social life that it approaches a theory of property as a natural right. 8 Nevertheless, his objective in Mare Liberum was to lay out certain limits on what can be claimed as property. Since his main concern was to argue for the freedom of the seas, to challenge the right of commercial rivals like the Portuguese to claim ownership of the seas and monopolize trade routes, his principal objective here was to deny the possibility of any proprietary interest in the sea. We can have a proprietary right, he maintained, only to things we can individually consume or transform. The sea cannot be property, because, like air, it cannot be occupied or used in this way and is therefore a common possession. Furthermore, what cannot become private property, he argued, contrary to traditional conceptions of political jurisdiction, cannot, by the same token, be the public property of the state either, since both private and public ownership come about in the same way. No state jurisdiction is possible where the kind of control implied by property is even in principle impossible. It is not difficult to see how military intervention might be justified on these grounds against those whose only wrong had been to assert a hitherto accepted right of state jurisdiction over neighboring waters or the right to regulate certain fishing grounds and trade routes. Nor, of course, Did this principle preclude the de facto monopolization of trade that the Dutch themselves were aiming for in certain places, where they simply coerced local populations into trade, establishing monopolies by forcing treaties on them, in a practice of treaties among unequals that Grotius would endorse in de jure, while aggressively repelling their European rivals? Grotius has been called the father of natural law, or at least its first modern exponent, because he elaborates a conception of natural law that does not depend on a theological grounding. It is a precept of reason accessible to every rational person and binding on every human being without reference to faith. His work has been claimed by some commentators as a, if not the, major advance in the theory of natural right, elaborating a modern conception of rights as subjective, in contrast to objective rights as conceived, most notably, by Thomas Aquinas. For Aquinas, as we have seen, ius denoted the just thing, what was right or just in an action or a situation in accordance with natural law, while Grotius was vesting rights in the person, a moral power or entitlement inherent in the individual. Other commentators have contested these claims to Grotius's originality, arguing, for instance, that Suarez had already made the innovative move, or, indeed, that the conception of subjective rights can be traced to 12th and 13th century theology and canon law. But, whether Grotius's ideas were truly original or largely derivative, his arguments proceed in novel ways, in answer to specific theoretical requirements, in unique historical conditions. In De jure belli ac paces, Grotius begins by defining law and laying out his conception of natural law. Human beings are social creatures, not only possessing a strong inclination to society but also, by virtue of reason, capable of determining what is required to create and sustain a social order. These principles of social order accessible to reason and hence to all rational beings are natural laws, both in the sense that they represent the basic requirements of the social order needed to sustain human life and well-being, and also in the larger sense that they are inherent in human nature. In a proposition that shocks some of his contemporaries, he suggests that these natural principles would apply even if there were no God or if human affairs were of no concern to him. But, he hastens to add, we cannot and should not assume that no God exists. There is ample evidence of his all-powerful existence and the divine rewards of obeying natural law, so we can and should assume that natural law derives from God and that obedience to him requires adherence to natural law. Human beings create a social order to meet their natural needs, and they do so by mutual consent, which gives rise to an obligation that derives from natural law and applies to civic laws, which human beings promulgate to sustain their social arrangements. These laws are specific to particular communities, devised for their own needs, but there are also laws that apply beyond the borders of any particular civic community and regulate relations among communities. These may exist by agreement, but there are also unwritten laws, principles of reason, that derive from nature. War itself is not immune to laws of this kind, and, while the laws of particular states do not apply to the conduct of war, those common laws, the law of nations, remain in force. Just as individuals undertake an obligation to laws designed to maintain social order, which they need to satisfy requirements they cannot meet on their own, even the most powerful states will sometimes need the help of others, either for purposes of trade or merely in self-defense. In this sense, they belong to an international community, also governed by law. The argument that follows is informed by the principle that the law of nature entails rights, moral qualities inherent in the person, the observance of which is dictated by right reason. There are also rights created by civil power rather than by nature, and this includes the right of property, but once established by civil law, the obligation to respect them is a principle of natural justice and carries the obligation of natural law. Having defined law in the prolegomena and the general sense in which the law applies to war, Grotius goes on to consider what is right or lawful in war, or what constitutes a just war. He first proceeds to demonstrate that war is not inconsistent with natural law or the law of the gospel, and then, distinguishing between public and private war, goes on to show that private war, that is, war conducted by someone not lawfully authorized, can still be lawful, in keeping with the law of nature, which permits aggressive action to ward off injury. To be sure, even to insist that natural law applies to the conduct of war may by itself imply limitations on the conduct of war, and it is not unreasonable to invoke Grotius as a theorist of restrictions on war. Yet the concept of just war has always been notoriously flexible, easily adapted to justify the most aggressive imperialist wars. The limitations Grotius imposes do not in any way preclude, and in many ways support, the most aggressive actions taken by the Dutch, and the East India Company in particular, with no other object than pursuit of private gain. War, argues Grotius, is above all a defense against violations of rights against the self or property, and he constructs a whole political theory on the principle that self-preservation is the first and most fundamental law of nature. This means that individuals and states are permitted, perhaps even obliged, to acquire for themselves those things which are useful for life. Although they may not, in the process, injure others who have not injured them, their own self-preservation comes first, and they are entitled to commit aggressive acts to ward off injury. Grotius's notion of injury turns out to be very broadly permissive, at least for states and private agents like the Dutch East India Company, while the moral limits to which private agents and sovereign states at war are both subject are minimal. The notion that there exists some kind of international society bound together by certain common rules is regarded as one of Grotius's major contributions to international law and a peaceful world order. But his argument had far less to do with what private agents or states owe one another than with the right they have to punish each other in pursuit of self-interest, not only in defending themselves against attack but proactively, as it were, in purely commercial rivalries. Grotius, concludes Richard Tuck, endorsed for a state the most far-reaching set of rights to make war which were available in the contemporary repertoire. 9 On the one hand, Grotius argues that states, which can have no powers that individuals do not already have in nature, must, like individuals, be governed by the same moral principles. On the other hand, this conception, with all its wide-ranging implications for political theory in general, was elaborated by Grotius to defend the East India Company, on the grounds that individuals, like and even before states, have the right to punish those who wrong them. This implied not only a very wide-ranging international right of punishment but also, finally, a right to appropriate territory. To buttress that right, Grotius was obliged to develop his theory of property. In Mare Liberum, it had been enough to demonstrate that the sea could not be claimed as property. But now something more was required to justify the capture of territory. Having argued that something could become property only if it could be occupied, and individually consumed or transformed, which might be true of land but not the sea, he now elaborated the other side of that argument: if usable things were left unused, there was no property in them, and hence people could appropriate land left unused by others. Grotius argued that no local authority could legitimately prevent free passage or the occupation of unused land, and any attempt to do so could legitimately be challenged by military means. Nevertheless, since land, unlike the sea, was in principle capable of transformation into property, it was also susceptible to political jurisdiction. Grotius never denied that indigenous authorities retained their general jurisdiction over the land, something that Dutch trading companies in principle accepted by seeking the approval of these local authorities and even paying them for taking land out of their jurisdiction. But the basic principle remained: land left waste or barren was not property and could be occupied by those able and willing to cultivate it. Grotius's argument had clear affinities with the principle, in Roman law, of residential nullius, which decreed that any empty thing, such as unoccupied land, was common property until it was put to use, in the case of land, especially agricultural use. This would become a common justification of European colonization. 10. It soon becomes clear that Grotius, in defining the ultimate right of self-preservation, was far less interested in the rights of individual persons than in the actions of a private agent like the Dutch East India Company. It is significant that, at the very outset of his argument, immediately after laying out his basic propositions about what constitutes a lawful war and explaining his distinction between public and private war, Grotius devotes a chapter to the question of the right of subjects to resist their superiors. It is here, and not in discussion of wars among states or the military acts of private companies, that the moral limits imposed on aggressive action are most unambiguously stringent. Applied to the rights of an individual in relation to the state, the right of self-defense is very narrowly defined, and Grotius mounts a fairly conventional argument against the right of resistance, not only effectively denying any such right to private individuals but even questioning the rights of lesser magistrates. For all these strict limits on the rights of individuals, Grotius's painstaking elaboration of the conditions for and against the conduct of war makes it possible to justify the Dutch East India Company's seizure of Portuguese ships or Spanish fortresses and trading posts, on the grounds that these commercial rivals had breached the laws of nature by claiming command of the seas and trade monopolies. It is no less possible, on Grotius's terms, to justify exclusive Dutch trading rights, that is, monopolies, on the grounds that they have been established by treaty or agreements, which, as he makes unambiguously clear, are no less legitimate for having been imposed by a stronger party upon a weaker one, not only by means of just war but simply by bald intimidation. The Portuguese unlawfully asserted their rights of property over the sea, when no such property is possible. This gave the Dutch East India Company the right to intervene with military force, in defense of free commerce, which, since commerce is a condition of survival, are ultimately grounded in natural law and the right of self-preservation. The Dutch, on the other hand, legitimately claimed command of trade routes, by occupying territory and asserting property in it, even when it remained under sovereign jurisdiction, which could not interfere with the company's property rights, or the company could gain monopoly privileges, and even use of already occupied territory, by agreement with weaker powers whose sovereign jurisdiction they formally recognized, even while imposing their own superior will by nothing more nor less than tacit threats of force. There are some significant theoretical maneuvers in Grotius's argument, which mark a break in the history of political thought, even if not precisely the kind of modern innovations sometimes claimed for Grotius. Much of Western political thought since Roman times, which had delineated two distinct modalities of power, dominium and imperium, had been concerned with the relation between property and sovereign power or jurisdiction. Point 11 in his account of how property originates and how individuals acquire a right of property in any given thing, Grotius's views in De Jure Belli do not depart in any significant way from those of a long line of theologians and jurists who maintained that in the beginning all the world was held as a common dominium, and that private property exists not by nature but by agreement, though it is no less consistent with natural law. Even if we interpret his argument, as some distinguished commentators do, see footnote 7 above, as leaning further in the direction of property as a natural right, it would not represent a significant departure from what went before. Where his argument takes an interesting turn is in his view of the relation between property and jurisdiction. Ownership and jurisdiction are not only separate, as others before Grotius had, for various reasons, emphasized, they also seem to be on equal terms as claims to territory. This means that unoccupied territory, even when it is already under sovereign jurisdiction, can be claimed as property by an occupier from outside that jurisdiction. The real novelty here is not in the concept of property. We shall see in a subsequent chapter how the needs of a distinctive social form, capitalism, and a new form of imperialism would generate a truly new conception of property, which departs from the tradition that occupation or use constitute proprietary right. For the purposes of Dutch commercial imperialism, something like these traditional theories was enough, provided that it allowed the Dutch East India Company to claim as its property territory that fell within the jurisdiction of a sovereign state other than the Dutch Republic. For that purpose, a variation in ideas of jurisdiction was more important than an innovation in the idea of property. Grotius would go on to dislodge the rights of jurisdiction even more radically from the core of political thought, with significant, if unintended, consequences. Grotius's ideas on natural law and subjective rights arise not primarily in connection with competing jurisdictions, nor even in considering the relation between citizen and state. It is the very particular questions arising from the actions of a trading company on the international stage that determine the direction of his argument. He was confronting wholly new conceptual problems posed by the Dutch East India Company. The first multinational joint stock company, formed by investors in search of commercial monopolies and profit, it also performed functions that in other imperial powers, in particular the Republic's main rivals, Portugal and Spain, belonged to sovereign states. There was, to be sure, nothing unusual in pre-capitalist Europe about the unity of public power and private appropriation. That was, after all, the common pattern in societies where the wealth of dominant classes so often depended on coercive force and where revenues derived from jurisdictional powers at various levels, from feudal lordship to state office. But in no other society, not even the Italian city-states, was public authority so intricately bound up with commercial dominance. While private wealth was still heavily reliant on extra economic powers and coercion, those powers, when they did not derive directly from office, were aimed at dominance in trade, such as monopolies maintained by military force. In the Dutch Republic, ruled by urban elites who identified the public interest with commercial profit, there was a hazy line between the sovereign state and a commercial enterprise, as would be baldly demonstrated some years later when Dutch military action to place William of Orange on the English throne for purely commercial reasons would be subsidized by the Amsterdam Stock Exchange. It was not Grotius's intention to weaken the sovereignty of the Dutch state, although he might have been tempted to weaken the States General in favor of the province of Holland. It was not, in other words, his intention to question the state's claims to sovereign jurisdiction, and nor did he ever question the sovereignty of the Spanish or the Portuguese state. What he did was simply to claim for a non-jurisdictional agent certain rights normally associated with jurisdiction and state sovereignty. He was confronting the challenge of justifying the quasi-state powers of the company and particularly its right to undertake military actions in the pursuit of private gain. The issue in this case, then, was not competing jurisdictions, as it typically had been in the discourse on rights in relation to political authority. It was not a question of the company demanding its autonomy and jurisdictional powers against intrusions from the state or other authorities, temporal or ecclesiastical. Nor was it the protection of the one commonly acknowledged private right, the right of property, against the claims of public jurisdiction. The problem here was the state-like powers of a commercial company in relation to rival states. In confronting this distinctive problem, Grotius detached rights from jurisdiction in unprecedented ways. The Dutch East India Company did not lay claim to public jurisdiction, and nor did Grotius make such claims on its behalf. But he did have at his disposal certain conceptions of rights, which might include the right of self-defense, inherent in the private person, such as the idea, formulated by Suarez, of a right as a certain moral power that every man has, either over his property or with respect to that which is due to him. Whatever Suarez's purpose may have been in formulating the concept of rights in this way, and we should, as we have seen, be careful not to make too much of the differences between his formulation and that of Aquinas, Grotius's intentions are fairly transparent. The right of the company to engage in military ventures is assimilated to the rights of private individuals, who have no jurisdiction and no common status other than their humanity. He proceeds by ascribing to the individual certain rights that can by extension be applied to other private agents, and he accomplishes this by proclaiming the right of self-preservation as the ultimate right, the one right that individuals and states unquestionably have in common and that must apply to private agents no less than to public authorities. Grotius's concern, then, was not the rights of private individuals but the state-like rights of trading companies against competing states. Yet, because he claimed those rights not as public jurisdictions in competition with the sovereign state but as the rights of private agents, the unintended consequence was to set the discourse of rights on what appears to be a modern course, vesting subjective rights in individuals in a more elaborate and systematic way than anyone had done before him. The conceptual consequence was to place rights residing in the private person, the sovereign individual, on a par with the sovereign rights of the state. Benedict Spinoza. Just a few years after Grotius died, the office of stadtholder fell vacant with the death of William II. The province of Holland, to be followed by others, chose to leave the office unfilled, and from 1650 to 1672, the so-called First Stadtholderless era, the urban patriciate enjoyed a period of undiminished power, under the leadership of the Grand Pensionary, Jan de Witt. It was during this period that Benedict Spinoza reached maturity. While his interventions in philosophical and theological debates were radical and profoundly controversial, he was above all a philosopher and not a political figure in the manner of Grotius. He was, nonetheless, politically engaged, and his political allegiances seem to have been with the Republican elite. While he was critical of his friends and allies, those allegiances are clearly reflected in his political philosophy. De Witt himself was a friend and protector of Spinoza, and among the strongest influences on the philosopher's political ideas were members of the commercial elite and De Witt's supporters, such as Lambert van Veltussen and the de la Corte brothers, who elaborated republican ideas, especially those who, as paradoxical as it may seem, drew upon Hobbes as their principal authority. Spinoza was born in Amsterdam in 1632, the son of a Portuguese Jewish merchant whose family had taken refuge in the Netherlands. Benedict was well schooled in Judaism and may even have been educated for the rabbinate. Yet he was soon excommunicated from the Jewish community, as well as denounced by the Catholic Church, no doubt for ideas that foreshadowed his great work, the Ethics. He would establish connections with free-thinking Protestants, who had come under the philosophical influence of Descartes and included precisely the kinds of Cartesian republicans who brought Hobbesian ideas to the Netherlands. Although he would manage to shock even those like Veltussen, who had begun by supporting Spinoza's philosophical ventures, there is no mistaking his affinities, political no less than philosophical, with those Cartesian circles. In 1672, the Germans and French invaded the Netherlands, De Witt was assassinated, and the Orangist faction restored the office of stadtholder, establishing a regime, with the support of popular forces, under which Spinoza would continue to feel threatened until his death in 1677. Spinoza began in 1663 with reflections on Descartes' philosophy but soon went on to elaborate his own distinctive views. In the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus of 1670, he laid out a provocative attack on the kind of reactionary Protestantism that supported the House of Orange, at a time when religious and republican liberties were under threat. Like others among his Cartesian republican associates, he promoted religious toleration, and like them, he called for the freedom of philosophy, as distinct from theology, even in interpretation of the Bible, which, in Dutch confessional disputes, had clear political implications. But he followed these principles to their limits in ways his friends were not always willing to do. Ultimately it would be Veltussen, at first a friend and collaborator on the question of religion and philosophy, who would denounce Spinoza as an outright atheist. The guiding principle of Spinoza's philosophy, which is elaborated in his Ethics, was the unity of God and nature. To speak of a transcendent creator who by his own will and for his own purposes forged the universe seemed meaningless to the philosopher. There is one single reality, which we can call nature, and if God is its cause, he is an immanent cause, not standing outside nature but acting as the principle of nature unfolding its immanent necessities. Arcane debates have raged about whether this makes Spinoza a pantheist or even an atheist, but one thing remains certain: Spinoza had gone further than anyone else in the Western philosophical canon in denying any form of transcendence beyond or alien to nature or any dualism of matter and spirit. Humanity belongs to nature too, and, just as all of nature is a unique and single substance, there is no meaningful way to speak of a division in humanity between mind or spirit and matter. At the same time, our participation in this unique and single reality allows for real human knowledge. The material complexities of the human body are expressed in a complex and uniquely human capacity for apprehending the single reality of which the human being is an integral part. While as natural beings we are driven by our passions, having a unique capacity to know and understand the forces that drive us, we need not be slaves to our passions, or indeed to uncritical and unreflective adherence to religion, and can live a free life in accordance with reason. We shall see how these principles are reflected in Spinoza's views on the ideal polity. That Spinoza was a groundbreaking philosopher, whose philosophical ideas had radical implications beyond the boundaries of scholarly debate, is surely not in question. But, although he has long held his place in the canon of philosophy, his political ideas have in recent years enjoyed a resurgence. It is striking that the dominant theme in this revival has been the philosopher's political radicalism, celebrated not only by a mainstream historian like Jonathan Israel, who situates him at the heart of a radical enlightenment, but also by Marxist thinkers from Antonio Negri to Etienne Balibar. 12 Israel goes beyond those historians of political thought who regard Spinoza, with his conception of rational freedom, as a, if not the, founder of liberalism. The radical enlightenment, with its source in Spinoza, can, according to Israel, be credited with modern ideas of democracy, racial and sexual equality, individual liberty of lifestyle, full freedom of thought, expression, and the press, eradication of religious authority from the legislative process and education, and full separation of church and state. 13 Indeed, whether or not we attribute directly to his influence the revolutionary movements that followed in the 18th century in North America and France, Spinoza, suggests Israel, virtually invented modern democracy. Marxist commentaries may seem still more extravagant in their claims for him, if we understand them as ascribing to him even more radically democratic and egalitarian doctrines than the kind of liberal democracy Israel has in mind. There is no great mystery about why Spinoza's metaphysics, his monism, naturalism, and repudiation of transcendence have had a strong appeal to thinkers of the left, ever since Marx himself. Such ideas undoubtedly represented a powerful challenge to all forms of established authority, political, ecclesiastical or cultural. Some Marxist advocates of a radical Spinoza are also drawn to him because of what they understand as a materialism denuded of the teleologism that has dominated Marxist conceptions of history, deeply influenced by conventional Enlightenment conceptions of progress and by Hegelian philosophy. Yet Spinoza's political theory is a different matter. His conception of democracy remains far more ambiguous and paradoxical than recent interpretations suggest. When all is said and done, the polity that was in practice closest to his theoretical democracy was the Dutch Republic, and especially the province of Holland, a civic order unambiguously dominated by wealthy commercial elites. He would certainly have preferred a republic with more popular support from the lesser classes who tended to side with Orangists and stadtholders against the urban elites. But, while this would have required something different from the self-perpetuating, co-opting oligarchy preferred by the regents, it is not at all clear that Spinoza's definition of democracy is inconsistent with an urban republic like the one in which he lived, where high office remained a prerogative of wealth. In his ideal democracy, the government would not be self-recruited, but he is careful to avoid identifying the inclusiveness of the citizen body or access to office as a criterion of democracy. In the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, Spinoza describes democracy as the most natural form of state, the one most consistent with natural liberty, and the one least likely to commit acts of folly endangering self-preservation. ttp 16. He also tells us that the most absolute form of sovereignty, if any such thing exists, is really the sovereignty held by a whole people. But it is in his later, unfinished Tractatus Politicus that he provides his most elaborate definition of democracy. The difference between democracy and aristocracy, he stresses, is that, while in the latter, the right to govern is entirely dependent on co-optation, in a democracy it depends mainly on a kind of innate right, or a right acquired by fortune. TP 8.1, a stable and successful aristocracy should have a large patriciate, but even if the whole population is admitted to the patriciate, it remains an aristocracy as long as the right of entry is determined by express choice and not by some general law or inherited right. At the same time, a state can be democratic even if that general or hereditary right is limited to a minority. He goes on to explain. In aristocracy, the appointment of a particular individual to the patriciate depends entirely on the will and free choice of the Supreme Council, so that the right to vote and undertake offices of state is in no case an hereditary possession, and no one can demand that right for himself by law. But in the state I am now discussing, democracy, the opposite is true. For here all who are of citizen parentage, or who have been born within the fatherland, or who have done good service to the Commonwealth, or who qualify on other grounds recognized by law as entitling a man to civic rights, all these, I say, can legally claim the right to vote in the Supreme Council and to undertake offices of state, and it cannot be denied them unless they are criminals or persons of ill repute. Thus, if it is laid down in the constitution of a state that only older men who have reached a certain age, or eldest sons as soon as they attain majority, or those who contribute a certain sum of money to the exchequer, shall have the right to vote in the Supreme Council and to handle public affairs, then, although such provisions would make it possible for its Supreme Council to be smaller than that of the aristocracy I have dealt with above, the state will still have to be called a democracy. Since those of its citizens who are appointed to govern the Commonwealth are not selected by the Supreme Council as the best, but are assigned this function by law. TP 11.1, 2. On Spinoza's criteria, then, there is nothing to prevent an oligarchic republic ruled by commercial elites, with a small and exclusive governing council and even a limited citizen body, from being called democratic. 14 Yet he never repudiates what appears to be the approbation for democracy in his earlier work, and it is not self-evident why it seemed so important to him to claim the title of democracy for what, by any conventional definition, might still look like an aristocracy or even an oligarchy. Democratic was far from being the word of high praise it has in recent times become. In early modern Europe, where the understanding of democracy was still rooted in its ancient, original meaning as rule by the common people or even the poor, it was more likely to be a word of condemnation, conjuring up the specter of mob rule and, among propertied classes, a threat to their very existence. Even those who argued in favor of mixed constitutions, in which the powers of kings and aristocracies were leavened by a democratic element, were generally arguing in favor of oligarchic rule. There was, then, no immediately obvious reason for going quite as far as Spinoza did to attach the merits of democracy to an essentially oligarchic republicanism. Who, after all, was likely to be moved by such a designation? Was there any conceivable audience that might have been persuaded by it? It may be tempting to think that Spinoza's insistence on using the word democracy as if it were indeed high praise reveals his true democratic faith. Might this mean that he was, indeed, a democrat at least in his earlier days, and that, once having asserted his allegiance to democracy, he was in his later work, inspired by the shock of defeat, compelled simply, and somewhat unconvincingly, to redefine democracy just for the sake of consistency, so that his earlier praise might still apply to a form of state not obviously democratic? The bloody victory of the Orangist faction and the restoration of the stadtholder, supported by popular forces, may have required a certain rethinking, and it is almost as if Spinoza, once having insisted that democracy was the natural form of sovereign power, was now seeking a definition of democracy that would allow the inclusion of far less democratic forms. It seems more likely, however, that another kind of logic was at work. We have already seen how the idea that political authority derives from the people and is grounded in consent could be used in favor of anything but democratic power, invoked to support even monarchies against not only popes but popular resistance. There is an element of that in Spinoza too. In the course of his discussion of democracy in Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, he makes a striking move, which seems to suggest that what he says about democracy even in his earlier work represents not so much approval of the democratic state as a means of legitimating other, rather less democratic forms. He tells us that he has two reasons for deliberately concentrating on the democratic state. The first is that it seems to be the most natural form, a proposition that appears to be not a normative judgment but an empirical observation that democracy is closest to humanity's natural conditions, and the second reason is that it best serves my purpose of dealing with the benefits of freedom in a commonwealth. I therefore pass over the bases of other governments. Indeed, it is no longer necessary for us to know how they have arisen, and often arise still, in order to discover their right, which is abundantly obvious from what I have just shown. For whoever has sovereign power, whether it be one man, or a few, or all, has undoubtedly a perfect right to command everything he wishes. 16. This means that aristocracies or kings have the same right to supreme power in their own forms of state as do the people in a democracy, since they are ultimately rooted in the same foundation. 16. These other forms, in other words, may derive their legitimacy from their democratic origin. Yet there remains something distinctive about Spinoza's characterization of democracy, which still needs to be explained. The logic of his argument may be easier to follow if we situate it in the context of Dutch political debate in that specific historical moment, at a time when the main objective of political thinkers, such as Veltussen and the de la Corte brothers, who supported de Witt, was to exclude the stadtholder altogether from any share in state authority. At the same time, the de la Cortes in particular, who were newcomers to Holland from the southern Netherlands and did not belong to the governing regents, argued in favor of a more open republic with a less restrictive patriciate, elected by citizens in an assembly, and this was clearly a position favored by Spinoza. Here the influence of Machiavelli and the Italian city republics was very clear, though the model of Venice, or a governo stretto, figured more prominently than Machiavelli's Florence, in its governo largo mode, as the ideal for Dutch commercial interests. To be sure, the right to rule should, according to the de la Cortes, as, indeed, for Jan de Witt, be confined to wealthy classes, and even the citizen body would ideally not include the plebs, but the ruling oligarchy, while restricted to the wealthy, should not be self-co-opting, as the regent's patriciate had increasingly become, especially as the European economic crisis took hold in the Republic. Only if the possibility of office were more open would it serve to harness private greed to public good. The main theoretical requirement for these oligarchic republicans was to rule out, at almost all costs, any notion of a mixed constitution. That classic idea had, since ancient Rome, often done service in support of oligarchic republicanism, and even Grotius had invoked it. But now it was being used by Orangists to defend the position of the stadtholder, claiming, among other things, that this office protected the people from the oligarch's excessive power. If the politics of the day precluded any concession by Republican elites to theories of mixed sovereignty, some other means had to be found to describe Dutch oligarchic rule, which factored out the monarchical element. For the de la Cortes, as indeed for Spinoza, there was the added requirement of replacing the self-co-opting regents with a more open oligarchy and finding other ways of attracting popular sentiment away from the Orangists. This posed a wholly new conundrum: how to introduce a democratic element into the oligarchic republic without conceding a divided sovereignty. It was in this spirit that the Dutch Republicans eagerly adopted Hobbes and his theory of indivisible sovereignty. They were clearly impressed by his argument sustaining a single, undivided sovereign power, even though they mobilized it not in favor of an absolute monarch, as did Hobbes himself, but for a civic republic against the stadtholder's claim to a share in state power. On Hobbesian principles, the Dutch were able to argue that neither the House of Orange nor those clerics who opposed the civic government had any legitimate claim to state power in the Republic. Hobbes was not the first political thinker to argue for indivisible sovereign power, but he did so on distinctive grounds, which seemed to have a special appeal to the Dutch. Unlike Jean Bodin in France, he was, for reasons that will be discussed at greater length in a later chapter, not principally concerned with the need to combat various corporate powers contesting jurisdiction with the monarchy. Instead, he took as his central theme conflicts among self-interested individuals whose overriding motivation was not to gain a share of public authority but simply to ensure self-preservation. This seemed to suit Dutch purposes. The issue for them, as for the English, was not a conflict among corporate jurisdictions. During the Dutch Revolt, opponents of the Spanish monarch had, to be sure, typically asserted various claims to particular jurisdictions, privileges, liberties, and the powers of lesser magistrates against incursions by the monarchy. But, in the course of the revolt, the nature of the conflict changed, with opponents of the monarchy increasingly claiming a free and sovereign republican government. As the republic was established, there emerged new doctrines of sovereignty belonging to the people as a whole. That sovereignty was embodied in the nobles and urban patricians conceived not as lesser magistrates but, in principle, as delegates of the sovereign people. 15 When, in Spinoza's day, republican elites challenged the powers of the stadtholder, they were no longer contesting his power as claimants to competing jurisdictions or the powers of lesser magistrates. They challenged the very existence of the stadtholder's office in favor of a single, undivided sovereignty. Reflecting on human nature and the purpose of the state in recognizably Hobbesian terms, they argued that human beings are creatures driven by their passions, in pursuit of their own selfish interests and their principal aim, self-preservation. A stable state, they maintained, requires that these passions be held in balance, something that can be achieved only by an indivisible sovereign power. In the Dutch context this had a particular meaning. The aim was to achieve not only peace among self-interested individuals but, more specifically, a form of polity that would encourage the pursuit of wealth, sustaining commercial dominance without creating instability among rival civic interests, while preserving the position of commercial elites. The specifically Dutch element in these arguments is what we have called the politically constituted commercial society. This implies not only that the Dutch Hobbesians assume a society in which commercial interests are inseparable from extra economic power, political status, and privilege, but also that, even in this profoundly commercialized society, the harmony of economic interests must, in their view, be achieved by political means. The critical instrument of harmony is not, as in the later Anglo-Scottish model of commercial society, the invisible hand of the market. But neither is it, as in the French political economy, an absolutist monarchy. Political stability and harmony in this commercial society is best achieved by republican government, in which wealth is joined to public office. 16. Although it would be a Dutchman, Bernard Mandeville, who, writing in early 18th century England, would make famous the idea that public benefits derive from private vices. Something like that idea had already been proposed in France by Antoine de Montresson, as we have seen, even earlier, in 16th century England, Sir Thomas Smith, about whom more in Chapter 7, had suggested that competing economic interests could be harmonized to forge a common good. For the Dutch, as for the French, and, indeed, for Thomas Smith, transformation of individual greed into communal well-being required active guidance by the state. Even Mandeville would continue to emphasize the role of political guidance, in an interesting contrast to Adam Smith, who, although he certainly assigns the state an important role in ensuring the conditions of a truly competitive market, looks to the market itself to discipline competing interests. Smith's idea was rooted in a capitalist market of a kind that existed only in England and nowhere else, not even in a thoroughly commercialized society like the Dutch Republic. What was distinctively Dutch was a conception of commercial harmony produced by carefully balanced republican institutions, which would guide the pursuit of selfish interests to promotion of the common good by joining wealth to public office. If Hobbes's views on human nature, passions, and the sovereign powers of the civil magistrate provided the essential building blocks for Dutch republicans, an argument originally designed to underwrite the sovereign power of an absolutist monarchy required substantial modification to fit republican requirements. Hobbes had, to be sure, allowed for a plural sovereign, but his argument was constructed to make it clear that an indivisible, truly sovereign, power resides most perfectly and absolutely in a single, undivided mind or will, embodied in a monarchy. For the Dutch republicans, as for Hobbes, a mixed constitution was not an option, but to make the strongest possible case for a sovereign power residing in a republican collective leadership, a republican power so indivisible that the stadtholder could have no place in it, required something more. Whatever else Spinoza hoped to accomplish with his departures from Hobbes, he certainly sought to reverse the Hobbesian principle about the ideal location of indivisible power. A sovereign power must, it is true, express a common purpose, and Spinoza's theory faced the challenge of how such a common purpose could emerge from many minds and diverse passions. But there was no question of conceding to Hobbes that a monarchy was best, the surest way of translating a multiplicity of individual self-interests into a civil unity. An argument would have to be found that would give a plural sovereign the kind of primacy enjoyed in Hobbes's theory by a monarch. Spinoza's argument, in simple terms, is that governments are generally stable to the degree that they enjoy the support of their subjects. Wide popular support, it would seem on the face of it, is more likely to exist if the people have a direct stake in government. The wider the scope of the sovereign power, the more absolute it is, precisely because such a sovereignty is, by definition, more powerful, to the extent that it expresses the people's common purpose and is less inclined to stray from their common interests. Yet the argument turns out to be more ambiguous than it seems at first sight. Does it, for example, mean that a democracy, as ruled by an inclusive multitude, embracing a wider range of individuals and interests, must be more stable and secure than a less inclusive form, an aristocracy? Significantly, when Spinoza introduces the suggestion that sovereignty held by the whole people is more absolute, he does so not for the purpose of defending democracy but to demonstrate that an aristocracy with a council of sufficient size is more absolute than the rule of one man. A republic governed by a more open patriciate is, in other words, in this sense absolute, and the passage even suggests that such an aristocracy is as close to absolute as, in the real world, is conceivable. At the same time, even kings can garner popular support, if they govern for the common good, or even, possibly, if not, and where they can maintain their power, the monarchy has no less right to rule than a democracy. Spinoza even suggests that monarchies have been historically more stable, while democracies have tended to degenerate into some other form like aristocracy. Does this perhaps mean that democracy's claims to superiority have less to do with stability or security than with liberty? Even here, there are ambiguities. The philosopher does indeed claim that democracy is the form most consonant with individual liberty, but he also tells us that freedom does not consist in acting simply in accordance with our own pleasures and passions, which may be contrary to our real advantage. True freedom means action in accordance with reason, which tends to be contrary to human inclinations. This means it requires strict obedience to a sovereign power, the sole legislative authority, acting in the common good, whether that sovereign power is a democracy or a monarchy. Indeed, a democracy that allows free rein to destructive or even simply useless passions is less free than a monarchy that governs for the people's benefit. However radical Spinoza's philosophical system, his views on nature, reason, or religion, may have been, it is virtually impossible to sustain an unambiguous case for his commitment to democracy in anything like its conventional meanings, ancient or modern, simply on the strength of what he explicitly says about the virtues and vices of specific political forms. Nor is it possible to brush aside the striking fact that his definition of democracy is carefully constructed to include an oligarchic republic, and that many of the observations seized upon by advocates of the philosopher's democratic radicalism are designed to underpin that kind of republican oligarchy. It is, nonetheless, fair to say that, whatever his intentions, his mode of argumentation opens certain democratic doors in strikingly unprecedented ways. Here is how the case for Spinoza's democratic radicalism has been summed up by two of the principal advocates. While Hobbes, they say, plays a foundational role in the modern construction of a transcendent political apparatus, Spinoza is the philosopher of immanence, the philosopher who best expresses the idea that all power and authority are inherent in, and emanate from, the multitude. A similar, if rather more nuanced, argument has been made by Etienne Balibar. Spinoza, he suggests, asks a question never before raised by any political thinker, at least as an object of theoretical analysis, that of the basis of state power in the people, that is, in movements originating from within the multitude itself. 17. We can assess these claims by looking at how Spinoza's argument unfolds in relation to Hobbes's conception of the multitude. Both philosophers start from the same premise, that, as Spinoza puts it in the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, each has as much right as he has power, 2.8. Yet, if he identifies right with capacity or power in a manner similar to Hobbes, it is precisely here that, by his own account, he departs most significantly from the English philosopher. I always, he writes in Epistle 50 in response to a friend's inquiry about his differences with Hobbes, preserve the natural right in its entirety, and I hold that the sovereign power in a state has right over a subject only in proportion to the excess of its power over that of a subject. For Spinoza, in keeping with his philosophical naturalism, the emphasis here is on the natural, and the concept of right is defined in naturalist terms, maintaining the identity of right and capacity or power, devoid of any normative significance. Hobbes, too, seemed to be arguing that anything individuals have the power or capacity to do in pursuit of self-preservation they have a natural right to do. Yet, because his conception of sovereignty allows for the unconditional transfer of rights to a sovereign power, which thereby acquires the right to decide for the subject what needs to be done to promote self-preservation, Hobbes has, in Spinoza's eyes, qualified the naturalist principle. If the sovereign power acquires an unconditional entitlement to rule by virtue of a voluntary transfer of rights from individuals, it would appear that right retains a normative element and is not entirely synonymous with power. 18. On the face of it, Spinoza's unequivocal identification of right with power seems an even more unambiguous appeal to the prerogatives of power than Hobbes himself could contemplate. The English philosopher is reputed ruefully to have said to his friend John Aubrey that Spinoza had outdone him, having cut through him a bar's length, for he Hobbes durst not write so boldly. 19. Yet Spinoza's daring formulation becomes not so much a statement of the principle that might makes right as a refusal of any idea that natural rights can be alienated and, arguably, an assertion of the multitude's political identity, in a way that contrasts sharply with Hobbes. In his earlier work, Hobbes, who will be discussed at greater length in Chapter 7, had described democracy as the original form of sovereignty by institution, that is, the first form of sovereignty created not by compulsion, nor by acquisition or conquest, but as a creation out of nothing by human wit, by many men assembled together, which proceedeth from the assembly and consent of a multitude. It is from this original form that the other forms, aristocracy and monarchy, derive, elements of law XXI. In elaborating his idea of the contract in his later work, Hobbes abandoned this formulation. In De Cive and the Leviathan, he was not seeking to explain the historical origin of political authority but rather to emphasize that the voluntary transfer of rights to a sovereign power was absolute and unconditional, on the grounds that the multitude can never be more than a disparate collection of individuals, which can have no political identity. Hobbes was confronting the problem of the multitude in wholly new ways. The idea that sovereignty, of one kind or another, derives originally from the people or a body of consenting individuals had, as we have seen, long been a convention in Western political thought, and it had no necessary implications for the people's political rights, within or against the state. It was typically invoked on behalf of one jurisdictional claim against another, for instance, by monarchies against the papacy, or by lesser magistrates claiming to act as the people's corporate representatives in opposition to the king. But for Hobbes, as we shall see in Chapter 7, the multitude presented a new kind of problem, which no political theorist had yet seriously confronted. Just as the language of individual rights took on a different meaning in the English context, where corporate powers were relatively weak and a new, less mediated political relation between private individual and state had displaced the old contest among jurisdictions, the question of the multitude and its political identity took on a new significance. In the English context, Hobbes had felt compelled, as we shall see, to confront not only the conflict between Parliament and Crown but also the role of the people outside Parliament, the multitude, which had invaded the political arena in unprecedented ways. In his earlier work, it was enough to defend the Crown against the claims of Parliament. By the time of De Cive, the work that established his reputation in the Dutch Republic. He was no longer simply defending the monarch against parliamentary forces or even against more radical claims to republican liberty, but also seeking a way to deprive the multitude of any political identity. In his earlier work, he had supported the Crown against Parliament by adopting an argument that, while certainly less grounded in corporatist assumptions, was not so different from that of his predecessors, that the people, as a collection of individuals, had created the sovereign by transferring their power. But indecisive, he was confronting a different problem, the political role assumed by the people outside Parliament, who were taking to the streets in growing numbers and asserting a new kind of political identity. It was not here simply a question of tracing the sovereign power, whether of the monarch or of Parliament, to its original source in a multitude of consenting individuals. The problem Hobbes confronted was the multitude's assertion of its own direct political agency. His response was simply to say that the multitude had no political will or identity. When we say the people, or multitude, wills, commands, or doth anything, he insisted, it must be understood that it is the state itself which commands, wills and acts by the will of one, or the concurring will of more, which cannot be done, but in an assembly. 6.1 n. It is only once a multitude of individuals has given way to a united sovereign power that it is possible to speak of a political society. Hobbes, then, was already grappling with the immanence of the multitude's power in unprecedented ways. It could be said that, even if his objective was to demonstrate that the multitude's only political role was to relinquish and alienate its political agency, he went considerably further than Hart and Negri or Balibar suggest in raising the question of the multitude as the direct and immediate, immanent source of political power. He certainly went beyond anything proposed by medieval thinkers who had invoked the corporate people or consent in the perennial contests over jurisdiction. De Cive may have set the terms of the debate for Dutch Republicans, but any attempt to transform Hobbes's argument from a case for absolutist monarchy into a brief for an open republican oligarchy required a delicate balancing act, going one step further in establishing the immanent power of the multitude, while retaining the dominance of the urban elite. When Spinoza, in his earlier work, described democracy as the most natural form of state, the one closest to the natural freedom of the individual, he was not so very far from Hobbes's early contention that democracy was the original form of state by institution. Neither thinker was making a moral judgment so much as simply speculating on the most likely means by which a multitude of individuals might leave their natural state of freedom to institute political society. But both of them would later abandon this formulation, though for different reasons and in very different ways. Like Hobbes, Spinoza in his later work is no longer seeking the original, historical source of sovereignty. He no longer even mentions the idea of an original contract as the natural or primary source of sovereign power, but, unlike Hobbes, he seems to avoid any formulation, historical or normative, that may imply an original transfer of natural rights, however conditional, and takes for granted the political identity of the multitude. He allows for a kind of secondary contract, whereby the people, which already exists as a political entity, transfers powers to a king or aristocracy, and he even suggests that most aristocracies were originally democracies, TP 812. This does imply that aristocracy and monarchy have a right to rule, and it may even suggest that democracies in reality have not typically been stable. Nevertheless, in Spinoza's formulation the political identity of the multitude remains at least in principle intact. Rights remain synonymous with powers, which means that sovereignty remains conditional on the maintenance of power and is likely to depend on a capacity to garner and to keep popular support. Point 20. Yet, if this seems to lend some credence to those arguments that see a democratic essence in Spinoza's political theory, it remains entirely consistent with the view of the ideal polity espoused by prominent Dutch oligarchs, a commercial republic governed by an open urban aristocracy of wealth, in which republican institutions and the advantages derived from office help to channel private greed to the pursuit of common goods. Spinoza might prefer a more inclusive citizen electorate than did some of his compatriots, and the TP leaves tantalizingly open the possibility of a more unambiguously democratic argument. The work is suddenly cut off just at the point when Spinoza sets out to discuss the particular form of democracy in which, he says, for reasons that must remain unclear, he is most interested, an inclusive democracy whose citizen body consists of all independent men, all those subject to the laws of their government, as distinct from residents subject to other governments, and leading decent lives. Nevertheless, his definition of democracy itself, very painstakingly laid out, does not rule out exclusion of the plebs, to say nothing of women, whose relative natural weakness appears to justify their general exclusion from the citizenry. 21, and that definition has the virtue of embracing a de la court style oligarchy without conceding a divided sovereignty. Nowhere, indeed, is there a clearer statement of the Dutch Hobbesian ideal than in Spinoza's observation that the state should be based on such laws as will cause the majority, not indeed to seek to live wisely, for that is impossible, but at any rate to be governed by those passions which are most useful to the commonwealth. Thus every attempt must be made to ensure that the rich, if they cannot be thrifty, are at any rate greedy for gain. For if this passion for gain, which is universal and constant, is reinforced by the desire for glory, most men will certainly make every effort to increase their wealth by honorable means so as to obtain office and avoid great disgrace. TPX.6. There is no mistaking the general principles Spinoza is outlining here. The greed for gain is perhaps even the, human passion most useful to the commonwealth, and it can be harnessed to the public good by making wealth a means to achieve the honor of office. Whatever we may think of the philosopher's observation that sovereignty is in principle most absolute when it resides in the whole people, in the real world a republic governed by a commercial elite driven by greed seems best equipped to guide the passions of self-interested individuals towards the common good, and this apparently applies no less to the philosopher's democracy than to an aristocracy. It is when greed is attached to republican office that governance by human passions can be most readily translated into the rule of reason. We can gain some perspective on Spinoza's democracy if we consider it against the background of political developments elsewhere, which were accompanied by truly radical conceptions of the multitude and its claims to political agency. When the Dutch philosopher was still a boy, the political terrain was being redefined by the people in England both in the streets and in the realm of ideas. We have already seen how Hobbes felt compelled to confront these popular intrusions into the political domain. But there were also far more radical expressions of the multitude's immanent power. When, for example, Spinoza was 15 years old, in the course of the English Civil War, a historically unique event took place in Cromwell's army, the so-called Putney debates, in which fundamental questions concerning political rights and governance were discussed not by philosophers or theologians but by activists and soldiers who were truly speaking for the multitude, a rabble of yeomen farmers, craftsmen, and the army rank and file. The extraordinary documentary record of those debates may not have achieved quite the canonical status of writings by a Hobbes or a Spinoza, and their theoretical influence, however significant, has been of a different kind. But the debates at Putney, to say nothing of even more radically democratic ideas that emerged out of the English Revolution, reveal a universe of democratic thinking that goes well beyond Spinoza's ideas on the multitude. 6. French absolutism. Between 1484 and 1560, successive French kings refused to summon the Estates General, the National Assembly of Regional Estates, depriving France's representative bodies of their only significant function, the power of approving taxes. When they were finally recalled, it was a time of religious conflict during which exact ions for the maintenance of soldiers added to the burden of taxation. The Estates General would meet again, without much effect, several times from 1560 to 1614, when they finally dissolved in disarray, not to be summoned again until 1789. France would have no national representative assembly, let alone a national legislative body, until the Revolution. The centralizing project of the monarchy had, at least in this respect, succeeded, and the absolutist state prevailed. Yet the failure of the Estates General was not a simple matter of monarchical success. If anything, The absence of a national assembly reflected the fragmentation of the French state no less than it expressed the power of the monarchy. The French monarchy, unlike the English, had emerged slowly, in a prolonged contest among rival feudal families, and, while in England the monarchy evolved as a cooperative project between feudal lords and kings, French absolutism never quite overcame the legacy of dynastic rivalry or the parcelization and particularisms of competing jurisdictions. The royal state certainly succeeded in establishing its own apparatus of power, with a bureaucracy unmatched in Western Europe, but this was not simply a mark of its strength or of modern rationalization. One of the monarchy's principal devices for gaining the support of its opponents was the distribution of patronage, especially in the form of state office, and the growth of the bureaucracy was in large part a consequence of buying off potential claimants to autonomous jurisdictions by offering the inducements of lucrative state office, to say nothing of the opportunities for plunder afforded by wars, foreign and domestic. The legacy of parcellized sovereignty would continue to shape French political theory and practice until the Revolution and even the Napoleonic state. A system of extortion and embezzlement. At the beginning of the 16th century, France was the most populous country in Europe. Of an estimated 18 million people, the vast majority, between 80 and 90%, were peasants. Although in principle free and in secure possession of their land, they were still often subject to various seigneurial dues, and they also bore the brunt of growing state taxation. In the latter part of the 16th century the monarchy undertook a massive transformation of the state, expanding the bureaucracy and the tax burden with it, in a tax system that was evolving to finance not simply state projects but a massive spoils system, a semi-institutionalized system of extortion and embezzlement. 1 Sections of the nobility, and a substantial part of the bourgeoisie, were co-opted by giving them access to the spoils of office as a means of private enrichment. The distribution of offices no doubt increased support for royal power, but it also generated growing unrest among those who bore the burden, and even the beneficiaries of office proved unreliable. As the monarchy not only used the distribution of offices to consolidate its power base but also sold state offices to enhance its own fiscal solvency, this created a new dynastic class of venal office holders, who would, in the 17th century, themselves become a source of opposition to monarchical power. Even when the absolutist monarchy appeared to be firmly established, regional and corporate divisions persisted, as did the plethora of local legal systems. Growing taxes and privileged exemptions from them were certainly enough to generate unrest, but the process of state centralization had produced increasingly complex social divisions. In a state where the monarchy had been the product of an inconclusive contest among rival noble families, dynastic rivalries continued to be fierce. At the same time, the centralizing monarchy was challenged not only by unprivileged classes that carried the burden of taxation but by nobles who had not been co-opted into the royal state and were defending their own jurisdictions. There were also conflicts not only between privileged and unprivileged estates but within the estates themselves. The Third Estate was divided in various ways, between rich and poor, bourgeois and peasant, urban and rural. Opposition to the monarchy was therefore never unambiguous. The bourgeoisie, while seeking to defend itself against excessive exactions, might also have reason to support the monarchy to strengthen its position against the aristocracy or to gain access to state office. Even peasants might seek protection from the king against the aristocracy, while nobles co-opted into the state were pitted against those defending what remained of their seigneurial powers and local autonomy. Nevertheless, as the royal state grew, so did opposition to it. Religious controversy sharpened the dividing lines, and there followed decades of conflict in which dynastic rivalries were compounded by confessional disputes and regional revolts of one kind or another. In France's fractured polity, religious dissent played a very particular role in unifying diverse oppositional forces and regions into a more or less united party of resistance. Ideas of resistance and popular sovereignty did cut across religious lines, but the Huguenots, though a minority movement, played a disproportionate role in generating what might be called the first organized resistance to royal power in Europe. While appealing to various classes for various reasons, Protestantism in France generated a forceful political movement when and because it was adopted by sections of the nobility, especially elements of the provincial aristocracy, for whom Catholicism, in the form of the Gallican Church, had become the creed of monarchy and the centralizing ambitions of the royal state. The most important political ideas bequeathed to the Western canon by the wars of religion in France were those that adapted Protestant doctrine to the interests of provincial nobles and municipal authorities asserting their local autonomy and particular jurisdictions. The Reformation and religious division in France certainly crystallized political dissent, but the terms of religious conflict were politically defined from the start, shaped by the particular formation of the state. French Protestantism as an oppositional force, and the translation of its doctrines into theories of resistance and constitutionalism, belonged to a larger political struggle. In the series of bloody conflicts commonly described as the Wars of Religion, the battles between Catholics and Huguenots that erupted in 1562 and lasted for decades were inextricably bound up with rivalries among noble families for control of the monarchy, as well as conflicts between monarchy and aristocracy. At the same time, religious conflict aggravated already existing social unrest, not least by increasing the burden of taxation to finance the king's military forces. The development of the monarchical state as a means of private appropriation, always in tension with competing forms of extra-economic power and politically constituted property, its reliance on the proliferation and distribution of offices to sustain its power no less than its fiscal stability, the growth of the state not only as a means of maintaining order and protecting the private possessions of propertied classes but as itself a private resource, all this set the political agenda in specific ways and, with it, shaped religious controversy too. There was, of course, nothing specifically French about the contest among competing jurisdictions, but the opposition between a centralizing monarchy and other claims to autonomous powers played a distinctive role. In the other major Western European monarchies the lines were drawn in different ways, and political discourse proceeded along different lines. In England, there was no fundamental challenge to a centralizing state, which served the interests of the aristocracy no less than of the monarchy, and, though the English Civil War would be ferocious, the contest between monarchy and parliament, which jointly composed the centralized state, would not take the form of a battle between central state and other, partial jurisdictions. In Spain, the empire was, at least for systematic theorists of political theology, a more contentious issue than the royal state itself. In 16th-century France, the contest between monarchy and local jurisdictions played a central part in the formation of both absolutist thought and theories of resistance. The Reformation, the spread of Protestantism, the wars of religion, followed by the decline of the Huguenots and the rise of the Catholic League, brought to a head underlying social conflicts and provided ideological vehicles for conducting battles over taxation and tithes, privileges and exemptions, the powers of local patrician oligarchies, and royal absolutism itself. While the objects and intensity of struggle, as well as the nature and scope of social alliances, varied according to regional differences and variations in local privileges, parts of the country saw the outbreak of violent peasant protests and sometimes regional revolts in which peasants were allied with urban classes. Such outbreaks might begin as revolts against taxation and tithes and end as attacks on the whole system of power and privilege. The period was rich in political ideas at every level of sophistication, the Cahiers de doléances, which outline the grievances of the three estates, the Huguenot resistance tracts, the political philosophy of Bodin, and all, in their various ways, reflected the distinctive configuration of the French state. The contrast between French and English political ideas is instructive. It was the English, not the French, who most readily adopted the idea of a mixed constitution, and they elaborated ideas of separated powers well before the French. This may seem paradoxical when we consider that it was the English, not the French, who possessed a more truly undivided sovereignty, and that even theorists of the mixed constitution remained wedded to a centralized and indivisible sovereign power. But the mixed constitution was, after all, perfectly consistent with a truly unitary state in which the sovereignty of the central state was shared by parliament and crown. In the English context, the idea of a mixed constitution or divided power was not at all grounded in a fragmented sovereignty but, on the contrary, presupposed a unified sovereign state. The French were dealing with a different disposition of power and a more persistent contest among fragmented sovereignties, which called for different theoretical strategies. English landed proprietors, who developed private and increasingly economic means of appropriation, never came to rely so much on the state as a direct resource. Nor was the central state seriously challenged by corporate institutions, regional privileges, and politically autonomous urban communes. Royal taxation never played the same role for the English propertied classes that it did for the French, and the state never had the same reasons for either squeezing or protecting the peasantry as did the French state. English property owners, when seeking to protect and augment their increasingly economic means of appropriation, might struggle to defend their private rights of property against incursions by the Crown, to establish the supremacy of Parliament as an association of property holders, to thwart the consolidation of an absolutist monarchy by establishing limited government, while at the same time staving off threats from below. The propertied classes of France, who confronted the state both as a competitor for surplus labor and as a means of access to it, contended over taxation, the proliferation of offices and the means of distributing them, often struggling less to limit the state than to acquire property in it or prevent others from doing so. The English commoner, in defense against the landlord's efforts to augment his economic powers of appropriation, struggled against the enclosure of common and waste land. The French peasant, more oppressed by political forms of exploitation, rebelled against royal taxation and seigneurial privilege. Englishmen asserted their individual rights, Frenchmen defended their corporate and regional privileges. If the English were concerned with the relation between state and private property, the French were preoccupied with the state as private property. French anti-absolutism was not simply a matter of resistance to political tyranny but also an attack on the state as a means of private extortion. Popular resistance, too, often focused on exploitation by the state, and exploitation by means of direct seigneurial exactions might take second place to taxation, or the tax exemptions of others, as an object of grievance, just as the landlord might be less concerned about losing economic powers such as the right of enclosure than about relinquishing tax exemptions and political privileges. French political discourse would long be preoccupied with the tax/office structure of the state and the fractured polity that underlay it. The principal issues typically had to do, as they so often did elsewhere in Europe, with contesting jurisdictions, but what distinguished French political debate was an emphasis on the role of the state as a proprietary interest, the monarchical state and its growing administrative and fiscal apparatus conceived as a means of private appropriation. These questions were not, of course, specific to France, but they presented themselves to the French with particular force as the state became a major instrument of private appropriation for a growing class of office holders, in ways and degrees unmatched elsewhere in Europe. At the center of French political thought in this period, then, stood a fragmented polity consisting of many particularisms whose unifying principle was yet another particularistic power, yet another proprietary interest. Advocates of monarchy were obliged to defend the monarch's right to rule, and especially his right to distribute office and impose taxation, by denying his particularity and claiming that he represented a public or general interest, transcending all the private and particular interests of his subjects or competing jurisdictions. His opponents might counter by insisting that the monarchy itself was nothing more than private and particular, just one proprietary interest against others, and that the various lesser jurisdictions truly represented public interests. Much of the debate surrounding the French monarchy concerned precisely this, the relation between public and private and who could claim to represent the public principle against the many private interests and jurisdictions that composed the polity of France. Arguments in favor of the centralizing monarchy, which claimed that the king embodied the public aspect of the state as against the private character of his subjects, suggested that a single superior will was required to bind together particular interests and produce a common good. A defender of the royal state like Baudin might claim that the will of the sovereign is law, on the grounds that the residential publica or commonwealth, that which is common to all private individuals, families, and corporate bodies, can only be constituted by a common subjection to the unifying will of the sovereign. Arguments against the centralizing mission of the monarchy voiced concern not only with the particularisms that divided the polity but also with the particularity of the state apparatus itself and the consequences of its use as private property, the proliferation and venalization of offices, the corruption of administration, the tax burden. These conflicts did not necessarily pit monarchists against opponents of a monarchical state. Opposing sides were often embroiled in dynastic struggles in which one claim to royal power was contested by another. But even some adherents to an aspiring royal dynasty would often advocate the claims of lesser jurisdictions against a centralizing royal power. Even nobles or local magistrates who supported some kind of monarchy, or attached themselves to one dynasty against another, had reason to insist that royal power was rooted in, and created by, the nobility and other public officers, who therefore also had the right to depose kings. Against the monarch's claims to generality in contrast to their own particularity, these lesser magistrates, even while defending their particular jurisdictions, might claim to accept that the public interest or common good emanated from a unifying will or mind, but now, the unifying, generalizing will of the monarch, who was particular and single, was replaced by one mind compounded out of many, a collective will composed of nobles, lesser magistrates or local authorities who acted as the people's public representatives. From chaos to constitutionalism. Jean de Barg, Archiepiscopal Judge of Vienne, representative of the Third Estate to the provincial estates and estates general, from a province that experienced one of the country's bloodiest regional revolts in 1579–80, wrote the petition of grievances for the Dauphin Third Estate to be presented at the Estates General at Blois in 1576.2. He drew on philosophical principles and the classics of antiquity to support complaints and proposals for reform typical of his estate. The list of grievances he rehearsed focused on the privileges of the other two estates, especially their exemptions from taxation, the proliferation of useless offices with high salaries, secular and ecclesiastical, the tax burden imposed on the common people, and the inequitable political structure which gave the advantage of power to the privileged estates, so that they could manipulate the fiscal system for their own gain at the expense of the Third Estate. To these complaints, shared by bourgeois, craftsmen, and peasants, he added several of special concern to his own class, the bourgeoisie, and a few grievances of particular interest to the peasantry. De Barg's proposals for resolving these grievances included measures to strengthen the Third Estate, relieving its tax burden, augmenting its political powers in office and in the assemblies of estates, and increasing the role of regional representative institutions. There were also suggestions in which the bourgeoisie's grievances against local oligarchies and seigneurial privilege converged with peasant complaints about rural administration. It is significant that these were met in part by proposals for restoring certain powers of local administration to the king in order to diminish the provincial powers of seigneurs, even though de Barg pressed at the same time for reductions in the royal bureaucracy in order to reduce the burden of taxation. De Barg adduced philosophical arguments to support these proposals for reform. In particular, he developed the principle of corporate equality, drawing, for example, on Plato's concept of justice and Cicero's conception of a natural order based on a harmonious balance among the various social orders. It was this supposedly natural principle outlined by Cicero that, according to de Barg, dictated the maintenance of social equality, not among individuals but among the three estates as corporate entities, and also, in particular, for purposes of tax assessment, among regions and cities. In this blend of philosophical speculation and political activism, de Barg showed himself to be close to the great authors of antiquity, and just as close to the aspirations of the common people of his own day, who had never read a word of Plato or Cicero. 3. De Barg's main theme, the defense of a corporate balance among estates, especially with regard to taxation, based on the organic unity and harmony of the social order, remained the central focus of protest as voiced by his successors, the provincial lawyers who continued to do battle for the Third Estate in his region after the period of bloody revolt. Attacking the tax exemptions of the nobility, they invoked various organic metaphors, the mystical body of the state, or the musical metaphor of harmonious proportions so popular among the ancients from Pythagoras to Plato and Aristotle, in order to